The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 451, Greeting the King's Birth. Cold and trembling. Yes, you're the best among the newcomers. These words echoed in confusion, frightening him, his eyes wide open. He tried to turn around and leave, but he couldn't move. Don't move. Your body is still transforming, a sweet and loving voice echoed in his ears, gently stroking Zun Zun's head. Although his body couldn't move, his head could still be raised. He saw a woman. She was incredibly beautiful, as if all the beautiful words in the world about appearance could be applied to her, this demonic beauty, just like Aqua and Zun Zun, with a divine appearance. I am your mother. The girl's words were bewildering. But Zun Zun understood that the woman before him was Pandora, the deity overseeing the Godslayer's reincarnation ritual. Anyone who fights a god and defeats them is practically on the verge of death. Pandora, through a reincarnation ritual, transfers the defeated god's power and a body capable of rivaling it to the conqueror as a reward, transforming him into the Demon King, the Godslayer. This is almost like rekindling a parent, so Pandora lets the Godslayer call her mom. Phew, is it painful? But bear with it. This pain is the price for pushing you to the top. Just accept it. Zun Zun's frown softened slightly. This was a result of the reincarnation mage's power. While his divine body possessed a high affinity for recovery and abnormal status effects, it wasn't very resistant to damage. Just look at Aqua, who screamed in pain after being bullied by a kobold. Now, this aspect has been improved, which is undoubtedly an excellent performance. Then please bestow your blessings and your hatred upon this child. The seventh Godslayer, the one destined to become the youngest Demon King, please offer this child the holy words of God. Oh, alright. Consider it a reward for showing me something interesting. Blessing him is no problem, Velislana said with a hint of arrogance. It was then that Zun Zun realized that, within that silent, pure, white space, there was a third person, no, a god. With difficulty, he turned his gaze there. Are you still conscious? Indeed. Then, Zun Zun, I bestow my blessings upon you, reborn from the King of Godslayers. You are the first to usurp my power, the God of victory. Become more powerful than anyone else. Possess a body that will remain undefeated until the day we fight again. Velislana then transformed into light, the scattered light dissolved into the magic circle beneath Zun Zun, and a powerful stream of magic flowed through his body. Ouch! A pain far more intense than before coursed through Pandora's heart, but she could do nothing but stroke Zun Zun's head, as if to soothe him. It was unknown how long the reincarnation ritual lasted, but Zun Zun seemed able to endure the pain, and by then it was completely over. Ouch, he groaned unconsciously. Although his outward appearance remained unchanged, Zun Zun could feel an immensely powerful force within him, a force like a volcano, ready to explode at the slightest external stimulus. The external stimulus, naturally, was the aura of the god of disobedience, or the encouragement of his brothers and sisters, the Godslayers. How is it going? He asked. Great, he asked. I'm glad. It seems the reincarnation ritual was a success, but becoming obsessed with this kind of power isn't good. If you blindly seek out powerful gods of disobedience to fight, it will break my heart if you're hurt. The girl chided her son like a true mother. I don't think anyone specifically seeks out disobedient gods, but I can't deny that some might develop a predatory tendency. Yes, there are children like that. Pandora also looked worried. Fighting disobedient gods is the Godslayer's duty. Once they usurp the power of the gods, they become enemies, a nearly endless struggle. Of course, turning a blind eye or taking responsibility is the Godslayer's sole decision. Lady Aisha is a prime example. But I probably won't actively fight. Really, it's undeniable that Godslayers are obsessed with battle. They harbor a violent streak, otherwise they wouldn't rise up against a god. Zun Zun was the same. But instead of fighting the disobedient gods, he was more concerned with how to return. By the way, Pandora said energetically, shaking her two pigtails. We still have a little time before the reincarnation ceremony. Let's talk. Zun Zun finally saw her face clearly. Rather than using the word beautiful to describe her, it's more accurate to say that she possesses a charming, almost childlike face and physique. With long purple hair parted on the sides, she wears a fine white dress and is relatively short, giving her a childlike appearance at first glance. Her lively and active personality further reinforced this idea. Then, I want to know how to get back home. As expected, Pandora didn't seem surprised. As the initiator of the reincarnation ritual, she should have known that Zun Zun's physique was different from ordinary people. Zun Zun was more likely to be surprised that the ritual went well, perhaps it had hidden effects. Is that alright? Even if we learn here, we'll forget everything when we leave, the girl asked worriedly. She had no intention of hiding anything, rather, she was worried about Zun Zun's well-being. This was the underworld, the boundary between life and death, and Pandora's imprisonment. Everything he saw, heard, and experienced there would be forgotten upon leaving, so even if Zun Zun knew it, he wouldn't be able to remember it. Alright, please, after all, it is my son's first request, Pandora winked playfully. Just as Zun Zun had guessed, the only way to leave this world was through the underworld, for it connected so many other worlds, the boundary between life and death, and the gateway to other worlds. However, ordinary people couldn't find the way, let alone make the journey home. So I only have 3 ways to return home? Die and enter the underworld myself, ask someone to open a passage to the underworld, or defeat a god with relevant powers. Zun Zun rubbed his forehead. Zun Zun immediately ruled out the first and third options. Death would end everything. Even if he asked the 2 goddesses to resurrect him in Suqing, his divine body would disappear with him, a loss that wouldn't be worth it. Defeating a disobedient god was too complicated. After all, guiding a god to the underworld was difficult enough, not to mention the numerous preparations required. He didn't have time for that. It seemed he had to ask someone else for help. Zun Zun noticed something strange about his body and raised his hand, only to find that his fingertips had turned transparent. It's about time. I wanted to talk more, Pandora said with some regret. It seemed as if she hadn't seen a child in centuries, so she felt nostalgic for Zun Zun, plus Zun Zun was a very special being. Don't be so sad, I'll come back. No. No way, You can't put yourself in danger just to see your mother. That's not right. Zun Zun didn't expect Pandora to be so upset. Then he remembered that this was the underworld of life and death, the prison where Pandora was imprisoned. To find her, he had to kill the gods and initiate the reincarnation ritual. Pandora had just said that she didn't want her daughter to be in danger, hence her resistance. I'm sorry, it's okay. Take care. Goodbye then. The girl bid farewell to Zun Zun with all her energy in her last moments, her expression devoid of sadness, but with a heartbreaking gaze. She opened her eyes again. What she saw was not a dark sky, but 2 lips pressed downwards. Erica, what are you doing? I'm trying to wake you up with a kiss. Am I the sleeping princess? How is that possible? You are one of the 7 demon kings who have successfully killed a god, and as your knight, it is my duty to wake you up with a kiss. When did you become my knight? And isn't it a knight's duty to protect? Zun Zun found himself lying across Erica's legs. The girl's legs were captivating. Unlike Pandora's smooth legs, Erica's were sturdy and elastic, giving the impression of healthy legs. Do you still like them? They're average. Then, he couldn't help but marvel at the girl's supple waist. Even though she was kneeling, he was able to kiss her lips. A warm caress washed over him. Then they separated. What are you doing? A blessing. A blessing for the king's birth. Shouldn't that be a greeting? Besides, even if it's a blessing, a kiss should be on the cheek, not the lips. Or, do I attract you? Indifferent, my king, the girl chided him, as if accusing Zun Zun of being ungentlemanly. But she didn't complain aloud as she usually did. Instead, she smiled at him, her tender eyes made him slightly uncomfortable. Zun Zun turned around. Alright, let's go. Please wait a moment, my king, as he replied. What is it? He noticed Erica looking at her twisted and broken ankle with some embarrassment. In order to protect Zun Zun, she had forcefully defied the power of Velaslana's words, leaving her in such a state of confusion. Looking back, she saw a long trail in the sand, the imprints of the girl's footsteps. Noticing the gaze, she gently pulled down her skirt with her muddy hands, as if to hide it from him. Zun Zun said nothing. A ball of blue light emerged from the crown and swirled around the girl's ankles. It's so cold, hang in there, he lifted her up in a princess hug, causing Erica to exclaim in embarrassment. Is it bothersome? Do you want me to carry you on my back? No, that's better, good. It's easier to move around like this, Your Majesty. Such words don't please a woman. What are you talking about? We're still needed on another battlefield. Before Zun Zun could finish his words, a beam of light shot into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds over Sardinia. It seems that it's no longer necessary. Chapter 452, One Wife, 3 Generations. Even when the man leaves, the wife remains. The God-slayer is a tyrant. He killed the gods of the sky and seized their supreme power. He's even a king. He wields the power he usurped by killing the gods and uses it to rule the mortals of the earth. He's a demon king. No mortal in this world possesses the power to rival him. Even if he says so, it doesn't seem real. Yes, a lazy groan was met with an equally lazy reply. Just as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west each day, an eternal truth, today was sunny and clear, a peaceful day that made one sigh with relief. This was Sardinia, the supposed climate of the Mediterranean. This was a private beach. On the second day after defeating the disobedient god, the sky was completely devoid of yesterday's dark clouds. The oppressive and agonizing atmosphere had quietly faded, replaced by a feeling of relaxation and contentment. This was best exemplified by the 2 beautiful women playing on the beach. One was a gorgeous blonde in a red and black bikini. Her figure was so perfect it would put a swimming model to shame, and her youthful aura was palpable. The other, a mature woman in a pure white bikini, boasted an imposing bust but a slender waist. Her curves overwhelmed her. They were having a water fight. Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao were relaxing on lounge chairs on the beach, leisurely sipping juice under an umbrella, their gaze fixed on them. No, Kusanagi Godao seemed a little shy, afraid to look. Such an innocent boy. Hey, Godao, Laclachia had suddenly approached, whispering seductively into Kusanagi Godao's ear. I suddenly remembered I forgot to put on sunscreen. Can you help me? No, that. He didn't even have time to refuse before he was forcibly dragged away. Laclachia swayed gracefully as she walked in front. Kusanagi Godao lowered his head shyly, not knowing where to look, looking like a young wife. It was true that mature beauties held a strong attraction for young men. Zun Zun, Erica joined him, placing her hands on his legs and leaning forward slightly, her cleavage fully on display. While not as aggressive as Laclachia, it was still incredibly eye-catching. This annoying little fairy. Unlike the timid Megumin and Yunyun, or even the tsundere elves, Erica was incredibly bold and passionate in her devotion. As they shared hardships, her enthusiasm was a bit excessive, her offensive attributes practically at their limit. Please, come on, the girl's flirtatiousness prevented him from refusing. Perhaps it was because he had become a godslayer, but Zun Zun felt his mood swings were more intense than ever. Or were they simply the physiological effects of puberty and surging hormones? No matter. The battle had just ended. Let him enjoy this moment of leisure. By the way, Erica's skin felt amazing, although her suppressed moans were a bit shrill. At noon, the 4 of them, exhausted from playing, gathered together to rest. Godao, it seems you chose the pretty side. What? Instead of explaining to the bewildered Kusanagi Godao, Zun Zun winked at Laclachia, who was shamelessly displaying affection toward him. The innocent boy understood at once, his cheeks slightly flushed. No, it's not what you think. It's okay, don't be shy. As the saying goes, a wife is passed down from generation to generation. Even if the man leaves, the wife remains. Great, according to Wenjilin. Well done, troll, as expected of a future high school student in Tachimato. Although he was a modern person and a former member of the baseball club, he knew this environment well, otherwise, he wouldn't have understood. Even so, after attacking his grandfather's friend, a friend he was fond of, Zun Zun couldn't help but marvel at Kusanagi Godao's prowess. Speaking of which, I want to show you this. Zun Zun displayed a screen. What is this? A screen? How strange. Is there electricity here? No, it's probably some kind of magic. I can sense the aura of magic. The 3 of them seemed quite interested in this magic. It's just a bit of magic that reveals memories, nothing surprising. Zun Zun fiddled with the buttons on the screen, saying, compared to this, just look. I don't think it's a bit of magic. I agree. Who is this person? The 2 women grumbled slightly, but Kusanagi Godao stared at the purple-haired, twin-tailed girl on the screen, a puzzled look in his eyes. Godao, do you remember her? It's vague, but sorry, I can't remember where I've seen her before. Yesterday? What? You saw her yesterday? and her name is Pandora. Zun Zun spat out the name. Pandora, Erica exclaimed in slight surprise. Pandora is rumored to be the wife of Epimetheus, the mother of all god-slayers. It was she who, through the ritual of reincarnation, transferred power and a body capable of rivaling the defeated god as a reward to whoever defeated him, but none of the god-slayers remember Pandora, let alone what she looked like, Luculacia said. The three of them looked at Zun Zun. The truth is, I don't remember her either, Zun Zun nodded. It's probably the effect of power, which clouds a person's memory. But ultimately, it only clouds the memory of the god-slayer themselves. If a third person was present, is it a fairy spirit? Indeed, ever since she learned this magic, she had asked her fairy spirit to preserve her memories, the so-called backup. The purpose, of course, was to prevent something like someone stripping its tsundere of her clothes without knowing why from happening again. That doesn't matter. Look at this. Then a video started playing. It showed Zun Zun asking how to get back home. Is it really the afterlife? Luculacia puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. Looks like I guessed right. No, it's usually the only possibility, Erica scoffed at his boast. But I didn't expect Zun Zun to be from another world. Kusanagi Godao looked at Zun Zun with a complicated expression. Really? I thought you were joking. No, I told you from the start, but, other worlds and stuff, it's no different from the box stacking theory. The problem is that he's just become a godslayer and already knows all this. So, does Zun Zun really mean my real name? Didn't I tell you from the start? Sure, I have other names, which are. Never mind, call me Zun Zun. I'll use it for now. It seemed like there was something hidden. Zun Zun had no intention of telling them about his past life, as that would cause a lot of trouble. Being from another world was nothing. After all, Lady Aisha could escape to other worlds, even return to the past, so Zun Zun being from another world wasn't that unacceptable. What does the name Zun Zun mean? I am the only one in heaven and earth, huh? Kusanagi Godao was stunned, his expression indicating he hadn't expected such a pretext for arrogance. Erica's eyes shone with pink hearts. As expected of Zun Zun, you are so magnanimous. Stop it, this name is actually a dark past of mine. Zun Zun clutched his face in pain. It seemed something else was going on. Everyone considered it but remained silent. Kusanagi Godao considerately changed the subject, looked at the purple pig-tailed girl on the screen, and sighed. Is it Pandora, the one who made me a godslayer? What's wrong? I have mixed feelings. I understand, being called mom right off the bat, and with such a lively and adorable appearance, naturally made people a little uncomfortable. By the way, Kusanagi Godao clapped his hands. He looked at Zun Zun and asked, tell me, Zun Zun, what power did you obtain? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Eh? He looked at the three of them with a hint of surprise. You asked him out. Yes, you asked him out, even though I knew you didn't know. I didn't expect you to ask him out. What? That statement, following Zun Zun and the others' questions one after another, even the affable Kusanagi Godao became a little angry. But this time, the problem was his own fault. You can't ask like that, Godao, Zun Zun said somewhat helplessly. Power is every god-slayer's trump card. For you to ask like that is very provocative. It's a declaration of war, huh? Is that true? That's true. You see, it's like asking a girl what color underwear she's wearing today. It's very excessive behavior. By the way, I'm not wearing any underwear, really? Wait, what do you mean, you're not wearing any underwear? Kusanagi Godao subconsciously glanced at Zun Zun's swimming trunks. It's 1,000 times worse, Erica chided him. Are you trying to provoke Zun Zun? As Grand Knight Zun Zun, I won't allow it. And, Zun Zun, let me see. No, don't do that, you idiot. This guy took off his pants in front of everyone, and while the four of them were arguing, Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao suddenly glanced at each other, simultaneously looking toward the distant shore. Erica and Luculacia also noticed that something was wrong. What's wrong, Zun Zun? Then, the two powerful witches noticed. No, they were forced to notice. The sword energy, rising above the surface, forced its presence. The calm sea parted, revealing the flat sand below. A blond man approached with quick strides. He wore an easily criticized summersuit, held a long sword, and wore black sunglasses. He had an upright figure and a handsome face. Seeing Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao, the man smiled with an unusual brightness. Pleased to meet you, young people, Mr. Salvatore, Erica said gently and spoke the man's name. Chapter 453, Rascal does not dream of the lion-heart girl. Salvatore Doni left. What the hell was I doing here? Kusanagi Godao grumbled under his breath. He'd performed a sea-parting Moses trick on them, arriving with unmatched invincibility and then tearfully fleeing after repeatedly battling Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao, crying, "I can't even defeat a junior." Salvatore Doni was powerful. As the Sword King, he possessed the Silver Hand of Rending, a simple yet terrifying power capable of slicing through everything. Unfortunately, he encountered Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao, who defeated him with an ingenious trick. No, it was more like a draw. If it weren't for the unbreakable bond between Chase and Banish, they would have been broken. Godao, it's not good to reveal your power lightly. Sorry, I forgot again. Kusanagi Godao was new to the underworld, after all, and was unfamiliar with these unwritten rules. Furthermore, with the power of a godslayer, even if their might were known, ordinary people would be unable to do anything to them. He only had to be wary of someone like Salvatore, a warrior passionate about battle, capable of a radiant smile and a relentless attack. Besides, all godslayers are, in essence, passionate about battle. Salvatore is outgoing, Kusanagi Godao is reserved, and Zun Zun is explosive, normally good, but explosive at the slightest provocation. He managed to kill a god as a mere mortal and then brutally attack his superior. Most people would have been carried away. Even the most composed would have been full of energy and spirit, but Kusanagi Godao didn't have that. He knew that Zun Zun had easily defeated Salvatore, with whom he had fought to the bitter end. If not for Erika's desperate pleas at the end of the battle, both sides might have resorted to serious combat. Furthermore, Kusanagi Godao knew that Salvatore had been holding back during their fight. The island beneath his feet, sliced cleanly in half, proved it. The demonic sword, so terrifying. Although Zun Zun repeatedly claimed that he was only using the power of the 10 avatars to skillfully dodge it, his carefree demeanor stood in stark contrast to his own fight. No matter, let's call it a day, if no one else comes looking for a fight. I sincerely hope not. Kusanagi Godao was already terrified. If a god hunter chased after him, the Ritsumoto might sink. Although his performance was somewhat disappointing, remember that during March break, he was still a high school student, he had never seen the other world, never faced a life or death battle. Anyway, I'll be a high school student in a week. What's the matter, Zun Zun? You look very strange. No, I couldn't help but sigh. As expected, a high school student from Tachimoto is saving the world. It's a light novel. Thank you for your support. The two had a little banter, in the form of comical dialogue. No, Tachimoto should be called Manze. The truth was, they had gotten along quite well these past few days. But as close as they were, it was time to part ways. Kusanagi Godao was going to return to Tachimoto to study high school, and Zun Zun was going to look for a way to reach the underworld. In fact, Zun Zun had already asked Erika for help, and tomorrow they would set off for the Black Cross of the Copper Cross headquarters in Italy. They would contact Madame Aisha's anti-destiny cult and establish contact with them. But Zun Zun didn't hold out much hope. After all, Madame Aisha's whereabouts were difficult to find. And no one knew for sure. Besides that, Zun Zun also wanted to use this opportunity to find her way to reach the underworld. Well, it's time to say goodbye, Zun Zun. Yes, see you next time, Godao. The two of them were at the airport. With their status and power as godslayers, they could have easily crossed the sea alone like Salvatore, or used their authority to expel the entire airport. But Kusanagi Godao preferred not to be so conspicuous, so the four of them appeared at the bustling airport like everyone else. This trip will probably be unforgettable for me. Are you saying that you felt awkward bathing with me, or that you were disappointed when Lucretia and Erika arrived later that night in swimsuits, or that you were interrupted while making out with Lucretia on the private beach, eh? Whether it was the trip to kill the gods or his romance with Lucretia, it had deeply impacted his brief 16-year career. After agreeing to meet again, the two parted ways. Godao, you might be being manipulated by an evil woman. Zun Zun, are you worried? After all, we are comrades who fight side by side. Even though they weren't on the same battlefield, it was thanks to Kusanagi Godao's bold intervention in the divine war with the mortal body, distracting God King Baal and creating the opportunity to kill the gods. By the way, Erika, you didn't deny it. It's just his personality. The lion girl beside her sneered, her words filled with disdain. She felt that Kusanagi Godao's help in containing God King Baal was stealing Zun Zun's prey. Hey, well, I'm still here. It was Laplacia who spoke. She hadn't accompanied Kusanagi Godao to set up the base, as she had a lot of cleanup work to do. How? Erika looked at the youthful-looking witch with disdain, as if to say she disdained speaking to someone so young who was her senior, which infuriated Luculasia. Although the two men had different loyalties, the woman had all sorts of reasons for hostility. Zun Zun simply dismissed their friendship as natural. Luckily, the strange atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, Zun Zun and Erika were on a plane bound for Italy, or rather, Rome. Erika strongly requested a ferry ride, which offered panoramic views, but Zun Zun declined, believing that a flight, arriving in just over an hour, would be preferable to enduring 7 hours of passionate courtship. Of course, the girl's charm wasn't immune to the plane either. Upon landing, they were greeted by Ariana, a young woman dressed as a maid, with a charming smile, like a lily swaying in the wind. Her beauty would be captivating, if not for the car. An hour later, Zun Zun covered his mouth with a grimace and muttered, "Anna, I'm actually in no hurry. There's no need to shorten a 3-hour journey to 1 hour, but Zun Zun doesn't even want to take the boat, but a plane. Isn't that a sign of haste?" The maid looked at Erika aggrievedly, and the beautiful blonde flicked her hair, saying the same tone, somewhat aggrieved. Zun Zun was speechless for a moment. Erika went out first to report, and Ariana escorted him to the reception room. Zun Zun understood. The Demon King's visit meant that the Magic Society must show sincerity and treat him well. They couldn't neglect him or cause him any displeasure, that was how it should be. But why fight, because it's necessary? Half an hour earlier, Zun Zun, led by Ariana, arrived at the hill near the Colosseum. This is one of the 7 hills of Rome, known as the Palatine Hill. The name doesn't matter, it's basically a ruin. Erika, standing in front of him, had already changed into a light red and black outfit, clutching her beloved sword, Reinhardt. It's necessary. Yes, Zun Zun looked away. The distance. Ostensibly, the place was empty, but in reality, there were 3 figures, their magical energy so potent that they were easily visible. I see, testing my strength? Zun Zun, it's wonderful that you understand. Erika looked a little frustrated. She was probably one of the people who knew Zun Zun's true strength best, but just as there are always fools trying to pull the dragon's beard off, so is the Copper Black Cross. I will be your opponent, Zun Zun, a Crimson Demon. I can, but I will not hold back. Please demonstrate your royal bearing, Erika said seriously. Did that mean using your full strength? The lion girl believed in fair duels and would never hold back. Her favorite tactic was a frontal attack, using all her power to crush the enemy. So, if Zun Zun could demonstrate his strength in the same way, it would be an honor for her. Then, Zun Zun snapped his fingers, and an enormous demonic fire dragon, 100 meters tall, appeared in the air. Then, without hesitation, he exhaled its breath behind Erika. Wah! The result, what formidable destructive power, but is there a dragon among Velislana's 10 incarnations, or has she acquired other powers without us knowing? The 3 men stared at the mountain behind them with lingering fear, their expressions varying. Although they didn't know the true story, they did know one thing: forgive our impertinence, King. X3 The 3 of them knelt before Zun Zun. The stronger the fist, the more powerful the law. This was the truth of the world. Chapter 454 Young Athena, what do you want to do to me? The 2 old men were the leaders of the noble ladies and the wolf guilds, respectively, while the middle-aged man was the purple knight, also the leader of the magical society. Although this might seem offensive, it was a necessary measure. First of all, the Copper and Black Cross was an Italian magical society, and Italy was part of southern Europe, where Salvatore was the leader. In other words, Zun Zun was essentially invading someone else's territory and acting authoritatively. Regardless of whether Salvatore got angry or not, if Zun Zun truly submitted to him, the other magical societies might use this as an excuse to cause trouble, even if Salvatore had no say. Therefore, they had to verify Zun Zun's strength. If they provoked Salvatore's wrath and couldn't defeat him, the Copper and Black Cross would be destroyed. In the end, truth is always the strength of the fist. After Erika announced herself as Zun Zun's first knight, and Zun Zun immediately recognized it, the expressions of the 3 administrators of the Magic Society immediately changed, and they swore loyalty to him. Also, I stole Erika from Salvatore. Stole? What do you mean? The middle-aged man at the front was puzzled by Zun Zun's explanation. Because this is the condition, Zun Zun spread his hands and said, Salvatore, That guy insisted on competing with me, and after pestering me for a long time, I agreed. The bet was Erica. To be precise, it was the red, copper, and black cross. Although he didn't mind, it was still one of Salvatore's factions, and working for him involved making promises, the so-called exchange of benefits. And then, Zun Zun won. The three of them asked Erica for confirmation, and after seeing the girl cover her face in joy, they could no longer contain their surprise. He actually defeated the Sword King. How is that possible? He just became a godslayer. A godslayer's strength depends entirely on their power. Because no amount of magic could compare to a single hair's breadth of power, and Zun Zun had only recently become a godslayer, so he might not even be able to use his power effectively. How could he possibly defeat the Sword King? It wasn't clear if it was Zun Zun's imagination, but the three men's expressions turned noticeably arrogant, not toward Zun Zun, but toward the other magical societies. One of the elders asked cautiously, "What about Erica's first night?" "It's the title Zun Zun gave me, it's a status, it's the title," Erica replied seriously. After all, she worked for them, so she deserved a status commensurate with it. It wasn't clear why Erica wanted the title of First Knight. Zun Zun only remembered the Godslayer and the God of Disobedience, ignoring the other minor details. Since they didn't care about them, they left her alone. Then, the three men were dumbfounded. Zun Zun was taken back to the magical society. Her treatment didn't improve significantly. After all, he was already a demon king, and they didn't dare neglect even a newly ascended demon king. They offered to send several young and beautiful maidens to serve Zun Zun, but he turned them all down, hoping that Ariana would come, as she was easier for him to get along with. Ariana appeared in the room, clutching several ancient books. These contained records of the afterlife. They weren't grimoires, just ordinary records, but they were still very old. Zun Zun had asked her what the first night stood for. But the girl covered her mouth and looked at him in shock. "Did you force Miss Erica?" threatening her with, "Miss, you don't want anything to happen to your magical society, right?" No. He realized that this maiden in darkness probably had a lot in common, and he also understood what the first knight was getting at. This was a lover of sorts. Zun Zun was no fool, he had vaguely sensed it these past few days. After all, Erica's bold and passionate advances were something most people wouldn't have been able to experience. Did Zun Zun have feelings for her? The answer was resounding. But it wasn't love, it was camaraderie. As she faced Velaslana, her legs bent strangely, and she stood before him, ready to withstand the pressure of the word spirit, refusing to back down. That moved Zun Zun deeply. But that was all. As night approached, as the books documenting the afterlife continued to arrive, Zun Zun hadn't uncovered any useful information, as most of it consisted of speculation and observation. Only a handful of people had ever entered the afterlife by chance, and even fewer had escaped. Besides, different circumstances led to different experiences. In short, there was no reference point. "I'm sorry, Master Zun Zun," Ariana apologized to the grieving Zun Zun. Then, cautiously, she asked, "Should we ask other magical societies?" She was asking in name only, but in reality, she was trying to steal from them. The Copper and Black Cross was bound to make some major move during this period, and expansion was inevitable. But Zun Zun allowed it. After all, they worked for him, there should be some hope, right? Then more books arrived. During this time, Erica came almost daily, sneaking in under the pretext of sleeping with him. She easily snuck into his bed if he wasn't paying attention. Despite Zun Zun's efforts to repulse her, she succeeded several times. Almost 2 weeks later, Erica arrived with an item. It was an obsidian medallion, engraved with the image of a gorgon. The magical power it possessed was terrifying, practically a divine artifact. "What is this, the Gorgon Stone?" "Oh," Zun Zun raised an eyebrow. Erica then reluctantly explained the reason. Before Zun Zun became a godslayer, the Black Copper Cross had stumbled upon this item by chance. Without a doubt, it was the genuine article, capable of summoning the goddess of disobedience, the most ancient Earth Mother. It should have been given to Zun Zun, but as mentioned before, when it reached his hands, the Black Copper Cross still belonged to Salvatore, leaving him in a quandary, not knowing what to do. Until 2 days ago, the Gorgon Stone began to stir again, forcing him to a compromise. Finally, this hot potato fell into Zun Zun's hands. "Why do I feel like a spare tire? Forgive those stubborn old men. I told Zun Zun to take charge, but they feared Lord Salvatore's harassment, So they acted this way, Erica mocked them. For the God-slayers, the god of disobedience is both hunter and prey. Successfully defeating a god grants power. Therefore, apart from Lady Aisha, few could resist this cursed tool that could attract the god of disobedience. Typical examples of this were the battle-mad Salvatore and the Marquis de Vauban. So, handing him over to me means I can do whatever I want with him. Indeed, the only condition was that the god of disobedience be prevented from wreaking havoc in Rome. Although it may sound cruel, this was what everyone did when the God-slayers weren't around: expel or seal the gods. Okay, then I'll take him, I'll report it. Just get in bed and wait for me, you'd better not come back. Ignoring Erica's flirtatious glances and air kisses, Zun Zun didn't even look up from his book. It still wasn't working. The underworld was a complex and mysterious place. Anyone who entered it encountered countless strange things, with almost no references. But the only thing that was certain was what they said: without clear signs, one is destined to get lost. Signs? Zun Zun was desperate. Meanwhile, Lady Aisha still hadn't responded. It seemed the cult couldn't contact her at all. Like any other magical society, they were nothing more than maggots sucking the God-slayer's blood. Shouldn't they just destroy her? Perhaps then Lady Aisha would appear? Zun Zun couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, he felt a silent presence in the room. Hey, Erica, aren't you fed up with this every day? If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. He looked up and saw a stranger. It was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, about 13 or 14 years old, with the delicate features of an angel. Her shoulder-length silver hair shone faintly, as if blending with the moonlight, and her pupils were as dark as night. Zun Zun's body tensed uncontrollably, as if facing a mortal enemy, and he naturally assumed a battle stance. It was Athena, the goddess of disobedience. I heard there's a god-slayer here who calls himself a knight. That man possesses a demonic sword that can cut through everything in this world. Is that you? No, that guy was defeated and ran away crying to nurse his wounds. Really? The girl's pupils, dark as night, seemed frozen as she stared at Zun Zun silently, as if she had guessed that the one who had injured the Sword King was the person before her. After all, this is the headquarters of the Magic Society. How come it looks like a public bath? Zun Zun couldn't help but grumble, looked at the girl, and said, "What's wrong? I'm looking for a snake, and I smell you." Unfortunately, I don't have one right now. Indeed, after staring at her for a moment, the girl nodded. Zun Zun hadn't lied. The Gorgon Stone wasn't with him, he had placed it in an alternate dimension. So, what do you want to do to me? Hey, that statement, I have no intention of fighting you, but if you do, I will fight with all my might. Strength and victory are my servants. His calm face denoted decisiveness. Zun Zun harbored no contempt whatsoever. After all, the god of disobedience had complex origins, all was related to strength, victory, life or death, and so on, so he couldn't be accused of lying. Forget it, I have no intention of fighting. Instead, I want to know how to get back home. Get back home. By the way, do you know anything about the underworld? On the other hand, I can tell you about the Gorgon Stone. He felt it would be faster to ask the god of disobedience directly than to read those vague records from the mage. Chapter 455, Proud of superiors but not humiliating subordinates. Just as Zun Zun thought. The god of disobedience possessed knowledge of the underworld far greater than that of ordinary magicians. However, he rarely communicated with ordinary humans, and he and the God-Slayer were sworn enemies, practically breaking into a fight upon meeting. Therefore, there were few gods like Athena with whom he could communicate. After obtaining this information, Zun Zun decisively set off the next day. Zun Zun and Erica reported to Terminal 5 of Rome Fiumicino Airport. They were supposed to be at Terminal 3. They had already arrived there on the way, but due to their status as God-Slayers and the recent rapid expansion of the Copper and Black Cross, they were assigned Route T5. Well, Erica, before we board the plane, I want to ask you again, have you properly informed Godao of my visit? Yes, I did it, correctly, so, Zun Zun, don't worry, Erica spoke with great difficulty. Glassy-eyed and exhausted, she leaned on Zun Zun's shoulder, letting one feel the astonishing rise and fall of her perfect body. Zun Zun nudged her shoulder. Hey, Erica, let me get a little closer. I'm wearing perfume and it doesn't smell bad, right? That's the problem. The girl's sweet scent was slightly captivating, her long golden hair tickling his cheeks, as if deliberately tempting Zun Zun's heart. The girl with a demon name, if there was a classification, would probably be a succubus. Zun Zun, Can you give me a kiss to wake me up in the morning? I refuse, but my head hurts. You asked for it. Zun Zun's index finger gently pushed away Erika's forehead. He never imagined this Italian girl was a Bruce Lee fan. Not just any other Bruce Lee, but the kung fu actor known as Bruce Lee in other languages. Since I'm obsessed with the Dragon trilogy, I stayed up until 4 a.m. or something. Are you a bitch? Do you want to see Rome at 4 a.m. too? But it's so much fun. The girl, always full of dominance and confidence, only then behaved like a child, even speaking flirtatiously. After repeated attempts to persuade her without success, Erika declared that she was falling fast asleep. Seeing her sleepy face, Zun Zun also felt sleepy, and the two fell asleep embracing each other. Zun Zun had been busy the night before. After meeting with Athena, he asked her about the underworld. Athena explained that she didn't frequent it often due to the presence of poisonous gas, a factor that significantly affected both god-killers and disobedient gods. However, Athena, searching for the serpent, knew how to avoid getting lost in the underworld. Just as the information indicated, a sign was needed. Athena used the Earth Mother's cursed stone, the Gorgon stone, as a sign to avoid getting lost. And as she traveled, she met someone who possessed a clear sign, or the ability to return safely, Ina Kyokiin. Of course, Athena's original words were, the Kyokiin family, one of the four extremes of the Ritsumoto clan, is connected to Susanoo and can serve as a sign. This suddenly reminded Zun Zun that Ina Kyokiin possessed the sword Ein no Kurakumo. In reality, his sword was part of Susanoo's power, and he was one of the first gods attributed to steel. Furthermore, Susanoo had hidden himself in the underworld, so they hadn't been separated. So Zun Zun decided to search for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Tokyo International Airport. The plane will still have to taxi for a while. The announcement came over the plane's PA system. Erika stretched, showing off her beautiful figure. Unfortunately, they were the only two on the spacious plane, with no one else to feast their eyes on. We finally arrived, yes, Zun Zun sighed helplessly. After a 15-hour flight, even the Godslayer was tired. Unfortunately, the use of their powers and magic was conditional. Led by Ariana, the two disembarked one after the other. Nice to meet you, King. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by an elegant and beautiful girl in a suit and a middle-aged office worker who looked a little exhausted, as if he had been oppressed. I am Sane Kaora, director of the Tokyo branch of the Official History Compilation Committee. Likewise, Tuma Imakasu, agent of the Official History Compilation Committee. Welcome to your presence. The two of them bowed respectfully to Zun Zun. How disrespectful. Erika took a step forward, surveying the empty airport. It's the arrival of the king, and just two of us dare to humiliate him like this? Really, the Official Historical Compilation Committee has no business existing. What are you talking about? You said you'd keep a low profile, right, but don't use that as an excuse. Zun Zun tapped Erika on the forehead. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at Zun Zun's affability. The Godslayers were all demon kings, and their personalities were unpredictable. If they got angry, they would be in for a storm. Luckily, the new king wasn't as difficult to deal with as the Marquis of Vauban. Perhaps she could even use this opportunity to connect with him, and then... Hey, where's Godao? You mean Kusanagi Godao, your new king? Yes, that's right. Isn't he here? Yes, the king said he would leave this matter entirely to us, so you didn't tell him, eh? The beautiful girl, interrupted, looked at Zun Zun in surprise. Zun Zun, however, looked at Erika and asked, Erika, this matter is very important to me. You didn't tell them where I was just to make things difficult for them, did you? How is that possible? I personally informed them of Zun Zun's itinerary, and now you're being so negligent. Erika crossed her arms in anger. I see. Zun Zun pondered for a moment. So you didn't tell Godao about my arrival and instead decided to meet with me. Not only did you disrespect Godao, but you also cast me aside. Is that true? Her eyes flushed slightly, and her gentle words caused the two people in front of her to sweat profusely. I don't think I'm looked down on for a lack of pomp and ceremony. After all, Godao is a very low-key person. But I didn't see the king of Riken this time. Should I assume you treat Godao as a tool that can be summoned and dismissed at will? Or do you think I'm easy to deal with? Each word was spoken with measured emphasis. As Godslayers, their words had become spiritual, weighing them down, hunching their backs, and making it impossible for them to lift their heads. Sweat dripping, brother. This is not an easy person to deal with. He's a complete demon king. Sane Miyake is in agony. I'm sorry, king, please forgive our negligence. Then the two of them knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Zun Zun knew well the nature of the people of Riken. The more he bullies them, the more loyal they become. They are truly despicable. In a previous life, Zun Zun had done just that, and even more. Take me to see Godao, but don't make me repeat myself. Yes, the group got into the car and left the airport. When the car stopped, Zun Zun realized that they had arrived at a school. Junin High School. Yes. Today is a school day, and since the king doesn't want to be disturbed, we've taken matters into his own hands. Zun Zun had no intention of listening and got out of the car. Sane Miyake's words were just an excuse. Zun Zun knew that Kusanagi Godao prioritized school, but knowing and not knowing were two different things. And if Kusanagi Godao knew he was coming, she would definitely go see him even if she had to take some time off. Zun Zun was waiting for him at the academy gate. Although Sane Miyake and Erika had said they could enter, this was Kusanagi Godao's territory, or rather, his harem, and he wouldn't enter without permission. He was a civilized man. It was probably dismissal time, and many students were leaving the academy. Seeing Zun Zun, they couldn't help but point and whisper, some even boldly approaching him to ask for his contact information. Sane Miyake and Amakasotuma looked at Zun Zun surrounded by the crowd in astonishment and fear. Honestly, if these students died, so be it, but if they offended the Demon King, they wouldn't be off the hook either. Fortunately, Zun Zun didn't get angry or impatient. Instead, he chatted and laughed with these ignorant students, and eventually politely declined their requests for contact information. Sane Miyake and Amakasotuma weren't sure which side of him truly represented the king. It was both of them. Zun Zun's idol was the Monkey King, and although he always addressed the gods as Elder, Old Jade Emperor, or Fat Old Man, he politely addressed the common people as Old Man, Old Woman, Big Brother, and Big Sister. He was proud of his superiors, but never humiliated his inferiors. However, due to his striking appearance and laid-back attitude, he gave the impression that he could get their contact information with a little more effort, which made the place get more and more crowded. Until Zun Zun, Kusanagi Godao appeared. Hey, Godao, long time no see, Zun Zun waved him off. After parting ways with the crowd, he, Kusanagi Godao, and the others strolled around the school. When did you arrive? He asked. 3 hours ago. This confirmed to Zun Zun that the others had not told Kusanagi Godao about their visit. Walking along the path, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Libyan campus, Zun Zun instinctively sighed. I haven't been back to school in ages, really? So you're coming to our school? Forget it. Despite the nostalgia, Zun Zun had no desire to return to school. The plot of the Dragon King's return to the city held no appeal to him, and now was not the time for such things. Suddenly, a baseball fell from the sky. Zun Zun instinctively reached out and caught it firmly. He paused, staring at the ball in his hand. Hey, Godao, want to play baseball? Playing a little is fine. Just like drinking culture, Zun Zun can also be considered baseball culture, right? Chapter 456 I don't know what's burning. By the way, Godao, do you belong to any clubs? No, he shook his head. Zun Zun remembered Kusanagi Godao telling him that he was once a star of the baseball team, but had to withdraw due to a shoulder injury, and now. If I join, I always feel like I'm bullying them, too weak or too strong, it's hard to choose. His shoulder injury healed naturally after becoming a godslayer, but his physique was overwhelmingly strong for ordinary people, not just in baseball, but in all kinds of physical combat. But I don't care about that, do I? You and I are both godslayers, and our physiques aren't much different. You can enjoy it as you please. And you, Godao, don't you want revenge? What? You and Velislana used to play baseball too, right? That guy claims to be undefeated, yet he uses the physique of a disobedient god to bully ordinary people. Don't you find it unfair, Godao? Actually, I find it terribly unfair. Back then, I believed I was a genius, Kusanagi Godao said reluctantly. Everyone is proud. He was a star seed capable of reaching Kashin, yet Velislana beat him to pulp, and yet he still couldn't even get revenge. What are you waiting for? Fine, let's play a game of baseball, Godslayer versus Godslayer. But it's baseball. It's completely unknown what's burning. But as the ball, engulfed in flames so powerful they melted the earth, hurtled toward Kusanagi Godao, only to be struck back by the bat of the God King, capable of killing dragons and gods. The spectators, Sane Miyake or Animakasatuma, watched with mixed emotions. It was indeed a killer ball. As expected, the minds of god hunters are incredibly eccentric. Being a two-player baseball game, the rules were simple. Tsubasa pitched, Kusanagi Godao batted, and 10 pitches determined the winner. They were the same rules originally set by Kusanagi Godao and Veloslana. The bet was that if Tsun won, Kusanagi Godao would do him a small favor. If he won, Tsun would give him a gift. Incidentally, the gift was the Gorgon Stone. And the result, okay, I win. Tsun raised his right hand. The score was 6-4, and Kusanagi Godao had lost to Veloslana again. Really? Losing to himself is one thing, but not even an amateur like Tsun could beat him? Don't say that. Godao has had a long rest, hasn't he? Effectively for a godslayer. I was just trying to console you. Thank you very much. Tsun lifted Kusanagi Godao off the ground, and the two of them laughed into the sunset. That evening, Tsun declined the invitation from the official historical compilation committee and instead visited Kusanagi Godao's home as a guest, where he was warmly greeted by his sister. Nice to meet you. I am Kusanagi Shizuka, Godao's younger sister. Please give me your advice. I am Tsutomu, call me Tsutomu. Please give me your advice, Shizuka. Shizuka. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Kusanagi Godao asked curiously, what's wrong, Shizuka? You're blushing, bro, shut up, Puha. Kusanagi Godao was nudged by his sister. As expected, this was a typical brother-sister relationship, unaltered by his status as a demon king. Of course, this was more the result of Kusanagi Godao's meticulous attempts to hide it. A Tachimato high school student has an inexplicable obsession with a stable everyday life, as evidenced by the pink-haired psychic. After Tsutomu gifted Kusanagi Shizuka a magic stone, the girl happily ran into the kitchen, declaring that she would prepare a hearty meal that evening and telling them to look forward to it. The others then entered the living room. What a small room. Erika looked around with a hint of disdain. The size, the decorations, even the tea, everything is cheap. I'm sorry it's cheap. It can't compare to the young ladies' quarters. If you don't want to, how about you go back, Kusanagi Godao retorted firmly. For a demon king reigning supreme, such a dwelling was certainly a bit shabby, but it was part of his normal life. Zun Zun took a sip of tea. They still get along, where? X2 asked in unison. Erika, if she really wanted to, could strike up a conversation and approach anyone. At least her social skills were excellent, and she was polite to those of higher status, except for Kusanagi Godao. Perhaps she simply lacked the dignity of a king. Luckily, I'm loyal to Tsun-kun. If it were you, you'd be furious. I'm on my side. If you keep pestering me, I'll be tricked. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing that the situation was about to explode into a fight, Tsun-kun quickly intervened. Really? I don't know how far Tsun-kun will let himself be manipulated. Are you jealous? Unfortunately, I don't treat others like that, especially you. I don't need that. They were fidgeting, like Aqua and Vanner, ready to fight the moment they met. Seeing that another fight was about to start, Tsun-kun quickly intervened. By the way, Godao, do you remember what I said during the baseball game? Want to do me a favor if you lose? It's fine. Besides, we're good friends, so I would help you even if it weren't for this, said Kusanagi Godao. He was a truly kind person. Actually, Zun Zun explained the purpose of his visit and the contact Ina had requested, hoping to see Kyoki-ein. The reply he received was, sure, I'll contact them for you. But that said, I can only ask Yuri-san for help. He immediately agreed. You're useless. As a demon king, you still need help. Can't you do anything without someone? I care. And, Zun Zun, your expression is a bit strange. Kusanagi Godao rolled his eyes at Erika and added, no, how do I put it? Godao, you should be more aware of yourself as a king. What do you mean? It means that Olive Ribbon is your backyard, your harem, and that I'm the villain who came here to steal your people and make you NTR, and yet you still agreed so easily. Zun Zun looked at Kusanagi Godao helplessly. A useless demon king. Yes, a useless demon king, Erika added. Wait. I don't think like that in a harem. Kusanagi Godao slammed the table and shouted, besides, I'm only helping to explain this matter. Doesn't success depend on the other party's will? As expected, he still didn't understand. The entire Tachimato magical world was now on Kusanagi Godao's side, which meant he held the power of life and death over these organizations, physically speaking. As long as he asked, they would agree, no matter how difficult it was. But Kusanagi Godao wasn't to blame. Tachimato had a natural tendency to be reluctant to bother others and to refuse. Added to that was the fact that he was originally a commoner, who had recently become a demon lord and was unaware of his status. These multiple factors likely contributed to his situation. Consequently, he was being used as a tool by the official history compilation committee. Just as Zun Zun feared, Kusanagi Godao had been manipulated. Sigh. Zun Zun and Erika's exasperated sighs left Kusanagi Godao unsure of his own wrongdoings. She asked cautiously, Zun Zun, you won't push them, will you? No, for your own good, really? Thank you. Kusanagi Godao's expression relaxed. Then they enjoyed dinner. Just as Kusanagi Shizuka had said, she had put a lot of effort into preparing a sumptuous meal. Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao enjoyed the food, and surprisingly, Erika even kindly praised their cooking. Unlike her disdainful attitude toward her brother, she was thoughtful and considerate toward her younger sister. After dinner, you really won't be staying the night, Shizuka Kusanagi said somewhat reluctantly. I'm sorry, Shizuka, we have things to do. Zun Zun, also pityingly, patted her on the head and said, next time I come, I will definitely stay the night. Besides, dinner was delicious, I'm very satisfied. Next time I come, I'll stay the night. Yes, I promise. Zun Zun smiled at her. Erika also bid a hearty farewell to Kusanagi Shizuka. Kusanagi Godao saw them off and saw the maid, Eliana, waiting for Zun Zun and Erika by the side of the road. He also tried to convince them to stay. Are you really not staying here? We still have a few rooms? No, forget it. I'm going to the public library. Library? It's the library that houses grimoires and spellbooks. There might be records about the underworld. I've already contacted them, so there's room for you to rest. Don't worry, really, to be honest, seeing Kusanagi Godao's complete ignorance, Zun Zun felt slightly apologetic. Since these items were not supposed to be handed over to outsiders, this was as excessive as stealing secret training manuals from another sect. However, Zun Zun took advantage of his friendship with Kusanagi Godao to force him to help him. However, driven by his desire to gain information about Yeshi, Zun Zun no longer cared about such matters and had to make up for it in other ways. And, as for Siaki and Ina, don't worry, I'll call her right away, thank you. Zun Zun and Erika got into Ariana's car and left Kusanagi Godao's house. Meanwhile, Kusanagi Godao's call to Yuri Mariya caused a serious problem, resulting in a harsh reprimand. I didn't expect Yuri-kun to be so angry. What did I do wrong? Or is it, as Zun Zun said, that I'm unaware of my status as a demon lord? Kusanagi Godao scratched his head and returned home helplessly, only to see his sister staring at the door. Shizuka? What's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm just sighing that Zun Zun is so beautiful. Wait a minute, Shizuka, I have to tell you something important. Zun Zun is a boy, isn't it better this way? What, isn't it better this way? Kusanagi Godao felt a little jealous seeing his sister's shining eyes. Chapter 457, The Frivolous Tadeo Himiko. The next day, Zun Zun saw Siaki and Ina. She had beautiful, shiny, soft black hair, and an appearance similar to Yamato Nadeshiko that suited her well. She wore a school uniform from some school, not Jonon's. Over her shoulder, she carried a thin cloth bag that looked like a bamboo sword, emanating an undeniable pressure that tingled Zun Zun's skin like sword energy. Zun Zun, it's probably something like a magic book. And Godao, don't get too close, someone's upset. What? Kusanagi Godao noticed the girl next to him twitch. Despite her smile, a vein bulged on her forehead, as if she was angered by Kusanagi Godao's indecent behavior. I'm sorry, Yuri. Sitting across from Zun Zun were Kusanagi Godao and a beautiful, brown-haired girl in priestess attire, Mariya Yuri, a very cultured girl. Below them was Siaki and Ina, who was chaired by the official historical compilation committee. The conversation was also taking place at the shrine. As expected, it should be the public shrine where Yuri Mangai is located, which has been temporarily requisitioned as the Demon King's gathering place. That is to say, why is Yuri trembling all the time? Yuri, sorry. Yuri is a little afraid of the Demon King, the God-Slayer, and the like for some reason, so, Yuri Mangai was startled by Zun Zun's affectionate speech. but Kusanagi Godao calmly explained the reason. In fact, Yuri was also very scared when she saw Marcus Vauban a while back. Marcus Vauban is here, what? You didn't know, no. So, Marcus Vauban came here to cause trouble again, just like before, and now Yuri Mangiaya is here safe and sound, meaning Kusanagi Godao scared him off? Clearly without Velaslana's divinity and clearly without Erika's help? The official history compilation committee, sitting at the main table, grimaced. If Kusanagi Godao hadn't lacked the self-awareness of a king, having waged a war against the demon king over a mere shrine maiden, resulting in immense losses for Rikumato, why would they have concealed Zun Zun's whereabouts? So Zun Zun had completely misunderstood them. But Erika, didn't you tell me something so important? Yes. But Zun Zun was so absorbed in searching the underworld for information, so, Erika shrugged. I see. Sorry, Godao. Zun Zun came to a sudden realization and turned to Kusanagi Godao. Also, although it's a little late, I didn't expect you to strike the senior again. You did well, no, the old man showed some compassion, and a lot of it. He said he had a great time tonight and left. Kusanagi Godao sighed. He wasn't exultant about having protected his territory by driving away outsiders like a lion, but rather wistful. Waban was one of the oldest godslayers, and the most formidable. However, whether he possessed the divine protection of the sun or the black dragon, it was no problem for Kusanagi Godao. After all, he had killed a god king. Let's get back to the topic. Zun Zun looked at the Tachihime Maiko, who, like Yamato Natashiko, had been serving them tea and water for a while now, and asked, I wonder if you, Ina, will grant my request. I leave it entirely in the king's hands. Syakuyan Ina showed no fear or alarm at being treated like a commodity, but rather a calm demeanor. Although Ritsumato's magical world might be small, it was still home to dozens of Himamiko, so even as Syakuyan's eldest daughter, it didn't matter. However, this question left Kusanagi Godao in a quandary. Wait a moment, Miss Kyokuyan, he quickly waved his hand. Although this is our first time, I don't want to force you. If you don't want to, you can refuse, right? Yes, you can refuse if you don't want to. Zun Zun took a sip of tea. After all, I'm not a bloodhound, he indifferently mentioned Marcus Vauban. Marcus Vauban's surname was derived from the name of a vicious dog raised by a Marcus in a territory he had raided, so he decided to take Vauban as his own. Pucci, perhaps this had struck a chord with Kyokuyan Ina, but she covered her mouth and laughed softly, causing the members of the official history compilation committee to sweat profusely, fearing that her impoliteness would anger the two demon kings. Manrigan Yuri sighed helplessly. She knew the true nature of her childhood sweetheart well. Aside from her appearance, she had nothing in common with the Yamato Natashiko. Well, then I have a question, what is it? Are you seeking a mistress, or a lover? Syakuyan Ina licked her lips seductively, her eyes moist, as if she were both shy and mocking. Wait, I should make this clear. Zun Zun's mistress and first knight is me, Erika asserted her sovereignty. Not really, she then received a knife. The girl's question wasn't about that. She was asking if Zun Zun was seeking a helper or a consumable. Erika was an assistant, and the one Marcus Vauban kidnapped to summon a god was a consumable, plain and simple. Neither. I'm only asking a favor, and I'll give you a reward in return. Zun Zun shook his head. Really? The girl touched her chin, as if in thought. She rolled her eyes as if a sinister thought had occurred to her. Then please accompany me, a date. Don't even think about mentioning something like that. I won't accept. Syakuyan Ina was slightly taken aback by the interruption. Why? Because I don't want to get too emotionally involved. Zun Zun's words were cruel, but really, speaking for women, his friendship with Kusanagi Godao only grew stronger. The girl puffed out her lips slightly, while Erika puffed out her chest proudly, like a winner. He knew perfectly well that a relationship with Zun Zun would require a life-or-death encounter, and that moment had already passed. Then please let Ina be the king's lover, eh? Kusanagi Godao was slightly taken aback. Wait, let me check. Zun Zun pointed at himself with one finger and at Kusanagi Godao with the other, and asked, which king are you talking about? Anyone will do? The girl smiled slightly. How frivolous. This statement was like a vixen, as if as long as there was a stick to satisfy her, any would do. Okay, Godao, I'll leave it to you. Wait. Kusanagi Godao waved her hands frantically. In short, it was a simple exchange of interests. As one of the four corners of the Ritsujin magical world, The Kyokyine family was undoubtedly eager to connect with a godslayer, especially one who was a native godslayer, Kusanagi Godao. However, Tsun Sensei's presence would inevitably annoy him, so he asked for an agreement. So Tsun Sensei simply agreed. Kusanagi Godao, a pure Ritsujin, was terrible at refusing. With just a few words, he was forced to insert a Himiko, completely lacking the domineering power of a demon lord. Well, Ina, yes, I have it ready. With that, Kyokyine Ina gestured for them to enter the courtyard and took something out of his pocket. A cell phone. I won't call now. It's just a custom. When communicating with another world, it seems impossible to communicate smoothly without doing so. Grandfather, this side has already been resolved. Your side. Yes, is it ready? Okay, please, he whispered into the phone. Is this also a form of magic? Just as soon, Erika and Kusanagi Godao were beginning to get suspicious, Syakyine Ina dropped her phone. Immediately afterward, the sky darkened, and darkness began to dominate the surroundings. What? Kusanagi Godao, looking up, was startled. The sun, raining in the sky, was completely black, and a white corona appeared around the inky circle, a phenomenon identical to a total solar eclipse. A strong wind blew around them. A cold wind so strong it seemed capable of blowing a body away and slicing through skin. And in this world surrounded by darkness, Syakyine Ina began to chant. Know that there are no gods to worship. Ajibane, you acknowledge that there are gods, so please accept my worship. It was a Kikigawayo with Macron, a song recorded in the Kajiki and the Nihonshoki, composed primarily of 5 and 7-line verses, with 4 and 6-line verses interspersed. Kikikeo songs are steeped in history and legend, and often depict legendary figures. The words within the longsword seemed to tear the world apart, and simultaneously, a similar power was felt emanating from 7 different locations within the shrine. A foul, black sludge, like a plague, enveloped Zun Zun completely, trapping his limbs and body, plunging him into darkness. No matter how he twisted his body, he couldn't move, unable to grasp anything. Finally, he was swallowed by the void of darkness. He fell into darkness and vanished. Zun Zun, Erika's expression changed upon seeing this. Grasping a delicate rapier, she pointed at Kyokyine Ina and asked, "Where on earth did you take Zun Zun?" "To the underworld. I don't know the exact place, since it was grandfather who took him, but I think it's where grandfather is." "What? Why are you so angry? Isn't that what the king requested?" Phew, Erika was speechless. After all, that was the reason they had come. But everything happened so fast that it left her speechless. Finally, she glared angrily at Kyokyine Ina, who looked bewildered, and then decisively leaped into the mysterious space that housed the Godslayer. "Oh, how reckless. I have the Deo beacon in my hand." "Never mind," Miko Tachihime sighed and imitated her. What is it?" Kusanagi Godao was the only one who stared blankly at the sudden event, not knowing how to react. Chapter 458, The God of Disobedience will also retire. Cold and shivering, Zun Zun awoke, found himself hanging from a large tree, and jumped down. Where is this? Zun Zun looked around and discovered a deep, emerald green mountain. The scent of earth and trees was overwhelming, and a gurgling stream flowed nearby. A walk here would have been pleasant on a sunny day, but unfortunately, it was raining, and the large, pea-sized drops pelted him. A fierce wind whipped through the air, mercilessly stripping away his drenched body heat. Furthermore, Zun Zun was in dire straits. He felt a strong urge to vomit, an aversion to the cold, a headache, and dizziness as if he were seasick in a car or on a boat, though, with the formidable constitution of a godslayer, such strange symptoms should have been avoided long ago. Is this really the underworld? Zun Zun had been craving information about the underworld. Everyone who had entered had reported feeling ill, as if poisoned. He thought it was the poisonous air of the underworld. No, miasma would be a more apt term. He followed the stream toward the mountain top. Wandering blindly through the mountains would only lead to his loss. Without signs, he could only look for a higher vantage point. He also noticed that the nearby stream was extremely murky and running incredibly fast, likely due to the increased flow from the rain. Judging by the flow, this place must be quite remote, deep within the mountains. After walking for about 10 minutes. Is that a thatched hut? Zun Zun spotted a small hut up ahead, resembling the simple wooden structure seen in period films. The sliding door at the entrance was open, as if awaiting guests. Inspired, he headed toward it. Upon reaching the door, he found an old man, presumably the hut's owner, sitting cross-legged in front of an antique fireplace. He stood at least 180 centimeters tall, an imposing figure. Dressed only in a rough kimono, he possessed a muscular build that belied his age. His muscles dwarfed those of even the most powerful men. His expression was stubborn, matching his build. The divine power coursing through his limbs and bones had already caused Zun Zun to guess who he was, so he grumbled somewhat helplessly. "Could you treat me better next time? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, my Maiko has upset you. Come, please, come inside and get out of the rain." "Excuse me." Zun Zun took off his shoes and sat cross-legged opposite the old man, joining him. The two of them warmed themselves by the fire in silence. "You're not attacking me, that's unnecessary." "You didn't attack me either," he replied indifferently to the old man's question. The old man sighed. "Before, I certainly would have, but I grew tired of that game long ago." "I agree. Ha 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 ha. You just became a demon king, and you say you're tired. You seem different from that prey hunting kid." This reply seemed quite novel, which was why he burst into laughter. He was probably referring to Wabin. But there are also god slayers who aren't good at fighting, like Lady Elsa and Kusanagi Godao. Not all of them are obsessed with battle. "Well, I used to be a disobedient god, for some reason." Suddenly plunged into nostalgia, the old man sighed as he spoke. But Zun Zun didn't interrupt him. "After all, I had come to ask a favor, so it was only right that I listened to the old man's complaints. I wandered the earth for over 1,000 years and eventually grew tired of it, so I decided to live in seclusion. I used to be quite rude and violent. But with age, I softened." As expected, his words were like those of a delinquent, echoing the older generation's accounts of their own experiences in the underworld. "Come to think of it, I've always been curious about the fate of disobedient gods. Seeing you here, you couldn't have been killed by the Godslayer, right? And since those gods no longer wreak havoc on the land, where have they gone?" "Retired." Suddenly, a very modern term struck him. The person in front of him was clearly a disobedient ancient god, yet he used such a modern term. "Ha ha ha, what a funny expression, kid," the old man laughed heartily. After a brief moment of surprise, he suddenly remembered that the old man in front of him wasn't actually hiding in the underworld. He had also been in contact with Sayaki and Ina, so he must have learned about the real world from her. "Tisk, kid, you're clever." He seemed to detest quick-thinking people. "I'm currently in seclusion. Since gods of disobedience don't die without serious reasons, they don't return to mythology. When forced to, they either fall asleep or retreat to the underworld like me." "I see." Speaking of which, the old man before him seemed to be Susanoo Mikado, not the god of war, but the god of deceit and scheming. Furthermore, his steel attribute had been distilled into the sword Tensao Kumo, making him less adept at destruction than the other gods of disobedience. Was that why he had existed for so many millennia? Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from the back of Zun Zun's hand. As expected of the man who came into possession of the Sword of Wisdom. Just by hearing my story, he's able to create a weapon instantly? And I haven't even introduced myself." The old man, no, Susanoo Mikado, helplessly shook his head. "It's not too late yet. I am the god known as Susanoo no Mikado. You may call me knight or elder, but please don't call me grandpa. That idiotic name, Ina, is enough for me. I understand, elder. And you should know why I'm here." Zun Zun didn't mince words. "The underworld," the old man nodded. "Indeed, this place is different from the real world you inhabit. This is a place that records everything that has happened since the creation of the universe, as well as all the possibilities of what will happen in the future. Those who possess the power can obtain it from here. Doesn't my lack of the power to travel between worlds mean I don't have that ability?" Indeed, the stinking old man even spoke a few classical Chinese characters. Zun Zun had foreseen this situation. After all, if he could travel alone between worlds, why would he bother coming here? "Then, I don't have that ability. Otherwise, why would I stay here? If you want to avoid fights, you have to give in, right?" His argument was so sound that I was speechless. Susanoo Mikado said with a hint of bitterness, "This underworld is where those who are neither humans nor gods gather. Especially those who have gathered now. They are indifferent people who cannot detach themselves from the real world. We have been interacting with them for a long time and have been involved in many things. In short, I don't want to live in isolation like this. But I asked someone else to help you." "Someone else, please come in." Just as Zun Zun was getting curious, Susanoo Mikado knocked on the door, opened it again, and saw an old man with white hair and beard. "May I introduce you? I am Plutarch." "Who is it?" Zun Zun regretted saying it. After all, the gods, dragons, and the like of this world were too diverse, and he couldn't possibly cover them all. But since he's a god of the underworld, he should be quite famous. Ha ha ha, you got it wrong. Plutarch isn't a god, he's merely an immortal. Of course, he's also someone who isn't bound by fate, a guardian of time, a guardian of the memory stone, and a compiler of legitimate history. From a human perspective, he's a transcendent being, who isn't bound by fate. I don't know him. As if understanding Zun Zun's puzzled expression, the old man pursed his lips and said, "Anyway, he can answer your questions." He felt a little annoyed that his pretense had failed. Talkative, the old man called Plutarch treated Susanoo no Mikado rudely, and the two of them seemed to be on bad terms. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a person from another world. I'm the owner of Plutarch's mansion, I manage the memory stone, compile legitimate history, and I also know things about other worlds. Hello." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he was very kind to Zun Zun. That god of lies just said that the underworld records the past and future, and that you and I are destined to break fate. Was it the same idea? I see. I thought you'd fly into a rage and banish me from this world after finding out. I wouldn't do anything so outrageous. No, I'd love to. The truth is, I can't. Plutarch shook his head. He was the curator, the administrator, and the recorder, but that was all. He couldn't break the boundaries. Knowing and being able to do something were two different things. Really? Is it really true that I can only go with Lady Aisha? I mean, maybe I should find someone in the underworld who can travel. Never mind, forget what I said. Lady Aisha's whereabouts were unpredictable. She might not appear for years. Even if she was discovered, it would be too late. Searching for a god on the underworld who could travel between worlds was a pipe dream. Any god with such power would have retired long ago. Indeed, there is another person, Plutarch suddenly said, noticing Zun Zun's distress. Who? The White Lotus King. The name he spoke surprised Zun Zun. The White Lotus King is a godslayer. Although this name might not be well known, mentioning another name definitely brings it to mind, martial arts king Luo Hao. Because of his pseudonym Quilion, his white handfu, and his mastery of the Dao of the White Lotus, he is also known as the White Lotus King. I once saw that overlord in the underworld corridor. She possessed the power to destroy worlds thanks to her own martial arts, but she ultimately chose not to do so and returned to the mortal realm. If it were her, I could help you. Zun Zun didn't expect the other party to possess the ability to travel between worlds solely through martial arts. Could this be the legendary breaking of the void and the rise to immortality? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, You offended the abbot and still want to run away? Leaving aside the question of whether the novel's description of reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess and shattering the void to ascend to immortality was true, simply being able to communicate harmoniously with Luo Hao was a challenge. A demon even more ferocious than Vauban among the Godslayers, he was undoubtedly the most narcissistic of them all. If I could help it, I wouldn't want to go looking for her. I understand. Plutarch's expression hardened slightly. Perhaps he had a small conflict at seeing the martial king, perhaps being chased and beaten, and fortunately surviving? No, perhaps, as Susanoo said, he wasn't a disobedient god, just a common undead, which was why he escaped destruction. But I'll try anyway. Zun Zun wasn't sure, but it wasn't his nature to refuse help when he knew someone could help. To not even try was nothing short of cowardice. And perhaps the martial king, considering they're from the same village, would agree without hesitation, or something like that? You two, could you not turn your heads? The martial king's reputation as an evildoer had spread to the underworld, and the two elders before them didn't believe they would go to such lengths. In any case, shouldn't some encouragement be offered at a time like this? No matter. I'll handle things accordingly. Zun Zun, determined to take things step by step, continued, the two of you have been of great help to me. Do I need anything in return? No, I certainly don't. Plutarch shook his head, saying that Zun Zun's ability to leave was the best reward. He had been withholding information about a parallel world. If this continued, everyone might find out more about his existence, sending shockwaves into the inner world and affecting the underworld as well. After all, the means to reach the parallel world was in the underworld, and there was no shortage of stubborn idiots in the world. Then, old man, I've already received my reward. Ina has successfully become the king's lover. That's enough, the old man waved his hand. Only then did I realize this guy was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He had stabilized and unified Tachimoto's magical world, established a connection with the Godslayer, and had even made Kusanagi Godao his sword. He truly was the god of lies and tricksters. By the way, what happened to Ina and Erika? I think they followed me. Well, the old man gave a strange, embarrassed expression, signaling Zun to look at the cauldron on the fire. It was filled with water, but the surface revealed Erika and Siaki and Ina. However, the 2 of them were locked in combat. What's wrong? I don't know. Maybe Ina is stubborn too. Zun knew the general idea without needing to guess. Erika must have noticed his disappearance and pressed Siaki and Ina to tell her his whereabouts. Siaki and Ina, annoyed by his aggressive behavior, replied, that mischievous Ina really came to the underworld. How naive! If a divine spirit were to possess her in a place like this, she would definitely be captured by the spirits of me and the Tenjikumo sword. Susanoo no Mikado's face grimaced. In response, the katana Siaki and Ina was holding suddenly changed shape, transforming from a straight katana into a large curved blade, and its color also turned black. She simply pointed at Erika from a distance, and Erika inexplicably collapsed. Their duel ended in a very awkward manner. Tisk, the old man exclaimed, as if trying not to offend Zun Zun. He quickly explained, this is Ina's power as a himamiko, which transforms her body into a vessel for divine spirits. But if she's not careful, she could lose both body and soul. Looking at her now, she's probably being controlled by our spirits. A simple explanation, Siaki and Ina overexerted herself and was possessed by the sword spirit, a common occurrence in manga. You have a headache, don't worry, my king. Seeing Zun Zun's distress, Plutarch thought he was worried about Erika's safety and said, just think of the land reflected here in your mind and have the desire to move forward. That's all. In the underworld, travel is different from the real world, no need. I have a way to get there. Zun Zun waved his hand. He stood up and nodded slightly to the 2 men. Thank you for your attention this time. Actually, I'm more concerned about Erika's safety, so I take my leave. If there's a next time, I will visit again. With that, he took a light step forward in front of the 2 men. With a swish, a breeze blew through the thatched hut, and Zun Zun's figure disappeared. Is this the power of the wind? The 2 old men gaped at each other, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. After a long moment, they slowly recovered. It's incredible. It's been less than 2 weeks, and the king has mastered his power so skillfully, even in the underworld, it's too fast. The underworld has the effect of increasing power, but even so, it's too much. One can imagine how gifted Zun Zun is. On the other hand, Susanoo looked at the dried pot, and the image that emerged from it was that of Kusanagi Godao, running frantically through the real world, completely lacking the bearing and dignity of a king. He couldn't help but cover his face in pain. If Kusanagi Godao weren't a natural godslayer, he wouldn't want Ina to serve him. The difference was simply too great, as Kitaoki and Ina raised the pitch-black scimitar, about to strike down Erika, who was lying on the ground with her eyes closed. A metallic clang rang out. I can't let you succeed. The golden sword blocked the falling scimitar. Zun Zun, this is the 2nd time I've seen you so embarrassed. Erika, you'll see him more often in the future. In bed, this girl spoke bravely even in such a dangerous situation. But that also meant she was in good condition. Not really. Erika collapsed to the ground, exhausted. But seeing Zun Zun's back, standing before her with great enthusiasm, her discontent transformed into a sigh of relief. Zun Zun didn't bother to check the girl's condition, but this was the underworld, and the miasma was extremely lethal to ordinary people, so a quick victory was necessary. I say, you? Zun Zun's eyes shone brightly, staring at the person in front of him who looked like Ina but wasn't Ina, the himamiko controlled by the divine sword. If you retreat now, I can avoid your blow, but if not, I refuse. As the enemy of God, and therefore the enemy of me, the divine sword, obeying your commands would be a great misfortune to me. Really? So there was no room for negotiation? Susanoo is a god with a deep connection to steel. His territory, Susanoo, is a renowned source of iron ore, and he is also the god of storms. In ancient times, strong winds were the greatest aid in forging iron. The winds intensified the fire, and that intense fire could melt the iron. What is this? Kyokian Ina's expression suddenly changed. Unbeknownst to her, countless spheres of light had enveloped her. The spheres of light constantly shifted and contracted, gradually revealing strangely shaped golden swords. The Aim no Kirakumo sword was taken from the Yamata no Orochi. Because of the dark clouds that covered it, it is also called Aim no Kirakumo. In fact, this sword, in addition to being a symbol of royal power, also had the symbol of a conqueror. For the people of that time, it represented absolute power and awe. As the Lord continued chanting the word spirit, the golden sword solidified. A word spirit that can kill gods and their followers. As befits a godslayer, it possesses a troublesome weapon, Kyokian Ina admitted its disadvantage. Then, leaping back, more than 10 meters away, he thrust the Aim Kirakumo sword into the ground. Darkness tinged his feet, fading into total darkness. This must have been the door that would lead them to the underworld. Just as Kyokian Ina was about to be swallowed by the darkness and try to escape, Zun Zun suddenly leaped at her. Don't even think about it. What? Unaware of Zun Zun's seemingly dimensional pursuit, Kyokian Ina hurriedly raised the Aim Kirakumo sword to block the contact, but it broke the moment of contact. The spirit of the words that had molded the sword had already concluded, leaving it unable to resist. Ah, Zun Zun, you, don't worry. I only sealed a portion of the Aim no Kirakumo sword's power. Besides the Susanoo no Mikado, there's also the Yamato no Mikado. But after all, I get along well with Susanoo no Mikado, and I can't destroy some of its divine power. Besides, Kyokian Ina is fine. The golden sword is powerful and intimidating, but it's a word spirit. His strength lies in his ability to kill gods, not ordinary humans. Okay, let's go. Zun Zun wrapped one arm around Erika's waist and the other around Kyokian Ina's leg. Although her skirt exposed her underwear, it didn't cover her. Erika pursed her lips. This guy was still as ungentlemanly as ever with women who weren't his family. But she liked him. But how do we leave? It's okay, just use your power. The 10th avatar's, wind, can travel anywhere, as long as it's a place you've already been. So Zun Zun, who had never been to the underworld, could only ask for help. And now, he could rely completely on his own abilities to return. Really? Great. Then, Zun Zun, you can return on your own. Zun Zun then realized that Erika was in poor health. Her face ached, she was breathing heavily, and she was sweating profusely. Holding her delicate body, he felt it growing abnormally hot. It was a symptom of the miasma of the underworld eroding her. It was terrible. If this continued, not only would he return to the real world to find a solution, but even the power of the wind would be unable to bear it. It seems I don't have much time. Hey, don't speak suddenly as if you're about to say your last words, but it's the truth. Erika's breathing quickened, as if confirming her statement. The underworld was too harmful to ordinary people. Not even the most powerful magician could stay there for long. Therefore, Zun Zun always made plans according to his own standards. And speaking of which, would anyone enter without hesitation? No matter what you thought. No one would, right? Zun Zun, I like you. No, should I say love? Would it be better this way? Hey, was it our first meeting? Or when you saved me from the boar? Was it a chance encounter at night, or was it during the fight against the god of disobedience? I don't know anymore, but the love in my heart keeps growing, and before I know it, hey, it was the first time she had truly confessed to Zun Zun, and with such passion, that for a moment he felt a little overwhelmed. Hey, Zun Zun. Think of it as fulfilling my dying wish. Let me rest my head on your lap, and then kiss me, like I did to you in Sardinia. The girl placed her hand on Zun Zun's, a pleading expression on her face, so innocent it was almost adorable, yet so heartbreaking at the same time. At least tell me what you think of me. But I'll probably refuse. Of course, if it's just charity, forget it. I am a crimson demon after all. To the very end, she retained her pride. Yes, Zun Zun tossed Kyokian Ina aside casually, then sat down with Erika in his arms, letting her rest on his lap. The girl smirked. I've discovered that I'm quite easy to capture. What do you mean? You win. Which, really, Zun Zun, you're so clumsy. What does it matter to you? On second thought, aside from Yunyun and Megumin, who were childhood sweethearts and had a natural connection, the other girls Zun Zun had met were all tsundere and reserved or had ulterior motives. He had never met a girl as passionate, daring, and unreserved as Erica. Coach, you really didn't teach me that. And Cecily is so perverted that she makes me physically uncomfortable. Erica narrowed her eyes in delight, her body gradually relaxing as if she were welcoming her own death. But before that, Zun, Zun, the girl called timidly, pouting, as if asking for a kiss. Yes, yes, Zun Zun leaned in, but didn't kiss her. Instead, he whispered, Erica, swear an oath. Swear to be my eternal servant. Be it the end of time, the end of the world, or the decay of all things, you will follow me forever, I swear. Under the boy's loving gaze in her red eyes, Erica's lips curved into a happy, womanly smile, and her lips pressed together. The girl moaned, and intense pain followed her. But she didn't push him away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Zun Zun's neck, tightening the grip. The power of the gods is immense, even a fraction of it is enough to crush a person. But it is necessary. Because this is the blessing of the holy god of war, the victor's seal bestowed by a hero glorious. In other words, Zun Zun has branded Erica with his own imprint. P.S. So many revisions, subtractions, tweaks, and changes. Also, damn if I misremembered the effects of the wind and phoenix powers. Chapter 460 Power X2. Zun Zun and Erica were sitting in an empty park, on a deserted street, gazing at the lifeless scenery. The underworld wasn't as pure white or chaotic as they imagined. It had its own landscape and climate, but it lacked a breath of life, like the primordial world before Nuwa created humans. If Zun Zun wanted, he could take Erica somewhere else. For example, to a street with Italian scenery, or to Iceland with its northern lights. But there wasn't such leisure or elegance at the moment. How are you, Erica? Very well, Erica, lying on Zun Zun's lap, revealed a happy and content expression, having eaten well. Zun Zun was great just now, so rough and tough, and even ordering me around. That feeling is truly fascinating. You'd be wrong if you said that, but it's true, the girl emphasized. By the way, about the divine protection I just received, Erica caressed his abdomen lovingly. It feels as if a very warm and powerful life form resides here. Just feeling this place makes me feel incredibly happy, as if our child were in my womb, but it's only a divine protection. Hey, Zun Zun, this time, Erica didn't correct him, but instead raised her rosy little face and asked longingly, can I have a real baby? The boy's divine protection could protect those who submitted to it, but the Godslayer's constitution only allowed for that method, and the resulting effects had left Erica like this. The girl boldly and charmingly invited him. I refuse. Zun Zun hadn't promised Yunyun and Megumin that they would give each other their virginity, but Erica was pushing him too hard. If he consented, he might take a bold step one day. Really? Could you let me see your manhood just now? Erica began to sulk. Accordingly, she revealed her helpless face in Zun Zun's lap. It was so adorable, almost unfair. Zun Zun flicked her swollen lips, letting out a breath. If you think that's manliness, Erica, I might attack more girls, so forget it. Haha, that's true. If it were Kusanagi Godao, who hadn't dared to resist even when a Himiko was forced upon him, she would be truly worried. She couldn't help but congratulate herself on having established the strongest bond with Zun Zun at the perfect moment. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She had seized it. Alright, Zun Zun nudged Erica, who was reluctant to get up, and said, a protection is still a protection. Its power will run out sooner or later. We should head back, too bad. I thought we could stay a while longer. Zun Zun, you should have said, I'll keep you company when we get back. Erica reprimanded the inconsiderate boy with a resentful glare, only to receive an even more inconsiderate glare from him. From now on, you and Cecily will sit at the same table. Come to think of it, Zun Zun, have you already mastered your powers to this extent? Erica said, slightly surprised, smoothing down her somewhat disheveled clothes. Aside from Lady Aisha and a few others, no one else can travel through the underworld, I suppose. Perhaps because of his divine body, Zun Zun handled his powers with ease. Also, when I was fighting a Murakumo just now, I used the powers of the Phoenix and the Golden Sword simultaneously, eh? But I remember that Velislana could only use one power at a time. No, Velislana hadn't recovered from her injuries at that time, and I was holding them back so that she could use multiple powers. Powers can't be used arbitrarily. They all have conditions. The power of the Phoenix can only be used when attacked at high speed, allowing one to surpass the opponent's speed. However, it exerts great strain on the body, causing severe chest pain during its activation. Depending on the duration of use, it can also cause intense heartache. However, Zun Zun possesses immortal essence, so it can cure this pain. The golden sword, on the other hand, is simply a word spirit and complements the other powers well. Of course, using 2 incarnations also comes with a severe headache, which the immortal spirit also cured. However, for now, I can only use 2 powers simultaneously. If I use more, my body won't be able to handle it. Really? Erica blinked, as if to say that since she could already use such powerful powers, and multiple ones at that, what was wrong with being dissatisfied? In reality, Zun Zun felt like he would continue to grow. After all, he possessed a divine body, and his growth value, fueled by divine power, would skyrocket. He would surely reach maturity soon and become even stronger. But Zun Zun, didn't you use the power of wind? Erica asked somewhat curiously. I remember you can only use it once a day, right? That's why I'm lying here with you, but it's only been half a day. It had only been half a day since he granted Erica the protection. Logically, the power should be on cooldown, and Zun Zun shouldn't be able to use the power of wind. But that was also incorrect. The so-called power shortens with practice. Just look at Velaslana, who uses the same power multiple times a day, even wielding the golden sword with impunity. Anyway, thanks to my tireless efforts, the power's cooldown has been shortened. Tireless efforts. Erica couldn't help but remember that, for the past 2 weeks, Zun Zun had been holed up in the library, researching the underworld. It seemed like he hadn't fought with anyone. Could it be a gift? Okay, Zun Zun put his arm around Erica's waist and said, let's go. Oh, no, I almost forgot. He casually grabbed the ankle of the unconscious Suqing Ina, dragging her along. Perhaps protected by the Amamurakumo sword, her body remained intact. He took a step forward. In an instant, the scenery changed. This was a power even more extraordinary than the miraculous technique of reducing the earth to an inch. In an instant, Erica returned to the shrine. Wow, she fell to her knees and vomited, as if she wanted to vomit the life out of her abdomen, retching hard. Sorry, Zun Zun apologized, patting her on the back. I'm not used to carrying people. Erica, are you okay? To carry ordinary people at extremely high speeds, one must take into account the fragility of their bodies and internal organs. Turning one's tail into a tsunami is already a minor problem, otherwise, like the Flash, it could tear one's body apart. Zun Zun, Ina, Kusanagi Godao and Mariya Yuri rushed over, both with worried expressions. Are you okay? You suddenly disappeared, and then Yuri said you went to the underworld. What happened? A lot happened. While looking after Erica, he told the others what happened in the underworld. That's all. Zun Zun nudged Erica, who was clinging to him, and said, because of this guy's fight with Ina, the Aim no Kirakumo sword, possessed by Ina's spirit, went out of control, and I ended up slashing it, but don't worry, I didn't usurp the power. After all, I was helping my own god, and this is your territory, Godao. I wouldn't do something like Minotaur. Your statement. Kusanagi Godao pursed his lips, but he was relieved to know that Zun Zun was fine. He didn't actually care about Suqing Ina. To be honest, even his own Himiko was forced into this relationship, and today was their first day together, so there was no emotional connection. Zun Zun, his close friend, was more important than Suqing Ina. Ina, Manrigani Yuri cried anxiously, but Ina remained with her eyes closed, breathing heavily. She looked to Kusanagi Godao for help. Kusanagi Godao was perplexed. Not only had he just become a godslayer, but saving people wasn't even one of his powers. In the end, it was Tsutomu who healed her with his immortal essence. Then, a reluctant Erica apologized to Suqing Ina. It was Erica's provocation that had caused her to not want to admit defeat, which led to the confrontation. By the way, Erica, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? What? You deliberately put yourself in danger, asked me to save you, and then confessed your true feelings. So, Ms. Erica, why don't you dare look at me? What are you talking about? I don't understand. This person suddenly spoke with honorifics. It was becoming increasingly apparent that she had done it on purpose. No one would risk their life to such an extent, right? This was a kingdom of life and death where humans couldn't live, a world where the soul was more important than the body. There, 4 elders were holding a meeting. They were in a pavilion nestled in a beautiful garden. There were no servants present, but the place was meticulously kept. Well, What do you think of this new king? Susanoo Mikado spoke first. No opinion, replied the black-robed archmage, his body wrinkled and mummy-like. Even if I'm optimistic, I can't keep him if his ambitions aren't here. He's such a good man. The beautiful, glassy-eyed princess sighed ruefully, as if a good man had slipped through her fingers. As for you, I'm the same, Plutarch said coldly. After all, he'd rather send Zun Zun away than keep him. Luckily, Zun Zun felt the same. Really? Well, there's nothing we can do. As we agreed, send him away as soon as possible to prevent the last king from awakening too soon. Susanoo Mikado sighed helplessly. Finding an exceptional talent and not being able to bet on him is the most painful thing in the world. Chapter 461, No Fight, No Knowledge. Luo Hao, leader of the Chinese martial arts world, leader of the Five Hells Sacred Sect, martial arts king of Jiangnan, reigning supreme in the martial arts world. He was a completely reclusive person, rarely leaving the mountains. It was said that anyone who saw his face would have their eyes destroyed, and anyone who heard his voice would lose their ears. In short, he was a ferocious demon. Erica was worried and even threatened not to go, but Zun Zun was already determined to give it a try. Unable to persuade him, Erica reluctantly sent out an invitation. But instead of a reply, they were greeted by a handsome man. This man, however, was bruised and swollen, looking quite terrifying. Woo woo woo, he was even slurring his words. Zun Zun had intended to ask which Yuan to heal him, but even that was refused, as if doing so would bring him a grave punishment. He had to hold his chin and adjust it for a long time before he could speak clearly. I am Lu Yinghua, and master has ordered me to welcome the king. He knelt down, clasping his hands. In fact, in the ancient celestial empire, wealthy families had the custom of sending someone to greet someone after handing over a business card. But he didn't expect to see him at such a time, and the person who came was a little master's beating. Zun Zun could clearly see the expression of grievance and pity on Lu Yinghua's bruised face. You have suffered, he patted him on the shoulder. Lu Yinghua was Luo Hao's disciple, a spokesperson, and even a punching bag. Beaten by his master Luo Hao since childhood, this guy developed a dark heart and strong misogyny. He seemed popular with girls, but in reality, he was extremely paranoid and twisted. He was particularly hostile to beautiful and capable women. Specifically, he felt an unfounded and blatant dislike for Erica, even in front of Zun Zun, the king. If Zun Zun weren't a man, he would probably have the same attitude. In short, they soon set out on their journey to Mount Lushan. All along the way, Zun Zun had tried to insinuate himself through Lu Yinghua about Luo Hao's intentions. However, it seemed that his fear of his master had been deeply etched in his mind, and whenever he mentioned anything related, he would begin to sweat and tremble. It seemed that the boy was afraid of him. Taking pity on him, Zun Zun eventually refrained from asking any further questions. However, perhaps because Zun Zun seemed calm, Lu Yinghua finally broke through his psychological barriers and forced him to confess that his request had a high chance of success. This was good news. However, Zun Zun was also puzzled. It didn't seem easy to talk to this king of martial arts. Lu Yinghua also revealed a lot about martial arts. The magical power everyone talks about is what we call ki. King, do you understand what it means? Martial arts equals kung fu equals ki equals kicken. Because of Erica's fascination with kung fu movies, Zun Zun was also forced to absorb unnecessary information. That's right, Lu Yinghua said with a smile. Generally speaking, it's kicken, but in martial arts, it's called internal gong. Those who possess exceptional internal gong are enveloped in powerful magical energy. This is used not only in magic and alchemy, but also in the mysteries of martial arts, just like darkness's mana consumption when using a provocation skill. Without mastering internal gong, which is on the same level as boxing and swordsmanship, one cannot learn the profound mysteries of martial arts. Likewise, the power of the martial arts one learns will be greatly reduced, so there are usually complementary techniques. Right, huh? I know all this very well. Lu Yinghua seemed surprised that Zun Zun understood, but he quickly nodded. Seeing him like this, he knew he had misunderstood. He must have assumed Zun Zun had some prior knowledge, but in reality, it was knowledge engraved in his soul. It's like when foreigners never understand a Chinese joke. In short, Zun Zun understood Lu Yinghua's underlying message: never confront your master head-on. The king of martial arts, at the pinnacle of martial arts, after becoming a godslayer, possessed powerful martial arts and techniques. He was like a mobile tank, with unlimited attack power, endurance, and defense. In close combat, he was unmatched. Once they got close, no, as long as he didn't maintain enough distance, he had no chance of winning. The three of them, who had set out in the morning, arrived at the foot of Mount Lu around noon. There were magnificent buildings there. A huge house, no, it should be called a city or a palace, oozing with a long history. Many people in Taoist robes were walking up and down the mountain. Seeing such a scene again brought him a wave of nostalgia and excitement. King, nothing's wrong. Lu Yinghe felt a little puzzled by Zun Zun's nostalgic expression, assuming he had already been there. But upon closer inspection, it seemed like his accession to the throne was as recent as his age. The three of them bypassed the crowded main gate. It was undeniable that, no matter the world, the Celestial Empire had a population. If they had simply lined up to ascend the mountain, they probably wouldn't have reached the top before nightfall. Luckily, there was a reserved passage. But I never imagined there would be a cable car. Zun Zun looked at the modern facilities nestled among the mountains. Wasn't this a scenic spot? And did sect leader Luo Hao allow such a thing to exist? As if sensing her doubt, Lu Yinghe spread his hands and said, "Not everyone has an excellent Qigong. Wang and I definitely wouldn't need it, but I'm not sure. Oh, I think I heard someone say that my jumping skill isn't good. In that case, how about I give you a demonstration? Are you really downplaying Qigong's jumping skill, Sister Erica? You've wasted all your kung fu movies. I suggest you watch more martial arts dramas." "I don't think there's any difference," Erica retorted lamely. Zun Zun also thought it was a stretch to equate Qigong with jumping skill, but on a certain level, there's practically no difference between the two. Besides, the cable car was a convenience for the other visitors, not a deliberate target for Erica. They boarded the cable car and enjoyed the scenery. Then they began their ascent. Perhaps because Luo Hao disliked modern things, the cable car only went halfway up the mountain, forcing them to climb the rest on foot. Fortunately, the three of them possessed extraordinary stamina. Upon reaching the summit, they found nothing. No, that's not entirely true. More precisely, there was nothing there but a somewhat shabby yet tidy thatched hut and a pavilion. It looked like the abode of a reclusive master. Considering Luo Hao's status as a godslayer, it wasn't wrong to call her a reclusive master. Lu Yinghe arrived at the hut, immediately knelt down, and loudly declared, "The name of the wise and valiant holy master shall live as long as the heavens and the earth, eternally indestructible. Your martial power is boundless, your wisdom and compassion radiate throughout the world. Your disciple, Lu Yinghe, wishes master eternal life." This flattering gesture gave Zun Zun goosebumps, and he instinctively offered him a 3-room, 1-hall apartment. And then, in a split second, before Zun Zun could react, Lu Yinghe flew out 10 meters, plummeting down the mountain. Zun Zun watched Lu Yinghe plummet, and perhaps understood why his Qigong was so exceptional. After all, if he weren't, he would have died long ago. Erica instinctively stood in front of Zun Zun, her rapier firmly gripped, her gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. "Relax," Zun Zun squeezed her tense shoulders. After all, he was a godslayer, Luo Hao's comrade, so he wouldn't get into a fight the moment they met. "How dare you draw your sword against me, Luo Qilian, leader of the holy sect, the pinnacle of martial arts? I bet you're prepared for death, aren't you?" Suddenly, a woman's voice resounded. It was an enchanting voice, clear and beautiful, a voice that made one's heart race. But the key wasn't in the voice. The one who had just spoken wasn't a human, but a lizard crouching in a thatched hut. Although it was a lizard, it possessed a majestic body, brimming with majesty. The mere sight of it was enough to make one gasp in admiration. And now, with a powerful aura, it pounced toward the trembling Erica. "Nice to meet you, Martial King. I am Zun Zun. You have a keen eye for discerning my true nature." She suppressed her oppression and looked directly into Zun Zun's glowing red eyes with genuine admiration. Then, white smoke emanated from the lizard's body. In the next instant, the small reptile transformed into a beautiful young woman. She was a beauty worthy of being described as peerless. She wore the white hanfu of ancient China, a blouse with hems and long sleeves, and a flowing skirt. Her silk-fine black hair was braided into 3 braids and stood upright, flanked by large, vibrant pink lotus flowers. Between her arms, a ribbon fluttered, the same pink as Aqua's. Honestly, with that appearance, anyone would believe she was a goddess. Luo Hao looked at Erica, who was standing in front of Zun Zun, with disdain, as if implying that she overestimated her own abilities. But in the end, He held back. A mere priestess should have committed suicide the moment she saw me. However, since you are my subordinate, a fellow knight of the domineering Zun Zun, I will forgive you. Please thank me. Thank you, thank you. Erika's body trembled slightly. Perhaps the cold pressure emanating from the leader's beauty and majesty had lost some of her usual composure. Despite her usual pride and confidence, Erika could become weak, unable to resist the disobedient gods and demon kings, who were stronger. If Erika has offended you, I apologize on her behalf, but could you please not scare her? Zun Zun hugged Erika, and the girl felt shy in his embrace. Isn't it natural? What? As your subordinate, I offended a fellow overlord and your superior, so you should apologize? Luo Hao said, speaking with the force of Earth's gravity. That, no need to say more. Let's go. The peerless beauty in front of him adopted a fighting stance and forced a fight, regardless of whether Zun Zun was willing or not. Chapter 462, No matter what king you are, fuck them all. In the Celestial Empire, martial artists have the custom that there is no friendship without struggle and of making friends through fighting. This is a romantic sentiment shared by those who practice martial arts. However, this presupposes the elimination of evil thoughts and a sense of self-control. However, Luo Hao's attacks were lethal, as if he was determined to eliminate Zun Zun, and he struck out mercilessly. He took a step forward. In a split second, he penetrated Zun Zun's defensive circle. Her delicate hands, heedless of the divine power surrounding him, effortlessly broke through it, then grabbed him by the shoulders and delivered a vicious overhead throw. With a dull thud, a sharp pain shot through his back, and a blow to the back of his neck caused him to briefly become dazed. Just as Luo Hao grabbed Zun Zun for another attack, Zun Zun's legs intertwined, wrapping around his slender arms. Oh, hairhead, looks like you're both resourceful and gutsy. The peerless beauty smiled radiantly, her icy beauty instantly melting as if everything came back to life. She emanated a lingering charm that was captivating, but her actions were the complete opposite. Think about it carefully, you're one of the Godslayers, so it's only natural that you possess corresponding skills. Luo Hao changed his grip to pressure grip, pressing down on Zun Zun's chest. He raised and brought his attack down again, slamming him forcefully into the ground with the motion of an axe chopping wood. Just a close call. Just as he was about to succeed, Zun Zun swiftly untied his legs, blocking the blow as if Li Jing were approaching a sword with his bare hands. However, the opponent saw through his attack and knocked him back with a kick. His back and head took another hit, but he didn't fly far. It was probably pure skill that knocked him back. Not bad, Luo Hao praised again. As a king at the pinnacle of martial arts, her martial arts alone were true perfection. Even Zun Zun, who boasted of his supreme swordsmanship, was nothing compared to her. But like this, there was no need for swords or guns. Looks like there's no need to hold back, the peerless beauty smiled even more seductively. Zun Zun completely forgot the idea of prey. You should know that Luo Hao rarely fights. It's not that she's unwilling, but that no one can force her. How could she hold back before Zun Zun, who also possessed profound martial arts skills? A surge of divine power overflowed from Luo Hao's body, and like a Super Saiyan, a powerful current and light emanated from his body. May the heavens be clear and bright, the earth be at peace, and mankind be at peace. Ha! He roared with overwhelming might and took a step forward. On the spacious mountaintop platform where they stood, cracks began to radiate out from the moment she stepped onto the ground, nearly shattering the flat stone slabs beneath her feet. They couldn't seem to speak properly without a fight. Just what I want. The Crimson Demons never refuse a challenge. Whether you're a martial arts king or a demon, I will crush you all. I am the strongest, victory is in my grasp. Whether you're human or demon, I face all enemies with unwavering determination. I will crush anyone who stands in my way. Oh, golden-horned glowing bull, help me. This bull avatar is only useful if the opponent possesses inhuman arm strength. Luo Hao had just used the power of the mighty Vajra god, activating it perfectly. Then, a golden sword appeared in his hand. Sword? Luo Hao raised a beautiful eyebrow, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he moved forward once more. One strength conquers 10 skills, one strength masters 10 techniques. One kick accumulates 1,000 pounds of force, one foot decides the outcome, he chanted as he attacked. Zun Zun dodged repeatedly, and the sword in his hand did not dare to attack head-on. The yellow light enveloping her delicate hand emanated a powerful aura, seeming to threaten to break Zun Zun, constantly striking at his vulnerable points. Inheriting the power of the Vajra warrior, He acquired unparalleled strength. The essence of Vajra force clinging to his palm was pure power. Zun Zun, who could only use the phoenix to deal with it, took a beating. But little by little, he learned the key. Zun Zun brandished the golden sword in his hand, slashing at Luo Hao's neck swiftly, determined to behead her. However, Luo Hao merely smiled disdainfully, taking an awkward step to dodge the attack. What? Only then did she realize that her legs were glued to her by a strange force, as if she were trapped in a quagmire, her entire body sucked in, unable to move. The pinnacle of martial arts, the flowing water circle, this supreme martial art, capable of manipulating the opponent's body, was Zun Zun's original weapon, controlling their movements and making everything happen according to his will. Of course, Luo Hao, at the pinnacle of martial arts, could escape from this control at any time. But an instant was enough. Cut. Just as the golden sword was about to reach Luo Hao, it suddenly stopped resisting the flowing water circle's control and twisted around like a fish. Zun Zun was startled at that instant, revealing a fleeting opportunity. Luo Hao naturally seized it, twisting his body in a strange manner, one hand pushing the golden sword away and the other piercing through Zun Zun's chest. He was attempting to tear Zun Zun apart. But Zun Zun didn't sit idly by. He counterattacked with minor sword techniques, using the technique he learned from Kurogane Aiki to block the rending attack with the hilt of his sword, and at the same time, he kicked Luo Hao in the waist and abdomen. With a loud bang, the ground trembled. Luo Hao disappeared into the mountain at an incredible speed. Of course, Zun Zun deliberately adjusted his direction and didn't destroy the thatched cottage and pavilion on the peak. The stinging pain on his forehead made him stop. The bull, the phoenix, and the golden sword. The three of them, no, 2.5 powers together were undoubtedly too much for his body. The battle wasn't over yet. Zun Zun could clearly see that Luo Hao, hidden in the mountain, radiated powerful divine power from head to toe. As expected, the golden sword was, after all, a sword of wisdom, a spirit of words, without the properties of steel. Therefore, it suffered greatly against the Sword King. The same thing happened to Luo Hao. Gazing at the beauty before him, Zun Zun pursed his lips. Her white hanfu was stained with dust, but her slender figure was practically unharmed, and her hair was not at all disordered. And through some unknown magic, her clothes had transformed in an instant, reminiscent of the hanfu worn by Fairy Shuxian, a luxurious gown as elegant as a cheongsam. The wide opening across her chest revealed skin as white as jade and a deep, unfathomable cleavage. However, Zun Zun harbored no inappropriate thoughts. The fighting spirit aroused by the peerless beauty before him made him tremble all over, his nerves tense, and his body energized to the fullest. As my superior, I wanted to give you the advantage, but now it seems I can't be so arrogant. Your martial arts skills are truly formidable. Although you are not on the same path as me, you are also capable of reaching the top. However, before that, her words were endearing yet cautious. Compared to her previous supportive and guiding tone, her tone now seemed even more terrifying. Next, I will show you the ultimate technique, considered the most treasured of Chinese martial arts, the 12 palms of the Flying Phoenix. For godslayers, the spells of even the most powerful magicians or Taoist priests are completely ineffective against them. Similarly, even godslayers couldn't accomplish much without displaying their full power. However, the only difference is that martial arts, without using their full power, can produce extraordinary effects against them. Luo Hao struck a remarkably graceful pose. Her slender figure was stunning, and her pose possessed a certain magical quality, attracting all attention. Zun Zun felt the same. Even her eyes flashed with an unprecedented red, intensifying her concentration to the utmost. The beauty's soft laughter reached his ears, as if expressing admiration for the person before him. Then, Zun Zun's body received a shock, as if it transcended time. Ouch! Pain coursed through his body, like a powerful electric shock, coursing through him furiously. Zun Zun's arms trembled slightly, his body unsteady, barely able to hold his sword. This minimal damage was channeled throughout his body, a supreme skill, and even more noticeable was Luo Hao's attack. Even without the camel form, Zun Zun could understand that Luo Hao's aura was concealed during his attacks. Even the most renowned masters, when using this technique, would be easily spotted by even the most inexperienced observer. Zun Zun could only conceal his aura while moving, it would inevitably reveal itself during the attack. However, Luo Hao managed to prevent his opponents from noticing his attacks. Not only that, his movements were incredibly swift and precise. The movements of his arms and legs were tiny and swift, but with immense power. It was the one-inch punch. Thanks to Erika's fondness for kung fu movies, which had refreshed Zun Zun's martial arts knowledge, he had been able to come up with this so quickly. That was why he couldn't dodge Zun Zun's attacks. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the loser. So he had to risk everything for the final move. Is that what you're planning? A person's thoughts are expressed through their expressions, breathing, demeanor, and aura. Luo Hao clearly understood what Zun Zun was planning, but he didn't try to stop him. He changed his stance. At that moment, a delicate flower bloomed. Clearly, Luo Hao respected his intentions and intended to decide the outcome with the next move. Zun Zun held the golden sword in a mid-distance stance. It was a broadsword, but he held it like a ribbon main sword, making him look a little awkward. However, Luo Hao didn't show any signs of underestimating him. The slight trembling at the tip of the sword only made her doubt Zun Zun's intentions. The two men stared at each other from a distance. Then they moved forward together, a step away from coming face to face. Just as Luo Hao's delicate hand, at a delicate angle, was about to strike Zun Zun, a golden sword deflected it in a flawless arc, stopping horizontally at his neck. Less than 30 centimeters separated them, and it was her sword that struck his vital point. Perfect. I win, perfectly deflecting his opponent's attack. This ultimate, single, and selfless blow was the culmination of Zun Zun's martial arts, combining the Atsuji style with his own. No, I win. The peerless beauty smiled seductively, and just when Zun Zun thought she refused to admit defeat, he felt a hand pressing on his waist, to be precise, his danchin. Then, a sharp pain washed over him, instantly coursing through his limbs. He had struck first. Had he already? An inexplicable surge coursed through his body, exacerbating the damage he had already suffered. Overwhelmed by the overwhelming force, Zun Zun rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 463 The Child Bride. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It feels like my internal organs have shifted, and intense pain surged through my body. The energy within me was only just beginning to subdue it. It was already dark, and 5 hours had passed since Zun Zun fell unconscious. Given the Godslayer's formidable physique, such a prolonged coma was a testament to Luo Hao's cruelty. After regaining consciousness, he was now enjoying a bath. He had no idea why there was a small hot spring at the back of the mountaintop, but Luo Hao had probably built it for himself. After all, Luo Hao was a woman, so it was only natural that it would be clean. The hot spring at the top of the mountain wasn't large, it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. As an open-air bath, he could see the starry night sky, and the beautiful scenery, combined with the meticulous decoration, brought a small dose of healing to his wounded heart. Erika, uncharacteristically, didn't interrupt him. Perhaps he saw how much pain he was in and gave him a break. But he actually resorted to killing me. This was just a normal sparring match, and he should have stopped when he did. Zun Zun couldn't help but complain. He had seen plenty of battle maniacs, many of whom grew increasingly aroused by the sight of their prey. However, the two who left an indelible impression on him were Salvatore and Luo Hao, because one was unable to defeat the other. Quilion has shown mercy. This voice, as beautiful as the sound of the moon lute, was never heard again in the world. Looking back, he saw a dazzlingly beautiful girl sitting on the edge of the bathtub. You didn't even notice me so close. You're still immature. Try fighting back, she said, scooping up water to wet herself. It was Luo Hao who, being older, had reprimanded Zun Zun, but she was wearing a thin yukata, and the wet clothes clung to her graceful body. The sweat on her jade-colored skin was see-through. Taking advantage of Zun Zun's weakness, concealing her presence, and then speaking to him in such a lecturing tone, it was excessive. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. He had seen many arrogant girls, Priscilla being the most representative. But compared to the self-centered Luo Hao, she paled. After all, Priscilla had a certain air of discrimination, while Luo Hao was a bona fide martial arts king with his eyes wide open. Why are you here? What a strange question. This is my bathroom. Every blade of grass and every tree belongs to me, so naturally, I can go wherever I want. No, I must be discreet in there. And this outfit, Luo Hao was wearing only a chiffon garment. Although she looked thin, her generous bust and slender waist accentuated her figure without disguising it. A silly question. My territory is my own, so I can do whatever I want. Also, do fully clothed people enter baths? Are you taking me for a fool? Are you deliberately looking down on me? Are you trying to say, if I'm not naked like you, I'm a coward, a weakling who uses the title of king to deceive the world? Are you still looking at me like that? Well, I, Luo Killian, will prove to you that I am not only brave, but also magnanimous and courageous. With that, she reached for her belt. After a moment of hesitation, she untied it. Under Zun Zun's unexpected gaze, the clothes slipped as they brushed against her skin, and the thin, wet robe fell away. Luo Hao stepped into the bathtub on his slender legs. Come on. Now that both of us have no protection, let's be honest, her limbs, like elastic agar slime, her long, round legs, her slender, graceful figure, everything met his gaze without reservation. Zun Zun's mind was fascinated, and he couldn't imagine where the strength of the delicate, fragile girl before him lay. I don't mean you any harm. It's fine if you don't mind me. This time, I'm showing you some magnanimity. Please look away from that piercing gaze, her ivory skin tinged slightly pink, probably not from the temperature of the water. Although she appeared calm, her body clearly reflected the girl's shyness. Excuse me, Zun Zun turned his head slightly. He hadn't realized when he'd found himself staring at the older woman in the bathtub, just like Sato Kazuma, but it was truly wonderful. He didn't know if it was puberty or his godslayer physique, but he felt much more active. Hell, the spring water's good, right? Yes. Gazing at the starry sky as he soaked in the bath, the martial arts king's countenance gradually relaxed, his voice firmer than usual, and even somewhat sensual. No, this man is ruthless and will kill without mercy. Don't harbor such unrealistic thoughts. Zun Zun subconsciously touched his abdomen. Luo Hao seemed to perceive his thoughts and chuckled. How is it? Does it still hurt? No, it's better now. But before, it was unbearable. Zun Zun, unable to contain himself any longer, complained. Well, it's just a sparring match. Is there any need to kill? Where's the joy in making friends through martial arts? I already showed mercy. Hey, I didn't use my power. Phew. Zun Zun was speechless. On second thought, other than the strength and physical enhancements his power provided, Luo Hao hadn't used any powers, he had simply used martial arts to fight Zun Zun. A true friendship through martial arts? In this high-stakes game, is it that only godslayers can compete against godslayers? And you should thank me, the peerless beauty puffed out her chest, looking proud. Under the inquisitive gaze, she explained, I just used my internal energy to strike at your danshin. Since you've mastered surging energy, it means you've opened your Ren and Du meridians. Your control over yourself should be even greater. Indeed, Zun Zun clenched his fist. Born in another world and a member of the Crimson Demon clan, Zun Zun had never considered internal energy and naturally had never associated it with the danshin. It had always been this way. However, after successfully defeating a god, his own magical power was quickly concentrated and buried within his danshin, the same power he had previously mobilized from his danshin when blessing the young Erika. Or rather, all divine power was this way. And Luo Hao, like the martial arts masters in novels, used his internal energy to open Zun Zun's Ren and Du meridians, helping him become an innate master, or rather, become even more powerful. Thank you, it's just my love for talent. He seemed a little arrogant. Hey, wait a moment, Zun Zun sensed something was wrong. I remember that opening the Ren and Du meridians causes vital energy to continuously dissipate. If I don't control it, I'll die. Hey, Zun Zun suddenly emerged from the water, pointing his gun at the unconcerned Luo Hao, ready to attack. If you want to take shortcuts, you naturally have to pay the price. Risking death is the norm, whether it's me or you. For those who follow the path of dominance. He spoke matter-of-factly. It was evident that he was referring to the recklessness of challenging a god as a mortal. But challenging a god meant knowing the risk of death, whereas this person didn't. How can a king behave so unseemly? Sit down. The girl's gaze shifted slightly, and she grumbled. Zun Zun pursed his lips and sat back down. Luo Hao clearly sensed a sigh of relief. Unlike Priscilla. If it were that arrogant woman, she probably would have broken Zun Zun's weapon with a look of displeasure, instead of scolding him timidly like Luo Hao did. Then why did you do this? Zun Zun was puzzled. They weren't related at all, and even if they were compatriots, they were more like enemies than enemies, which wouldn't benefit her at all. I've already said it, I love talent. Luo Hao gently wiped his arms, a charming and seductive smile on his face. Among my compatriots who know, your martial arts are second to none. That old man from Eastern Europe knows nothing about martial arts, and the two young men from America and Britain are even worse. The Indian rarely appears, and I've heard that the King of Japan, who became a godslayer alongside you, is an ordinary man. Only someone like Salvatore can rival me in swordsmanship, but his style is different and he's not as good as you, so, rather than simply uprooting this young sapling, I'd rather teach you to be a hero, worthy of being the supreme of the martial arts world. In other words, I want to train you to be my successor. And, you and I are already in physical contact. He covered his chest shyly and retreated into the hot springs. Seeing Luo Hao so shy, Zun Zun didn't know if he was training a successor or simply adopting a child. But, I understand your worries. It's just that you want to return to your world and don't have time to worry about this side. But don't worry too much. I don't usually deal with these matters. Once you learn how to cross the underworld, you can take care of this side. Luo Hao was a completely carefree boss. It's more like how most godslayers don't do anything, just lend their names to their subordinates. Besides, godslayers are similar to disobedient gods. As long as nothing unexpected happens, they will survive forever, not to mention Luo Hao possesses the art of preserving his youth. Finally, even though he's from another world, aren't you worried that he's the king of another territory, like Japan? My clairvoyance sees all. Luo Hao's eyes flashed slightly, as if he could see into Zun Zun's past and present life. Perhaps that was why he chose him. Okay? Then, from today onwards, you will call me sister. I will swear sisterhood to you. I will guide you as your sister, and you must show me the utmost respect in return, fulfilling your filial duty. I will love and protect you, and I will also fulfill your requests. Luo Hao smiled, a charming smile like the sun emerging after a storm. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. I understand, sister. Very well. She seemed pleased with Zun Zun's tact. Brother, stand up. Why? Despite the question, Zun Zun stood up, and Luo Hao did the same, leaving them naked in front of each other. In the next instant, she leaned in and kissed him. A husband raised by children, indeed. Just as Zun Zun was deep in thought, Luo Hao's timid voice echoed in his mind. I'm going to cast a spell on you. Don't move for now. Since you are my younger brother, you must accept my protection. The king is often in danger, so I can arrive in time in times of crisis. So you won't be able to refuse. Cherry-colored lips pressed tightly against pure white skin. As if sensing Zun Zun's resistance, Luo Hao hugged him, as if squeezing him against his chest, with immense strength. Zun Zun's entire body froze. He could feel her burning heat and soft touch, gradually turning into a kind of fascination. The contact with his beautiful sister lasted 3 minutes. It began with a simple brush of lips, but the Godslayer's sturdy build meant that they could only receive protection through deeper contact, so it became more passionate and bold, like mixing cement. As they separated, a crystalline thread clung to the corner of Zun Zun's lips, naturally connected to his beautiful sister. His cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze clouding. The stimulation had gone too far. How flirtatious. No, you're shameless. Seeing Zun Zun's captivating expression, Luo Hao's breathing quickened slightly. His hands fluttered, and he longed to embrace him once more, caressing him tenderly, but his immense self-control prevented him. You cannot tell anyone about what you just did. Although you are my sworn brother, if word gets out that you touched a man, I will be accused of being an immodest young lady. So, on my honor, you must accept. Zun Zun didn't reply. Rather, the magic he had received from Luo Hao, coupled with the explosive power of the moment, had paralyzed his thoughts. Luo Hao's cheeks flushed slightly as she stepped forward, gently kissing Zun Zun on the lips. Then, he disappeared. Zun Zun slipped back into the hot spring, pale and with a satisfied smile on his face, his expression one of utter exhaustion. Following Luo Hao's departure, another person entered. It was a woman. Only a thin bath towel perfectly enhanced her elegant figure. Zun Zun must be very frustrated right now, having been defeated so easily. Although I don't know the true intentions of the supreme martial arts master, my priority now is to comfort him. In fact, comforting Zun Zun is the primary mission of Erica, the king's knight. Erica held her breath. She knew that Godslayers were extremely sensitive to auras, especially Zun Zun, who possessed eyes capable of perceiving the magic of others. When she cautiously arrived at the bathtub, she saw Zun Zun, already incinerated. Zun Zun, the girl's wail echoed through the night sky. Chapter 464, My brother is not allowed to answer my sister. From that day on, Zun Zun settled on the mountain top. He built a thatched hut next to Luo Hao's and began learning martial arts from scratch, gradually correcting his bad habits. Zun Zun had never learned internal energy. As internal energy was equivalent to magical power, he relied solely on the natural talents of the Red Demon and the strength of a godslayer. The internal energy Luo Hao taught him was called the 8 Desolations and 6 Directions, the One I Am, the Supreme Art. He had a strong sense of déjà vu. And he wasn't wrong. In fact, it was the technique used by the Xiantian child fairy in martial arts dramas. Its effect was to quickly cultivate ki equivalent to 2 months of cultivation, at the cost of temporary aging. As a godslayer, mana was generally not an issue, not to mention that Zun Zun possessed a secondary source of magic, the mark on the back of his hand. However, Luo Hao, emphasizing the importance of prevention, insisted that he learn this technique. Beyond the basics, the martial arts school taught little more than techniques for eliminating one's aura during combat and the shadowless art, which prevented opponents from seeing or stepping on their own shadows. Swordplay is essentially similar to fists and kicks. Martial arts routines that use hands instead of swords are common in novels. Under Luo Hao's guidance, Zun Zun needed only slight modifications to master the technique. The only problem is that his martial arts prioritize artistic conception over form. In Chinese martial arts, 3 factors determine victory or defeat: form, internal strength, and artistic conception. Artistic conception is the most unique, as exemplified by the 9 Dugu swords in Tai Chi. Furthermore, the 9 Dugu swords do not exist in this world, which is a bit disappointing. But back to the point. Zun Zun's most important artistic conception is the flowing water control circle and the perfect fit. Both are exceptionally powerful offensive and defensive techniques. Even Luo Hao used subtle maneuvers to distract Zun Zun, allowing him to seize a fleeting opportunity and secure victory. Therefore, no new forms were needed, only continuous refinement. Luo Hao, in turn, needed to learn the flowing water control circle and the perfect fit from Zun Zun. However, Zun Zun learned Luo Hao's technique, the Flying Phoenix 12 Palms. After all, it was a mastery of martial arts, a symbol of supremacy. Unfortunately, it contradicted his own style, which prevented him from learning from it. So, although Zun Zun and Luo Hao were extremely skilled in martial arts and seemed similar, their approaches were completely different. Beyond the basics, it seemed there was nothing worth learning. Then Luo Hao came up with an idea: since I can't teach you, we can only train together. Only then can we improve. Don't worry, as your sister, I will show you compassion. She said this as she attacked relentlessly, leaving Zun Zun exhausted. Then, the daily routine became morning training, afternoon beatings, and nighttime baths, over and over again. This continued for a month. She even forgot to return home. It wasn't until one day, while soaking in the baths, exclaiming that the baths at the top of the mountain were better than those in Alcanrisha, that she suddenly remembered the incident. I thought you had forgotten. Indeed, I did. Really? In the bathtub? Luo Hao gently pushed the water in front of her, as if practicing some strange technique. After a month of daily companionship, soaking in the bathtub with Zun Zun, her shyness had vanished. Don't stare at me. Sorry, it seemed otherwise. Luo Hao sighed lightly and said, I thought you thought it was too much to open the passage to the underworld and return home, so you kept it to yourself. Perhaps that was what you were thinking, Zun Zun said uncertainly. After all, asking for help right after acknowledging your adoptive sister was no different from lowering your pants and ignoring her. Perhaps he subconsciously felt it was too much, so he kept silent. Then, okay. After all, it is my brother's request, and as a sister, I naturally would not refuse. Luo Hao immediately agreed. Seeing Zun Zun's slightly surprised expression, he stood up, his chest so exposed that it made his heart race. But soon, he sat back down next to Zun Zun. Don't you think I won't agree? No, Zun Zun simply thought it was too easy. He believed he had made it through the siege, even prepared for the rejection. But I do want your help. What's that look in your eyes? I won't force you like this. Even if you don't agree, I'll help you. Perhaps irritated by Zun Zun's you see, I told you so look. The proud Luo Hao looked annoyed. Zun Zun knew his nature and didn't take it personally, but he still said, it's an honor to help you. If I can do anything, don't hesitate to ask. He received an approving look. Even Zun Zun couldn't help but sigh at his sworn brother's kindness. So what? God ape. Luo Hao's rosy lips parted at the mention of the name. Zun Zun's expression paused, unsure how to react. He said, "As a hero of our dynasty, I played and frolicked with the Japanese, and even took myself captive. It is an unforgivable sin. To meet such a creature and ignore it would damage my reputation. Therefore, I intend to return it to the realm of legends. Sister, do you want my help? I don't fear the Monkey King, nor am I worried about the King of Japan. One is a beast, the other a newly crowned king, intimidating. However, after all, I am the supreme master of the martial world, a veteran on the path of dominance. It is easy for me to bully the younger generation." In other words, she hoped Zun Zun would restrain Kusanagi Godao while she dealt with the Monkey King. The peerless beauty's slightly provocative gaze seemed to suggest that even if he didn't leave, she could still defeat him alone. "That's too much," Zun Zun sighed. "Sister, you know that Godao and I are good friends, and yet you still let me do this, then let me." No, Luo Hao didn't say anything against Zun Zun. Perhaps because they were siblings, she became very protective of him. If it had been before, she would have scolded him long ago. "I'll help you." Zun Zun looked up at the starry, moonlit sky. Luo Hao seemed to understand his thoughts, frowning gently as he chided him. "After all, the Monkey King is a hero of our dynasty. I fought him 100 years ago and I know his abilities. Even if you don't want to fight your friend, you shouldn't be so reckless. I know you're worried about me, sister, but..." He lowered his head, his eyes glowed a deep red. "I want to fight the Monkey King because he's my idol." Idol. Luo Hao thought the word over carefully. He saw the seriousness in Zun Zun's eyes and, after a long moment of thought, sighed helplessly. Having such a mischievous brother is a pain in the ass. "Then, sister, are you okay with it?" "Of course. But for your safety, I'll be there to support you." No way, he had been training you to death just a month ago, as if he was determined to make you into a great warrior. But now, he was worried sick. This change in attitude was completely unbecoming of a martial arts master. But he didn't feel bad. After all, a strong and protective sister made Zun Zun think of her. "Thinking about another woman while you're with me, you're so brave, brother." It was over. Zun Zun made the mistake every man makes, thinking about or praising another woman while they're together. It's a cardinal sin. "Misunderstanding, I was thinking about my biological sister." Bio-sister? This statement relaxed Luo Hao's dangerous expression slightly. After all, no matter how close an adopted sister is, she can never compare to a biological sister with whom she shares the same blood. But calling my biological sister Taoluo is a very weird name, so it is with all crimson demons. Come to think of it, Zun Zun, your name is a bit weird too. Actually, I do have another name. No need. What a nice name. Luo Hao didn't seem to care too much about the name, probably because Zun Zun had said that his name came from the saying, "I am the only one in heaven and earth." It sounds very authoritarian. Please stop talking. I made this mistake when I was young and ignorant. It's a past I can't bear to remember. Zun Zun covered his face in pain. Thinking back, he had been shouting those words ever since he was born. Had he already awakened the Crimson Demon clan bloodline back then? Young and ignorant, he looked at Zun Zun, and the meaning was clear. He was young enough. In fact, among the 8 Godslayers, Zun Zun was the youngest and the youngest to become a Godslayer, even a year younger than Kusanagi Godao. Right, in this life. However, even adding Zun Zun's ages together in the 3 lives, they wouldn't be as old as Luo Hao, so he didn't feel any psychological burden calling her sister. Anyway, brother, I understand your desire to fight the Monkey King. Since it's your request, as your sister, I naturally must help you. Well then, let me clear the remaining obstacles for you. I'm sure Yunyun will return with victory soon. Since he hadn't seen Lu Yingho for a while, Zun Zun assumed he didn't want to get too close to Luo Hao. It turned out he had been sent on a mission. Brother, stand up. Hearing his sister's command, Zun Zun stood up from the bathtub and looked at the equally open-minded Luo Hao in front of him. Then, they hugged her. Their lips touched once more, their heartbeats gradually synchronizing over time, then separated. The crystalline thread seemed to speak of their reluctance to part. Zun Zun panted slightly, his cheeks flushed, and his gaze clouded. He still felt a little overwhelmed by such treatment. Sister, there's no need to do this anymore. Don't be silly. If the magic isn't constantly engraved, it will fade over time. But it didn't have to be every day. Every night, Luo Hao would bathe with him and then kiss, euphemistically calling it a way to strengthen their brotherly bond. As if sensing Zun Zun's thoughts, Luo Hao bristled. As a younger brother, you can't talk back to your sister. Yes, then, she leaned closer. Perhaps because she had mentioned the reason for his sister's captivity, Luo Hao was particularly aggressive and assertive that night. Chapter 465, The Master said nothing, he simply apologized. It's undeniable that we all have an idol, someone we dreamed of being like as teenagers, someone we secretly strive to imitate. While it's debatable whether they ever achieved that status, the fact is that their idol played a pivotal role in our lives. Zun Zun, are you nervous? Yes, in response to Erika's question, Zun Zun didn't deny being nervous. He knew perfectly well that what he was about to see wasn't a real idol. He would deny it out loud, despise it, or, like Luo Hao, feel humiliated and enraged, maybe even go mad after his filter broke. In front of the Torii of Nikko Toshogu Shrine. This is the mausoleum dedicated to the deified Tokugawa Ieyasu, Tasho Daigenjin. It is a magnificent shrine, frequented by school trips and numerous tourists. But these were ordinary people. The mere presence of Zun Zun, the Godslayer, was enough to make them nervous. Come on, Erika. Yes, no one greeted them. No, rather, those who had been there to greet them had been dismissed, leaving them alone. After passing through the Torii Gate, through the famous Yomimin Gate, he entered the worship hall, then the main hall, and then the shrine. This was the usual route. But halfway there, Tsutomu changed course and headed toward a plain building. As if something was guiding him. It was a small, unadorned house, in sharp contrast to the lavish decor he had seen so far, and it looked decidedly old-fashioned. 2 horses were enclosed within a fence, as if to indicate that this was an ordinary stable. And along the eaves of the ordinary house, monkeys were carved left and right, some upside down, some standing, some lying on their backs, in various strange poses, more than a dozen in all. Tsutomu, let me, no, leave it to me. Tsutomu violently stopped Erika from breaking the barrier. Instead, he waved his hand, and a black kitten leaped into the air. It stretched lazily and meowed, then gently nibbled at the air. A barrier, to be precise. A faint rustling sound reached their ears. The 2 of them headed toward the vast forest behind the stables. After about 10 minutes of wandering deeper into the forest, they finally arrived at an ancient shrine. This was the shrine where the monkey god was imprisoned. It was a barrier purposely erected by Susumu and other gods of the underworld, designed to manipulate the monkey god as a tool, forcing him to expel and eliminate other disobedient gods and beasts. This was precisely why Luo Hao felt embarrassed. Without needing Zun Zun's command, the black kitten immediately understood what was being done. It charged forward again, shattering the barrier with a few bites. As expected of the dark spirit, it was incredibly adept at bypassing barriers. It was a cage erected specifically for the monkey god by several disobedient gods of the underworld, but he managed to break it without alerting anyone. The moment the barrier broke, a distinctive aura swept over them. Erika instinctively stood in front of it. Don't be nervous, but, Zun Zun shook his head. Erika's excitement wasn't surprising. When the seal broke, the aura from the afterlife nearly killed her. Without further ado, she took a step forward. Stepping into the passageway connecting the ancestral halls of the Western Heavenly Palace to the afterlife, darkness obscured all vision. Zun Zun's teleportation was within easy reach, and he held on to Erika's hand just in case. But, Erika, you're too close. I won't be able to withstand any danger. Then I'll be Zun Zun's human shield. I'm not that ruthless, alright. I'm willing. Erika held on to Zun Zun's arm tightly, not letting go. He didn't know if Luo Hao's constant dominance had instilled in him an unnecessary sense of danger, but the physical contact between them increased. He walked slowly, cautiously. No, it was probably because he knew what attitude to adopt and walked deliberately slowly. Even the longest passages eventually end. Half an hour later, a dozen meters away, as far as Zun Zun could see, a square hole appeared, blazing with light. Stepping through it, he emerged into a new space. Within this small, suddenly open world stood a ramshackle, uninhabited cottage, probably a stable, like the ones he had just seen at Toshogu Shrine. Outside, the sun shone brightly, creating a refreshingly clear sky. In the distance, a magnificent building could be seen. It was an enormous house. No, it should be called a palace of the Celestial Empire comparable to Mount Lu. A gentle breeze caressed his face. Zun Zun's nostrils flared slightly, catching a distinct scent. Then, his soul trembled, his entire body tensed, his blood boiled, as if he were in a battle stance. Over there, Erika said. Following her finger, Zun Zun looked toward the corner of the stable. A monkey was lying on the hay. It wasn't a living macaque, its face wasn't red, but pinkish white. Its fur was glossy, almost golden orange, and it was about 80 centimeters long. Just as Zun Zun had noticed, the other party had noticed as well. "Welcome to my palace. We haven't had any guests in ages, and here's a godslayer. By the way, why do you look like you're about to cry?" the monkey replied in a cheerful voice, standing up, its movements remarkably human, like a nimble child jumping out of bed. The monkey, no, the ape god scratched its head. "Oh, I'm terrible at dealing with crying children. You know, the shrine maiden who comes to play with me is always so happy. Now, stop crying, or I'll let you pet my fur." Oh, I laughed. The monkey god was like a joyful child, jumping around Zun Zun, with no intention of treating him as his nemesis. Such joy and frivolity, to be honest, gradually overlapped with Zun Zun's impression of his idol. "But you're not here to play with me, are you?" He was a little melancholy, and revealed a lonely expression. "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since anyone came to play with me." "Play with me?" "Yes. It's the shrine maiden who plays with me. Sometimes we chat, sometimes we play hide and seek or double six. I really like the lively atmosphere. If you can sing and dance, my evaluation will be even higher." "What's that?" seems to be what Luo Hao said, "playing with the others." "Play with me?" "No, wait. Think about it, you don't want me chasing dragons or killing snakes, do you?" "No. I can't stand having to fight gods and demons all the time." The monkey god somersaulted, seemingly exhausted, then lay down on the ground. I don't want to." "What? This kind of thing annoys me too much? Instead of thinking about it, I'd rather think about how to play." This timid attitude reminded Zun Zun of the devilish Kazuma and that idiot Aqua. "Okay." With that, he took out a box of dice from the haystack below him, as if by magic. "Let's play." "You too, me." Erica pointed at herself, and when Zun Zun nodded, she smiled confidently. "Don't cry if you lose, how dare you? I should be the one to say it." The three of them played dice happily. This dice comparison ended with Zun Zun in first place, Monkey King in second, and Erica in third place. "Wait a minute, it seems like cheating no matter how you look at it. I can't beat them, but it's a little strange that I haven't won once." "Let's be clear, I didn't cheat." "Me neither, not that." Erica stamped her foot in exasperation, a rare sight for a well-bred young woman. Zun Zun and the Monkey King exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, as if teasing her were fun. Then they played hide and seek, double six, and a game of cards. The Monkey King, like a child sharing toys with a friend, kept bringing them out, as if determined to have a good time. No matter the game, Zun Zun and the Monkey King won and lost, and Erica always lost. The Godslayer, the god of disobedience, and the common people. The first two fought against each other, but the second proved completely powerless, even against the Great Knight. The hierarchy was surprisingly strict. After a pleasant departure, "Wow. That was fun," the monkey god, resting peacefully in the haystack, said indifferently, "So what brings you here?" "Oops, what a silly question." "What? As a godslayer, you should only have one reason to be here." Those eyes seemed to see everything, but he maintained his smile, acting as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry." Wait. Why are you crying again?" Zun Zun expected to feel anger, rage, embarrassment, and the like, but upon seeing it, he inexplicably only felt sadness and guilt. I'm sorry, because I was sealed, I became a monkey who only knows how to joke around, and I've even lost my shame. It's me who should be apologizing." He knew that it wasn't a real idol, but an avatar of the untold worlds. It could easily treat him as someone else, like Luo Hao did, and even diminish his divinity. I'm sorry, you're a godslayer, and I'm the god of disobedience, our natural enemies. But if I were to return to my original form, I'd be quite formidable." "Are you sure you're okay?" Megumin and Walbach must have been equally worried and perplexed during their explosive magical duel. Zun Zun could empathize. I'm sorry, it's fine, I forgive you." A furry hand landed on his shoulder, and a bright smile spread across his slightly red monkey face. Zun Zun's heart sank. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Sun Wukong, the God of Disobedience. Chapter 466, Sun Wukong, the God of Disobedience. Everyone has their own version of Sun Wukong. Brave, fearless, and daring in battle, he is the idol of many children. Some say it wasn't Tang Sanzong who traveled to the west to obtain the scriptures, but Sun Wukong. From his initial arrogance and conceit to his later claims of the holy mountain is at my feet and the heavens and the earth are incomplete, and the scriptures should be incomplete as well, he has truly matured. So Zun Zun must mature as well. He wiped his eyes, his expression resolute. That's right, that's what god killers must be like, for it is their true nature, just like me. Don't underestimate me, I too am a member of the Steel Clan. The monkey god was pleased with Zun Zun's transformation. Born as a spirit stone monkey, Sun Wukong wasn't originally steel, but was a hero forged in Taishang Laojian's furnace, so he was truly pure steel. As if boasting about his prowess, he puffed out his chest and proudly recounted his past victories. Dealing with dragons and snakes is an everyday occurrence. There have been 1, 2, and 3 rebellions so far, right? The last one was probably when I argued with you, right? He turned to look at the thatched cottage behind him. There stood a dazzlingly beautiful and elegant woman. It was Luo Hao. Looking at her, the monkey god seemed to recall, I remember defeating a rogue earth dragon in a certain city and then arguing with you. But before we could decide the outcome, it was time for me to return to my lair. Weren't you planning to destroy the gate of the ancestral hall, because I thought that would allow me to reach your abode? Instead, I blew up the ancestral hall and the surrounding shrines, but I couldn't enter the passageway, Luo Hao replied loudly. She wasn't angry at the missed opportunity, but she did show a displeased expression. It's truly pathetic, a rare heroic deity reduced to such a low status, like a mere animal. Even a coward should have some sense of propriety and shame, even if you call me an animal, as you can see, I am. The shameless monkey god threw up his hands as if it wasn't something he could decide. Speaking of which, he felt sorry for what had just happened, right? He's a hero of our dynasty, yet the Japanese kept him and toyed with him. An unforgivable sin. To know of such a creature and ignore it stains my reputation, Luo Hao. So I've been waiting a long time for the moment to judge him. Wait a moment. He came with you too, right? He was toying with me the whole time, weren't you seeing? Luo Hao stared at Zun Zun, the unwitting target, as if reprimanding his rebellious brother and making him feel the weight of his sister's authority. He had only been humoring him for a while. Zun Zun was on the verge of tears, but there were none left. Are you planning to release me here? The monkey god touched his chin. As I just said, those who built this palace sealed my violent divinity, but, he looked at Zun Zun with some worry. Once I return to my rebellious form, the underworld will be boring to me. Can you really stop me? After returning to his original form as the steel hero Sun Wukong, he became even more mischievous and irritable than before. With no one in the underworld, the rebellious Sun Wukong would naturally find the real world less interesting. In other words, he would run back to the real world and make a fuss. As a disobedient god, you worry about my brother. Ridiculous. He will undoubtedly defeat you and send you back to mythology. But even though you seem cowardly, you understand your position very well, so things will be easier. Luo Hao seemed annoyed by his words, mistaking his concern for Zun Zun for reassurance, and his tone turned harsh. Now, to revive you, I will remove Bimong's curse. Is that okay? I see, that's right. The monkey god suddenly looked behind Luo Hao. There were 2 people there. One was a handsome but quiet young man. He looked polite, but a strange gleam shone in his eyes. It was Kuhozuka Mikahiko, the leader of Kuhozuka, the Western Heavenly Palace, where the monkey god was sealed. The other was a petite, brown-haired girl. She wore the attire of a shrine maiden and clutched a precious sword. Her gaze was dull, as if bewitched, as she followed Kuhozuka Mikahiko. Her appearance vaguely resembled Mariah Yuri's, clearly her sister, Mariah Hikari. You instigated that shrine maiden to hold the precious sword? No wonder she's always seemed so strange to me. She brought her here when there were no dragons. And she said she believed you were going to send me to fight dragons and snakes again, the monkey god muttered. The Bimong spell that sealed her here for a time required 3 conditions. 1. A weakened sword. 2. A shrine maiden with the power of exorcism wielding the sword and using its spiritual power. 3. The manifestation of dragon and snake divinity. Grooming dragon or snake gods is the most difficult task. Even with my unmatched martial arts skills, capturing a living god would be difficult. I've already decided not to fight you again, but As Luo Hao spoke, Zun Zun slowly extracted a metal-shaped obsidian from the alien dimension, the Gorgon Stone. So you've already prepared it? I was wondering how you were able to come here without such complex conditions. The monkey god scratched his head. Even now, he didn't feel any danger. The Gorgon Stone, this sacred artifact, wasn't a true god, but sealed within was most of the power of the Earth Mother Goddess, Lord Dragon and Serpent. Although the variety was small and somewhat different, the quality and quantity were significant, and this could stimulate him. The candlelight shines deep behind the mica screen, the long river gradually descends, the morning star sinks. Change must regret stealing the elixir, the blue sea and blue sky torment me every night. Luo Hao's throat sang a ballad, reminiscent of the music of a zither, a soothing sound. This was the mantra for wielding power, but Luo Hao's recitation was remarkably musical. As the spell was completed, Wanli Guguang, staring into nothingness, unsheathed his precious white wooden sword. This precious sword, known as the Dragon Slayer Sword, held the key to unleashing the Monkey King. Luo Hao infused it with immense divine power, awakening the blade and releasing the magic sealed within. As if guided by the Gorgon Stone in Zun Zun's hand, it floated directly above the small world, and a light rain began to fall. A closer look revealed it to be black. Wanli Guguang, chanting the incantation, brandished his small sword. With clumsy steps, he circled around the Monkey King, slashing in all four directions, east, west, and west. The four-cornered openings at the entrance to the corridor connecting the living world to the underworld suddenly expanded, even the walls of the stables. The monkey god was completely petrified, unable to move. However, when this stone shattered like an eggshell, he would be reborn as the god of disobedience. About 10 minutes passed. I am a follower of steel, a god born under the stars to conquer dragons and snakes. Because of that, the blood and divine power of dragons and snakes invigorate me, a poison that reminds me of my ferocious nature. Hey, now that I think back on my life as a monkey, it wasn't so bad. Oh, what a pity, what a pity. Even transformed into stone, he could still speak as usual, his cheerful and frivolous tone unchanged. His voice possessed a special power. Furthermore, in his petrified state, only his eyes remained, flesh-like, and without realizing it, they had reddened. His once white and shining pupils had turned crimson, leaving only the golden pupils. A symbolic symbol, the golden burning eyes. This feeling is like being drunk, the monkey god said in a distant tone. Unpredictable changes are the truth of the world. Darkness is one step away. Just in case, we must prepare. Her eyes shone with a golden light. Maiko, pour all your strength into this sword. Before the vessel is full, fill it with all your might, exhausting all your strength. The way of blood is the way of the fathers. When the way of blood ceases, life ceases. God of the way of blood, Manridani Hikaru reverently raised the Dragon Slayer sword. Zun Zun felt that, as the girl continued to infuse her words, the spiritual power of exorcism was flowing into the Dragon Slayer sword, into the blade that exorcises evil, breaks curses, and grants good fortune. What are you doing, Zun Zun? At that critical moment, a roar echoed from outside the shrine, from the direction they had entered. Turning around, he saw Kusanagi Godao, looking incredulous, and Manridani Yuri, looking troubled. You're finally here, Godao. Suqing, what the hell is going on? Kusanagi Godao was a godslayer after all, even if he wasn't up to the task. He would do whatever was necessary, and the disappearance of Yuri Manridani's sister, Hikaru Manridani, naturally caught his attention. You actually had the Kuhazuka family scatter the commoners, then kidnapped Hikaru and secretly broke the seal on the god of disobedience. What the hell are you doing, Suqing? He probably assumed Suqing was like Waban, chasing and hunting the god of disobedience. While that wasn't entirely true, it wasn't entirely wrong either. For various reasons, Suqing forced a grim smile. At that moment, he couldn't justify it by saying he had to go home. Suqing, you? Kusanagi Godao was stunned. Suddenly, he realized that things weren't quite as he had imagined. Wait a minute, monkey god. Manridani Yuri pounced on him, her expression excited, shouting, please don't keep doing this, ha, please forgive me, I also need this shrine mage body and power. The monkey god summoned a breeze that blew Manridani Hikaru's body away. Just when everyone thought he was leaving, he appeared before Zun Zun. Look, you look like you're about to cry again, you're such a pain, he grimaced again. Unfortunately, his now powerful face wasn't as graceful as before, so naturally, It didn't make Zun Zun laugh. The monkey god seemed to understand, wiping Zun Zun's eyes and saying, "Get ready, I'll be back soon." Then he disappeared. Chapter 467 The Monkey King. Are you just going to let me handle everything after causing so much trouble? Even though this disaster is the result of my indulgence, Zun Zun sighed helplessly. Luo Hao's first thought upon seeing Kusanagi Godao was to beat him up. Although they were both godslayers, there was still a huge difference in strength between them. Kusanagi Godao, with no martial skills and only 2 or 3 powers, was no match for Luo Hao. Wait, sister, don't stop me. Even if the opponent is the king of Wa, I'm confident I can eliminate him. Like this, we'll definitely be able to take care of the monkey god. Wasn't that what we had agreed upon? That's right, but that was the response to Kusanagi Godao's reckless charge to fight. Now, he seemed to be looking for a reason. Are you? Seeing Luo Hao advance, Mariah Yuri was completely silent in fear. She covered her mouth and trembled all over, her face pale as if she had just witnessed something terrifying. To her, Martial King Luo Hao, a demon even more ferocious among the godslayers than the Marquis of Vauban, was a true terror. Yuri? Hey, Yuri, yes. Kusanagi Godao shook her by the shoulder, bringing her back to her senses. Seeing her expression, she was speechless. Luckily, Luo Hao took control. Normal people would tear up their eyesight upon seeing me and their ears upon hearing me speak. But these are special times, so I forgive your rudeness. King of Wa, listen carefully, the peerless beauty, like a blooming flower, proudly introduced herself. My surname is Luo, my given name is Kilian, and my courtesy name is Hao. I am the leader of the Holy Church, the pinnacle of martial arts, a godslayer. After Zun Zun, the Sword King, and the Marquis, this was the 4th of their compatriots to appear. The moment Kusanagi Godao saw her, he knew clearly that the towering beauty before him was a demon king as fierce as a blazing fire. But even so, you cannot be so rude as to treat Xiao Guang. If we were not kings of the same rank, I would not forgive your disrespect and would punish you accordingly. But as a superior who follows the same path of dominance, I will graciously forgive you. Thank you very much, Kusanagi Kato said wordlessly, while Luo Hao looked at him with disdain. He seemed to dislike speaking to such a troublesome woman and turned to Zun Zun. How dare you look down on me like this? Okay, I'm too domineering, that's why I act like this. How dare a younger brother? Zun Zun squeezed his hand. Luo Hao's cheeks flushed slightly, either from anger or embarrassment, but he held back his verbal outbursts, though he snorted softly to vent his displeasure. Zun Zun then looked at Kusanagi Kato, and the two of them sat down on the hay loft where the monkey god had just been lying. The hay was soft and still slightly warm. Alright, Kusanagi Godao demanded impatiently. Zun Zun, what's wrong? Explain it to me, you're so impatient, it was always like this. So Zun Zun told Kusanagi Godao all about his trip to the underworld, his discovery of Luo Hao's tunnel-breaking ability, and his reason for eliminating the monkey god. That's what you came to Libyan specifically for, I suppose. After all, Zun Zun had declared since before the god slaying that he was seeking a way home, and Luo Hao's help would require eliminating the monkey god. It's like in a game, where you have to complete task A before task B. But it's amazing you got here so quickly, because Hikaru has disappeared. It was Yuri Mariah, worried about her sister not coming home so late. She went to look for her, only to find that the head of the Kuhazuka family had taken her away. Thinking that Hikaru Mariah was going to become a shrine maiden to the monkey god, they hurried over. You happened upon that scene by chance. You're a true hero, Godao, and you didn't save Hikaru either. Damn it, why do things like this always happen? Gods, demon kings, etc. It's troublesome enough as it is. Kusanagi Godao was annoyed. He wanted to say, if that's the case, then it has nothing to do with me, so I shouldn't get involved, but when Mariah Yuri's sister was used as the monkey god's medium, there was no escaping it. In that case, let me. No, I'll do it. Zun Zun interrupted him. Kusanagi Godao was slightly taken aback. The reason he fought wasn't his innate sense of mission, even protecting human society was relegated to a secondary role. It was because Hikaru was taken away that he fought. But, Godao, do you have an idol? What? Someone you admire? Whether it was an ancient hero, a mythical figure, or even a parent or relative, you probably had an idol growing up. It was Takatsu Shingo, a baseball player. Zun Zun covered his forehead with his hands, looking like he had a headache, which excited him slightly. What? I was originally one of the top performers in Kashin, and I was going to play professional baseball. Takatsu Shingo was very optimistic about me, saying I had a bright future, so, Kusanagi Godao seemed to have some connection with him, but Zun Zun wasn't interested. My idol is Son Goku, Son Goku. Why is that name here? Wait, don't you mean the great sage equaling heaven? His eyes went wide. Honestly, he had only just discovered the Monkey King's existence on the first day, so he had always assumed he was an unknown deity. After all, a powerful deity couldn't be imprisoned. However, the curse of Binwan and the name Sun Wukong sent a chill down his tailbone and into his skull. It was a familiar name, comparable to Zeus. Especially in Southeast Asia, Tachibana was deeply influenced by a certain manga, perhaps taking advantage of its fame. And Zun Zun couldn't possibly worship the alien Sun Wukong, so it had to be that one. This is truly outrageous. Yes, seeing Sun Zun's face on the verge of tears, Kusanagi Godao didn't know what to say. Seeing his idol imprisoned, used as a pet, and even as a combat weapon, the pent-up frustration and overwhelming sense of loss would undoubtedly be infuriating. Honestly, Kusanagi Godao thought it was great that Sun Zun spoke to him so calmly. If he were to put himself in Godao's shoes, he would probably fly into a rage, taking his anger out on all of Liban. I'm sorry, Godao, why are you apologizing? He couldn't help but roll his eyes. The truth is, I've been trying to talk myself out of getting emotionally involved. This isn't my world, after all. The so-called Monkey King is just a myth from another world, or maybe seeing him in prison would break my filter or something, but somehow, we became good friends. Sun Zun's voice was slightly low, his head lowered, his red eyes dull. We became good friends after just one meeting. Although it seemed unbelievable to him, Kusanagi Godao was able to say with all his heart, yes. That was how it was with him and Velislana. They met, played baseball and soccer together, fought tooth and nail, and still couldn't win. And then they became close friends. If Velislana hadn't chosen Tsukumo, perhaps Kusanagi Godao's power now would be. No, that's not the way to look at it. He shook his head. Humans are emotional creatures. First impressions play a pivotal role in whether they can become friends or lovers, especially after becoming a godslayer, whose senses are magnified. Kusanagi Godao understood Tsukumo's reason for taking on the monkey god alone. Tsukumo intended to use this method to send his idol back to Shinwa, freeing him from this life of slavery, freeing him from being treated like an idiot. And don't worry, I'll bring Hikaru back safe and sound for you, I'm counting on you, Kusanagi Godao sighed. See, that's how it was settled. While Luo Hao always insisted on getting rid of Kusanagi Godao, insisting on beating him into submission, Zun Zun saw no need to fight and could even win him over. If anything, Luo Hao was authoritarian, while Zun Zun was king. Suddenly. Why are you still here? I'm surprised the three gout hunters aren't fighting, a girl's refreshing voice resounded from the sky. Looking up, a young girl was floating in the night sky on a small golden cloud, observing the lower world from above. Her eyes were strange, red, as if bloodshot from smoke, but with golden pupils. Wanli Guguang had become the god of disobedience. A mask appeared on the young Maiko's face, a white, monkey-faced mask with red circles under its eyes, similar to the masks in Peking opera. This was the mask used to represent the Monkey King. She wore a yellow outfit adorned with beautiful black and green embroidery. The sleeves reached his ankles, with wide slits at the sides. He wore red trousers. It was a Peking opera costume, the armor worn by a military commander. He removed his monkey mask, revealing the face of Wanli Guguang, with red eyes and golden pupils. Have you finally awakened, Monkey King? Luo Hao stared at her. That's right, my fellow godslayer, Wanli Guguang pointed at the sky. Such majesty was not possessed by a bright and cheerful priestess, nor by a comical monkey. I am not a monkey god, I am heaven, a being equal to heaven. I am the Monkey King, born of stone, a prodigy with boundless powers, capable of countless transformations. In the heavenly palace, I steal elixirs, indulge in alcohol, steal peaches, practice martial arts, commit crimes, and demonstrate evil. Then, a steel rod appeared in the girl's hand, with golden rings at each end and a long, black iron rod in the center. A line of characters, gleaming in the starlight, was engraved next to the rings. It was in traditional Chinese. Zun Zun understood it. No, Even if he didn't understand traditional Chinese, how could a person from the Celestial Empire not know what those characters meant? The Ruai Jingu Bang, my surname is Sun, my name is Wukong. I am called the Great Sage equaling Heaven, she introduced herself. Chapter 468, Three Brothers on the Journey to the West. I've kept you waiting, the girl in the sky spoke with a hint of apology, as if she were the one arriving late to the party. Facing three gout hunters at once is a daunting task. But, in a sense, this situation is perfect. Hey, even the heavens are on my side this time, the Monkey King spoke incoherently, and instantly his divine power surged forth. This power was mighty and pure. It was stronger than any of the gods Zun Zun had encountered, such as Mercator, Velaslana, and Athena. Despite appearances, I have finally recovered the essence of steel. Very well, great sage. Let us settle this now. Luo Hao challenged the Monkey King above him, then stomped his foot on the ground and soared into the sky with lightning speed, intending to fight him to the death. How dangerous? The golden auspicious clouds beneath the Monkey King retreated, easily dodging the attack, but his expression was as if he was on the verge of death. I'm not going to let you get away with this now. His mouth curled, and the golden club he was holding suddenly swept out, striking Luo Hao in the lower back with a ferocious slam, sending her flying backward even faster than when she arrived. Zun Zun quickly caught her. He noticed Luo Hao's eyes widened, his movements freezing. What is this? I pressed on his acupuncture points, sealing his movement. It was only a brief instant, but it was enough, the Monkey King declared from high above. As the purest steel hero god, and renowned for his martial prowess, he was a natural martial arts master. Facing off against Luo Hao would not be much of a challenge, despite the surprise attack. As the Monkey King had said, Luo Hao's momentary lapse was brief, but he also lost his chance to continue his battle against the god of disobedience. Then let us end this ancient bond. But I will also take care of you. He rode on a golden cloud, his gaze coldly surveying the lower world. But his gaze was fixed solely on Zun Zun, Luo Hao, and Kusanagi Godao, ignoring all others. Heaven, all flourishes in harmony with heaven. He formed a seal with one hand and began to chant a mantra. Earth, Kun, the ground of the sunlight shrine, once a bare mountain, transformed into solid stone, as if snow had dyed it completely. In the blink of an eye, the ground where Zun Zun and the others stood turned into gray stone. Ha. I will use the secrets of the stone mountain grotto to imprison you. The surrounding trees continued to petrify, and with Tishogu's shrine at the center, the petrification spread out like ripples. Zun Zun's body slowly sank into the ground. First, his ankles, then his knees, soon reaching his waist, then his chest, and finally his head. Turning around, he saw the other two doing the same. Are you planning to seal us? Ha. You're right, the Monkey King cheerfully answered Zun Zun's question. You are godslayers. The more you fight, the stronger you become. Fighting you is fun, but you're even more terrifying when you're injured, because you defy common sense. I finally resurrected, so there's no need to take that risk, it had to be said. It was quite witty. The more godslayers fight, the more passionate they become, and the more injured they are, the stronger they become. So, if you put yourself in their shoes, wouldn't the easiest way to finish them off be to seal them before the battle? Godao, Master, Zun Zun. The shrine maiden and knights who had followed the three godslayers shouted their names, but Zun Zun had already completely sunk into the stone. It was completely dark, but the two faces were still visible. Sun Wukong is a master of the magical arts, a deity of boundless power. While he possesses the attributes of the war god, steel, he is also adept at spellcasting. It is truly reckless to allow yourself to be trapped by him with this method, Luo Hao muttered to himself in the darkness. However, since the three of them were so close, they could hear clearly. Zun Zun's heart leaped. Sister, we will investigate your inaction later. Now, will you leave here? If not, I will send you upstairs. Yes, Zun Zun wrapped one arm around Luo Hao's waist and the other around Kusanagi Godao's neck. With a thud, he transformed into a breeze and disappeared underground. The next instant, the three of them reappeared on the ground. High in the sky, the Monkey King looked surprised, waving his golden club joyfully. As expected, they've returned. They're truly formidable godslayers. It seems they're as formidable as I thought, because someone's calling for me. The power of wind allows it to reach any location, and it's even easier when summoned. Just now, Erica's call had allowed him to escape the Stone Mountain Grotto's secret technique. It's the call of love. Enough. Zun Zun turned his head slightly, avoiding Erika's air kiss. Even in intimacy, he preferred to be discreet. Was he like the clueless kisser by his side who always kissed a girl in battle? Kusanagi Godao sneezed and scratched his head, wondering who was secretly cursing him. Then the next step is a counterattack. Wrong. Is it better to retreat first? Seeing Luo Hao gathering his strength, his expression determined to take your head this time, even the Monkey King seemed to shudder at the fury of the most ferocious godslayer. You want to escape? Dream on. I wouldn't. Son, I'm so confident in my lightning speed that I can reach a distance of 108,000 miles in a single leap. Look at me. Why? Before he could finish his words, he shouted. As if he had received an invisible blow, the Monkey King rolled onto the clouds, clutching his knees. While his immense divine power remained unaffected, his body seemed unable to freely control it. Opportunity. This was the downside of the Monkey King possessing only Guguang. Although he possessed immense divine power, he could not freely control his body. The Vajra force within me coalesces into one devastating blow. All enemies, fear me, I am the embodiment of victory. Thunder and lightning gather for me, protect me from injustice. Hunter, defeat my enemies. Luo Hao was the first to react, followed by Zun Zun and Kusanagi Godao, who attacked together. An enormous golden hand, a ferocious bolt of lightning, and two maces descended ferociously upon the Monkey King's position. However, his body suddenly vanished, reappearing a considerable distance away. This time, he was very close. I never imagined I would fall into such a trap because of my carelessness. Well, if I hold back a little longer, I can unleash even more powerful moves. With that, the Monkey King waved his hand. From the petrified forest, countless animals howled and leaped, filling the entire Rizhao Palace. Monkeys filled the mountains. Citizens of the kingdom, quickly confront my enemies, the Godslayers. As the Monkey King spoke, the monkeys erupted into a cacophony of shouts, their gazes filled with murderous intent as they watched Zun Zun and the others. If it were just a flock of monkeys, it wouldn't be a serious problem, but an enormous object descended from the sky. Look out, wolf! Zun Zun grabbed the stunned Kusanagi Godao. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing a gigantic ape. Its landing echoed with a thud that shook the earth. It was about 12 or 13 meters tall, robustly built with long arms and legs, and a stocky build, halfway between that of a gorilla and a great ape. It wasn't over yet. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions occurred, and like the 4 heavenly kings, 4 enormous apes completely surrounded them. They are divine beasts. They serve the Monkey King. They likely possess power rivaling that of a dragon, incredibly powerful, unimaginable, Mariah Yuri shouted. Erika gripped her silver rapier. Facing a divine beast might have been a struggle, but for. Then, Zun Zun shouted the spiritual word. You have broken the covenant and brought sin into the world. The Lord says, the sinner must be punished. Tear apart their backs, tear out their sinews, bones, hair, and brains, and trample underfoot their blood and filth. If my sharp fangs cannot reach them, I will obey the Lord's word and bring destruction upon you. Thanks to the enormous size of these apes, their boar form was able to manifest. Furthermore, the boars, sustained by the Zun Zun's power, endured for a long time and were very obedient. So, while the boars weaved in and out of the monkey horde like tanks, the Monkey King was at a disadvantage. Boars are difficult to control. Just look at the original Kusanagi Godao. However, perhaps because they had been defeated by the Sage Dragon, the boars were now very obedient, responding to everything they were told. But that wasn't enough. A single boar could wreak havoc on the monkey army, but it was only one, and surrounded by 4, it would ultimately be defeated. Furthermore, it couldn't stop the rest of the monkey army, so Zun Zun summoned the Sage Dragon and the Sage Cat. Seeing this, Luo Hao summoned his Garuda, and Kusanagi Godao similarly summoned a swarm of locusts. A chaotic battle ensued. In the midst of the divine beast war, Erika and the others were of little use. Zun Zun and the others also had to find the Monkey King, so their mission was to protect themselves and scare away any common intruders. The 3 god hunters then rushed toward the Monkey King. Naturally, they encountered a horde of monkeys along the way, but after deploying their full strength, they soon came across their nemesis. The Monkey King was chanting the Buddha's name. Namo Hello Danaduo Luo Yi, Namo Ali Yi, Baluji Di Shuo Bolu O Yi, Bodhisattva Se Dupo Yi, Maha Se Dupo Yi, Maha Kalunike, It was the great mantra of compassion. Zun Zun knew it very well. After all, he had a song about it in his past life, and had even read the original text out of great interest. Taking refuge in the three jewels, in the compassionate Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, who saves the world. All sentient beings in the world who suffer all kinds of terror and suffering should vow to preach the vast, perfect, unhindered, and compassionate mantra that saves suffering in all those in need. Go through the afflictions of birth and death, attain true light, and take refuge in the compassionate, merciful, and free Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. The key is not this last part, but rather taking refuge in the three jewels. These refer to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, the three pillars of support for Buddhist believers. Since the Monkey King, as the teacher of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, naturally invokes someone who shares a deep connection with the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and the three jewels. In other words, Rawar, one was plump, robustly built, and pig-faced. His face was covered in thick, short, black hair, with round eyes, short, triangular ears, and a long nose flanked by short, sharp fangs. The other was gaunt, with the appearance of a demon. Dark skin, deep red hair, a piercing gaze, a necklace of 9 small skulls hanging from his neck, and simple monk robes. Zhu Gangli and Xiaojing. The three brothers from Journey to the West make their triumphant entrance. Chapter 469. These are truly the remains of the great sage. A house classic, Journey to the West has spawned numerous spin-offs, including prequels, sequels, and various remakes. However, regardless of the remake, the essence remains unchanged. Tang Sanzing's insistence, Sun Wukong's pointy face, Zhu Beiji's fat head and big ears, and Xiaojing's classic lines, Big Brother, Second Brother, Master has been captured by a monster, and Big Brother, Master, and Second Brother have been captured by a monster, are all examples. Thanks to their iconic characterizations, coupled with their repeated appearances in every episode, Zun Zun instantly recognized Zhu Beiji and Xiaojing when they appeared. I didn't expect it to be these three treasures. Luo Hao squinted his eyes. The mantra the Monkey King had just chanted was the mantra of great compassion, a Buddhist mantra celebrating the three treasures. Sun Wukong and his two younger brothers also have deep Buddhist roots, and the three of them seem to be subtly merging with the three treasures. Ha ha ha. Since you've joined forces, naturally I need help, or I'll be in real trouble, the Monkey King laughed heartily. Elder brother, I just got out and I still want to play with beauties and luxury cars, but why are you starting a fight here? But eldest brother, you're so handsome right now, why aren't you playing with me? Ouch, Zhu Beiji, drooling, received a severe kick to his rear. Idiot. Always chasing after those elusive three treasures, that's why you haven't made any progress all these years. That's right, second brother. Eldest brother is in a bind now, so we should definitely take care of the enemy. Zhu Beiji, blinded by desire, lectured his Monkey King and Xiaojing, who was trying to persuade him. This scene was truly iconic. Zun Zun felt inexplicably moved. You all know how to bully me, old pig, Zhu Gangli grumbled. Then take care of these quickly and let me out to have some fun. He slung a steel rake over his shoulder, his round eyes fixed on the three Zun Zuns. His innocent attitude betrayed an unmistakable ferocity. Meanwhile, I didn't expect you to summon 2 more disobedient gods. I told them to attack their ranks. What a headache. Do we have to fight them again? The 3 god slayers wore different expressions. Luo Hao looked at Kusanagi Godao, who was clutching his head in agony, and said, as your superior, I'm giving you the first chance to choose, King of Wa. What? Don't play dumb. It's up to you to decide which of these 3 disobedient gods you want to deal with. Of course, I won't say anything if you refuse, but I feel like they'll look down on me. Kusanagi Godao, angered by Luo Hao's provocative words, glared at Zun Zun, who was staring at the Monkey King. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision, pointing at a red-haired monk with 9 skulls. I choose him. Not bad. Luo Hao looked at him approvingly. It was unclear whether the compliment was for not choosing the Monkey King or for choosing the easier-to-deal-with disobedient god. In short, then I'll take care of Zhu Gangli. After Luo Hao finished speaking, they each chose their target. As if attracted by the aura, Xiaojing shot out first. Without a word, he flew to the other side. Seeing this, Kusanagi Godao hurriedly chased after them. Then I, the old swine, will take care of this young lady? That's just what I want, Zhu Gangli drooled, his gaze lustful. But before he could do anything, Luo Hao kicked him away. What a ferocious temper! With a roar of pigs, Luo Hao and Zhu Gangli disappeared into the sky on the other side, and only Zun Zun and the Monkey King remained in the entire Tashogu shrine. Added to that were Erika, Wanrige Yuri, and Lu Yinghua, who were facing off against the monkey army outside, and the battlefield was completely divided. King against king, general against general. Zun Zun felt his energy and spirit continuously rising, reaching their peak in a very short time and entering a state of combat readiness. But before that, Great Sage, has your Bimon curse been lifted? If so, could you please hand over the possessed witch to me? What are you talking about? This witch has other uses for me. Besides, you're a bit strange, boy. You brought her here, why are you in such a hurry to return? The Great Sage equaling heaven chuckled. The young woman, clearly possessed by a deity, wore a smile more childlike than her age. Because I can't do anything to break Bimon's curse, a witch with the power of exorcism was needed, and Wanli Guguang was the only one with that ability. Even if he could, Zun Zun wouldn't. However, seeing that the Great Sage equaling heaven was unwilling to return Wanli Guguang, Zun Zun was certain of one thing: Bimon's curse hadn't been completely broken. He needed the witch's powers of exorcism to counteract its effects. Thus, the reason for her sudden, invisible attack, writhing and moaning in the clouds, was revealed. It could be used. The Great Sage equaling heaven smiled and shouted, "You seem quite obsessed with this witch. As long as she's in my hands, you can't leave my side. Hey, if you want to get her back, you'll have to resort to force. Let's begin this exciting and stimulating game." He then brandished a steel rod. It was the Ruai Jingu Bang. The Great Sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, of the Water Curtain Cave on Flower and Fruit Mountain, is here. Quick, announce your name, before you is Zun Zun, the reserve warrior chosen by the goddess, possessor of a divine body, the number one of the new generation of the Crimson Demon Clan, aspiring to become the strongest Crimson Demon Clan, the seventh God Slayer present, and the only one in heaven and earth. So many titles. And I, son, have actually lost. Zun Zun's impressive performance left the Great Sage equaling heaven a little dispirited. They seemed more like children flaunting their reputations than a bitter rivalry between a godslayer and a disobedient god. If that's the case, the steel rod in Monkey King's hand instantly lengthened and swept straight towards him. My son Zing's Ruai Jingu Bang is forged from divine iron. It is a rod that shakes the heavens and earth, and the blue sky. Come and see it. Of course I know everything. Zun Zun dodged. This artifact, originally used by Day to control floods and known as the divine iron that stabilizes the bottom of the Cheyenne River, has become even more famous in Monkey King's hands. The golden club is a long black iron rod with the golden hoops on both ends. Right below the hoops is a line of inscriptions, Ruai Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 kilograms. Almost every child knows it. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Monkey King demonstrated what a slap meant. The initial blow was incredibly fast, and anyone who wasn't paying attention would be hit. And the speed of the club continued to increase. His movements were like lightning. A mixture of ape-like agility and lightning speed. Honestly, he was almost invisible. If Zun Zun didn't possess the red demon eyes, capable of discerning the intense divine power emanating from the Ruai Jingu Bang, and if it weren't for Luo Hao's 2 months of diligent training, which had greatly improved his martial arts prowess, he would have been nothing more than a passive opponent. However, Zun Zun also took advantage of the situation by using his Phoenix avatar, able to engage the opponent at the same incredible speed. Incidentally, while using the Phoenix avatar, everything around him seemed to slow down, as if in slow motion, similar to the speed experienced by Flash and Quicksilver in the movies. However, the Monkey King experienced no sensory changes due to his high-speed attacks. In Zun Zun's hand emerged a golden sword imbued with the power of words. He lacked a proper weapon, nor did he possess the essence of steel. If it were Salvatore, with his silver-splitting hand, any longsword would have become a weapon capable of countering the Ruai Jingu Bang. However, Zun Zun lacked this. He could only block it with his golden sword. Oh, seeing Zun Zun's ability to withstand the damage, the Monkey King hummed softly and instantly increased his attack speed. The Ruai Jingu Bang roared, unleashing a barrage of attacks that caused sparks to fly. It resembled the club techniques Shaolin monks displayed in martial arts movies, tracing arcs and striking Zun Zun from various angles, but at a speed 100 times faster. Zun Zun deflected the flurry of attacks. After 2 months of martial arts sparring with Luo Hao, he had a better understanding of the Tianyu Lian, a deeper understanding of his own stance and that of his opponent. You can block my golden cudgel. That's what makes you a true demon, the Monkey King praised, lashing out with a kick, but his ankle was caught before it reached his cheek. Zun Zun followed suit with a beautiful sweeping kick. And not bad for kicks. Ha ha ha, nice. Your defensive stance is impressive, the Monkey King laughed, pushing himself off the ground with a flip. Speed has different definitions. There's super speed, maintaining a constant high speed and pushing it to the limit, and acceleration from 0 to 100. With his intimate understanding of the power of the Phoenix, Zun Zun mastered both with remarkable ease. He naturally interspersed fast and slow sword strikes throughout his attacks, effectively blocking and disorienting the enemy, while also orchestrating effective strikes. Zun Zun had the advantage. But very good, very good. Your martial arts have earned this old son's approval. Ho ha ho ha, the Monkey King laughed heartily. This composure was irritating. Even when Zun Zun used his incredible speed to confront him and gain the upper hand, Wanli Guguang's handsome face still wore an expression of, I haven't used my full strength yet, you mustn't fall. This inexplicably caused him to hallucinate. He recalled a mythical game he had played in a previous life, where the protagonist was called the Man of Destiny. At the end of Destiny's quest to gather the 6 roots, he will fight a being called the Remnant of the Great Sage. He doesn't truly seek to defeat Destiny, he is neither an obstacle nor an enemy. He possesses more varied spells, more fluid techniques, and a deeper understanding of himself. His purpose is to teach Destiny how to use its abilities in combat. Just as he does now. Chapter 470. You, Monkey, really make me happy. We must weave the spiritual word as quickly as possible. I wonder if the Monkey King noticed. His attacks didn't stop, but intensified. The Ruai Jingu Bang swung from the right, and Zun Zun instinctively raised his sword to block. He never realized it was only a feint, a mid-strike kick from the left that left Zun Zun completely exposed. Aiming south to strike north, attacking east to strike west. He used this tactic repeatedly to toy with Zun Zun. The very move was somewhat insulting, but Zun Zun, unable to counter it, could only endure it in frustration. It wasn't a simple feint. It pierced through Zun Zun's impeccable defenses and used a double attack, along with a continuous stream of attacks, leaving him unable to dodge both simultaneously. He suffered damage to his arms, shoulders, and calves. Zun Zun was gradually losing ground, but as time passed, he sensed an opportunity to counterattack. But just then, the Monkey King stopped, as if sensing Zun Zun's unnatural fighting style, and, with the adorable gesture of a monkey scratching its face, imitated the gesture of a little girl. Are you worried about this little girl, I suppose? After all, I promised someone that I would bring her back safely, really? No wonder. It's as if I'm holding her hostage to threaten you. Oh no, this won't do. That doesn't make me look like a villain. Great Sage, do you care about this? Zun Zun didn't mean to joke. After all, on the battlefield, one must make use of every resource available. If Kusanagi Godao hadn't been without his belongings, the secret book of Prometheus would undoubtedly have been used in the battle against Velaslana. Don't say that, the Monkey King retracted his staff and shouted, I have certainly done many bad things, but it would be humiliating if people thought I was a scoundrel. I, the Great Sage, need to be dignified. Indeed, that was Zun Zun's impression of the Monkey King. He disdained intrigue and faced powerful enemies with dignity, but because of this, he was framed and defeated by several immortals. It seems I must reveal my true form. I pray for purity and purity. How? Golden smoke rose from the young shrine maiden's head. With my 6 senses pure, my 5 internal organs are at peace. Thanks to this peace, I share the same root with the gods of heaven and earth. Now grant me a pure body and divinity. The smoke gradually thickened. Like the shoddy special effects in the 1986 version of Journey to the West, the smoke quickly took the shape of a monkey and then solidified into a 160 centimeter tall, golden-haired ape god. As the monkey stood up, Wanli Guguang collapsed. Now, lock up this shrine maiden, the Monkey King, returning to his original form, snapped his furry fingers, and Guang's body transformed into a small ball of light, which was sucked into his mouth. Hey! Don't worry, I'm not going to eat her, I'm just putting her in my stomach. Godslayer, if you want to save this shrine maiden, just cut open my stomach and take her back. I see. Zun Zun's expression was complex. He was deeply moved by the scene, but he had always imagined that the Monkey King would be the one being devoured. Now, He was devouring not only others, but even Wanli Guguang. But the Monkey King has a pure spirit, so he doesn't eat humans, right? Ha ha ha, that might disappoint you. I'm a rebel. If I could upset you, I'd really eat humans. But I'm the ruthless Monkey King. So I don't want to do anything that would look down on me. With that, he launched his attack. With masterful footwork, his figure moved forward like the wind, palms slashing left and right, striking out 10 times in an instant. Before, Zun Zun might have been thoroughly injured, but unfortunately, he had been suffering from the palm strikes of a certain martial arts king lately, allowing him to easily dodge them. So, he counterattacked. Although the Monkey King had the agility of a monkey and his attacks were sharper than before, Zun Zun countered with the 12 flying phoenix palms, striking him hard on the shoulder. It hurt. Unexpectedly, it was Zun Zun who felt the pain. That icy touch, almost like the hardest substance in the world, reminded him of the Monkey King's true nature, eyes of fire and gold, head and arms of copper, bones of steel and iron. As if to reveal his true nature, a knife and blade suddenly appeared in the Monkey King's hands. Instead of attacking Zun Zun, he plunged them into his abdomen and then his neck. Ding, ding, 2 clinks followed, and the knife and blade shattered. I stole peaches from the sky, drank spirit wine, and stole elixirs, turning myself into an indestructible body. Furthermore, I was forged by the flames of the 8 trigrams furnace, able to withstand the slashes of swords and knives, the blows of axes, and the bombardment of lightning, without suffering any harm. This was the Monkey King's immortal body, indestructible. He couldn't resist it head-on. After all, he was a magician. Even with his Godslayer status and vastly improved physique, he was still, after all, a great magician skilled in the use of magic. Furthermore, he was fighting against a formidable physique, the purest form of steel. Zun Zun considered retreating. But before he could take that crucial step, the Monkey King's blazing eyes, as if reading his thoughts, blocked his retreat. No, no, play with me again. He appeared in an instant. Zun Zun was startled, unaware that Monkey King hadn't used his full strength just then. In that moment of hesitation, the Ruai Jingu Bang surged forward, aiming for his heart. Danger! Alarm bells rang in his heart. But what Monkey King didn't expect was that Zun Zun didn't retreat at that moment, but instead moved forward to close the distance. Luo Hao had taught him that sometimes the best defense is attack. The camel incarnation could only be used when seriously injured. However, Zun Zun's intention seemed to have been deciphered, and the Monkey King slightly withdrew his power, but the latter also fell into his trap. As the two collided, the Ruai Jingu Bang pierced Zun Zun's armpit, and his hand was already resting on the Monkey King's chest. In that instant, a powerful aura coursed through his body. Strength of an inch, breaking the sky. In an instant, the Monkey King was sent flying dozens of meters, and then, with a bang, he disappeared. Zun Zun was stunned. He knew that the Monkey King possessed numerous magical abilities and had carefully guarded against them, but he saw no sign of any spells being used. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter rang out from the sky. It must be fun fighting my monkey hair, right? He looked up, observing the Monkey King, who was watching from above. He saw him pluck a strand of hair from behind his ear and blow it. Instantly, countless monkeys appeared. The masterful magical power of the Monkey King, his incarnation, was exactly as he remembered. Zun Zun's chest filled with an inexplicable emotion, one he knew to be excitement. Meeting an idol, watching it execute its signature moves, was incredibly moving, let alone being in combat with it at that moment. Did Megumin feel the same way then? If she didn't pay her respects, wouldn't I be disrespecting her idol? Speaking of the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, reminds me of the attendants of Tripitaka, a deity created by fusing deities from various religions, such as Buddhism, Taoism, and shamanism, as well as folk beliefs. A sphere of light enveloped Zun Zun. The spheres multiplied by dozens, then by hundreds. Furthermore, you are the god of steel, a god of fighting with a deep connection to iron, despite being a monkey. This is largely due to the formation of Journey to the West. Whoosh! Whoosh! The light transformed into spheres and hurtled through space, quickly harvesting the great sage's avatars. Oh, the great sage exclaimed in surprise. Is it the same type as the Kurukara sword? A sword born of wisdom that destroys evil and reveals righteousness. He watched the spheres with interest. However, Zun Zun's words weren't over, rather, they were just beginning. Journey to the West is a collection of operas, novels, and folk tales centered around the Monkey King. While it is about Monk Tang's search for Buddhist scriptures, there is only one person who actually obtained them, Sun Wukong. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. That idiot master was so bewildered by just a few scrolls of scripture that only I, Sun Wukong, managed to reconcile him. Journey to the West can be considered the culmination of all the legends about the Monkey King. The source material is based primarily on inherited myths and folktales. Most importantly, Chinese culture, Han Chinese culture, is constantly influenced by external cultures, and only through these influences can it emerge. Like a eulogy, a declaration. Zun Zun loudly recounted the origins of the Monkey King, his voice filled with emotion, the iteration of a child, the anticipation of a teenager, and the concession of a middle-aged man. More importantly, it was the wish for his idol to witness his own growth, a growth that, like his idol, had overcome hardships and finally understood the truth of the world. Several balls of light impacted the Monkey King. Waves of attacks erupted from all directions, above and below, left and right, like a true shoot-to-kill game. However, the agile ape god easily dodged them. Ho-ha, the Monkey King backflipped and leaped onto a golden cloud. Although this sword looks quite troublesome, it won't do any good if you can't hit me. What do you think? Can you touch me? He soared freely through the sky, free and carefree. He constantly dodged the sword's pursuit, increasing his speed. Weave my words into a divine sword to subdue demons and monsters. Retreat, Monkey King. Zun Zun waved his hands non-stop. The golden sword rapidly increased in power and speed, flying toward the Monkey King under a dense drizzle. But it was too late. The Monkey King had already adjusted his speed to that of lightning, and the slow golden sword couldn't even graze him. In fact, as he continued to soar, the golden sword was thrown out, and even the exhaust became invisible. Tisk, Zun Zun couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect the Monkey King to be able to easily see through its attack range. Yes. That's why he's the great sage equaling heaven, that's why he's his idol. Why were you daydreaming while fighting the enemy? A muffled voice, as if deliberately warning Zun Zun from afar, sent a chill down his spine. It was a premonition of danger. Without a second thought, without caring about the possibility of making a fool of himself, he launched an attack in an instant, dodging for more than 10 meters. With a bang, an iron rod fell from the sky like a meteor, piercing through the earth. The impact sent Zun Zun plummeting to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. He wiped his lips and slowly stood up. Zun Zun watched the great sage equaling heaven, carefree and playful, leaning on his Ruai Jingu Bang. His lips curled upwards, his fighting spirit aroused, his eyes flashing with a deep red. Subconsciously, he said, "Monkey, I'm so happy." Chapter 471 Monkey God, begin. Zun Zun wasn't good at attacking. Although that was relative, the truth was that he lacked offensive means, whether it was flows that built walls, air circles that controlled water, or continuous attacks. The reason was to impress. For example, he would naturally receive his opponent's attack and then naturally counterattack, projecting the image of a peerless master and earning general praise. In short, it was his red demon bloodline that made him prioritize the image of superiority. Originally, this wouldn't have been a problem. After all, he knew magic. It was as if Zun Zun could easily compete with a monk for the longest hair or a Taoist priest for the shortest hair, alternating between the two, always leveraging his strengths to prevail. However, facing the Monkey King, who was both a monk and a Taoist priest, and had even reached the pinnacle of martial arts and magic, Zun Zun felt quite incompetent. All right, use all the tricks you have left, laughed the Monkey King. Zun Zun wasn't provoked. After all, in movies, TV series, and mythological novels, the Monkey King is known for his provocation and often quite venomous verbal battles. For example, he's a meddlesome old woman. But now, unable to deal with steel, he could only suppress his anger and reword his words. Speaking of Sun Wukong, the most emblematic of the numerous myths related to him are the birth of the stone monkey, his refinement in the 8 trigrams furnace, and the indestructible execution platform. All of these myths embody themes shared by steel heroes. Steel flesh, the golden swords floated out once more, piercing through villages and mountains, their white flashes piercing through any obstacle, reaching Zun Zun's side. You, the Monkey King glared at Zun Zun furiously, his eyes blazing, his pupils shining. Destroying all my followers. How impressive. You did wonderfully, ha ha ha. My blood is boiling. Come on, let's quickly clash swords and fists, a good fight to prove who's stronger. Don't worry, I'm preparing. Zun Zun chanted the spiritual words, continuously increasing the strength of the golden sword. At his current level, a clash with the Monkey King, a steel master, perhaps even one of the top steel masters, would see him defeated instantly. Are you still chanting? Sun Wukong will not allow you to do as you wish. With a strong sense of danger within him, the Monkey King stabbed his Ruai Jingu Bang into the ground, and more giant apes emerged from the ground. They were not yet at the level of divine beasts, but they were more than enough to disrupt the situation. Zun Zun chanted loudly while performing some mysterious footwork. Sun Wukong's origin stemmed from Hanuman, the monkey god of the Indian mythology Ramayana. Yana means adventure in Sanskrit. Hanuman, in turn, was the son of the wind god and a celestial singer who had been reincarnated as a monkey. You've made it this far, brat. You are impressive, as if his origins had been revealed. No, rather, his true identity, the Monkey King couldn't help but affirm to the spirit word weaving Godslayer. Sword of light and spirit word. Your movement is exquisite, but I've also learned something. When you use it, your entire body is riddled. Can you withstand my ferocious attack? He propelled a golden cloud, charging at Zun Zun at breakneck speed. 9 giant apes would have been no problem, but the Monkey King's true form overwhelmed him, especially without assistance. But roar, meow, dragon roars and cat meows echoed in quick succession. Zun Zun's immortal spirit suddenly appeared before him. Although forcing the immortals to help would place enormous pressure on Erica and the others, if they managed to defeat the Monkey King sooner, everything would be a problem. He apologized to Erica and the others in his heart, as he ordered the 2 immortals to stop the Monkey King. Beasts! Stop being insolent. Even when he was cursed and sealed, he had shamelessly admitted to being called a beast. But now the Monkey King called the 2 immortals beasts, proving that he had truly returned as the great sage, believing himself to be a heavenly deity, far superior to them. Sun Quan, was born with the ability to subdue dragons and tigers, to drive horses and herd sheep. Even if you are only dragon-cat hybrids, you are still under my jurisdiction. Submit immediately. The Monkey King faced the 2 immortals. He had seen this scene before. It was the same during his previous battle with Velaslana. Thinking there was no time to waste, he chanted again. The monkey god Hanuman possesses immense strength. He learned skills from Brahma, one of the 3 chief gods. Upon mastering these, he can ride on clouds and transform at will. By consuming Dragon Ball powder, he attains immortality. Brahma is a metaphor for the Bodhi patriarch, or perhaps Tathagata, a reference also mentioned in Journey to the West. The 2 immortals' attempts to confront the Monkey King were pure illusions. They would be captured in the blink of an eye. But the Monkey King lacked time, so he ignored the 2 immortals' attempts to stop him, zigzagging to intercept Zun Zun's golden sword. A resounding metallic clang was heard. With the blessing of the triple word spirit, the golden sword was barely able to clash with the Ruai Jingu Bang without breaking, but defeat was still far off. Zun Zun continued chanting the word spirit while fighting the Monkey King. Legend has it that the monkey god Hanuman wreaked havoc in the Bodhi garden. Caught stealing fruit, he flew into rage and destroyed the entire garden, similar to the uprising in the peach garden. A metallic sound, different from the crisp clash just now, rang out as the golden sword and the Ruai Jingu rod collided. The center of the 13,000 Jin retractable steel shattered, and the golden sword pierced through it. But Zun Zun wasn't feeling well either. The Ruai Jingu rod was a manifestation of the Monkey King's steel, and his internal organs had been pierced dozens of times. If he hadn't held on for even an instant, he would have fainted. The powerful amplification of the golden sword had significant side effects, and Zun Zun had been using the 3 powers of the phoenix and the bull for long periods in combat, leaving him burning with heat. Ho-ha! After receiving a series of blows, the Monkey King laughed heartily, unfazed by the breakage of the golden club. You've been taking a beating for quite some time now. What's wrong with you? Are you desperate? Instead of becoming distressed, he calmly continued his attack. Dissatisfied, he even snapped his golden club in half, brandishing it in both hands and lashing out left and right. Zun Zun's stamina was already flagging, and upon getting the chance to strike, he received a brutal beating. Fortunately, the 2 immortals didn't stand idly by. They attacked the Monkey King's head and feet respectively, driving him away in an instant, their faces covered in cold sweat. Beast, you remind me of Xiao Erlang's dog. In mythology, the Roaring Sky Dog was largely responsible for Erlang's victory over the Monkey King, thanks to its sharp snout and its ability to bite his leg. After gaining distance, he examined the club he was holding. Forget it. Fighting with a broken weapon would be detrimental to my dignity. Let me fix it first. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. The headlamp has gone out, the incantation unleashed magical power, and the broken Ruai Jingubang reassembled itself. Just as the great sage equaling heaven raised his outstretched staff, about to deliver a devastating blow, the golden sword in Zun Zun's hand suddenly shone, swinging out to meet a blow. With a snap, the Ruai Jingubang split in two, even the cut was clean and smooth. What is this? For the first time, the great sage equaling heaven's expression was solemn. The golden sword had been completely transformed. The hilt was longer, the blade shorter and flatter, with small sharp corners on both sides. It looked less like a sword or a knife, more like a spear, or three-pointed, two-edged sword. Zun Zun was stunned. His golden sword changed shape based on the words he chanted, which meant it took on a unique form for each enemy. But Zun Zun didn't expect it to be this weapon. Good, very good. The Monkey King was a little furious. He seemed to feel that Zun Zun was deliberately humiliating him. After all, Erlang Shen had given him a lot of trouble in the past. Even the deity who appeared under Bima Wen's spell was Erlang Shen's shadow. Only now, thanks to the witch's exorcism skill, he had temporarily avoided her. New grudges and old hatreds merged together. The battle intensified. The Monkey King restored the Ruai Jingubang and brandished it with lightning speed. Zun Zun quickly rolled on the ground to dodge the powerful blow. Don't be afraid, Godslayer, let's have some fun, this is no joke. Zun Zun gulped as he looked at the huge crater that had been created, comparable to one caused by explosive magic. The Monkey King was furious. He cursed him to his face, damn monkey, damn Bima Wen, can't you try another method? Haha, that's not up to you. The Monkey King leaped onto a golden cloud and soared into the sky. Unlike Zun Zun's 0 to 100 acceleration, he needed to continuously increase his speed to reach super speed. If he succeeded, Zun Zun would suffer. And just as the Monkey King had just hindered him, Zun Zun intended to hinder him. He reversed the hilt of the three-pronged, double-edged sword and threw it out like a javelin. A meteor streaked across the sky, and the spear chased after the Monkey King, who had transformed into a golden meteor. Just before impact, he shouted, "Change!" The Monkey King's figure suddenly multiplied in the air, filling the sky with over 100 monkeys, incarnations of himself. However, the spear also fragmented, continuously harvesting its clones. With the sound of continuous explosions, the clouds and mist finally dissipated, and the dawn sky was as magnificent as a fireworks display. The five elements counteract each other, metal versus wood. After all his clones dissipated, the Monkey King chanted a mantra, and lightning emanated from his body, colliding with the oncoming golden spear and then nullifying it. Likewise, his speed also decreased. It seemed that not even the Monkey King could accelerate and cast spells at the same time. This was undoubtedly good news for Zun Zun. Chapter 472 is the victory of science. Perhaps it was because he had stopped the Monkey King, but his eyes reddened even more as he watched Zun Zun, as if he had spotted an enemy. Zun Zun's heart was in a state of alarm. Indeed, the Monkey King saw the shadow of his enemy in Zun Zun, Erlang Xiansheng's Henjin. In mythology, Erlang Xiansheng's Henjin held a canopy in one hand and a dog in the other, brandishing a three-pronged, double-edged sword. How similar was he to the current Zun Zun? Especially with the dragon and the cat, it was almost an exact copy. The two locked in a new battle. It seemed as if he had truly run out of energy. The Monkey King's attacks were incredibly ferocious, while Zun Zun parried them and used his powers. The ninth incarnation, the goat. Its ability was to manipulate lightning. However, it only attacked those considered public enemies and indiscriminately stole the vitality of people nearby. However, after the Monkey King devoured a human and the area was clear, Zun Zun used this technique with impunity. Tisk. So much static electricity, how annoying. The Monkey King swiftly dodged a lightning bolt coming from above and in front, his monkey face clearly annoyed. Under normal circumstances, being struck by lightning would cause severe burns and the impact would knock him into the air. However, the Monkey King's copper head and iron arms were charged, so although they could knock him into the air, they could not cause any harm. This was repeated several times. When Zun Zun confirmed that it had no effect, he was surprised and quite irritated. Both sides found the opponent's abilities irritating. Zun Zun then thought of something. Although the Monkey King had been imprisoned in the 8 trigrams furnace by the Jade Emperor for 49 days, he had not suffered any harm and instead had developed an indestructible body. However, the wind and sand had damaged his eyes. In the original novel, he was even blown away by the yellow wind monster's divine wind samadhi, leaving him disoriented and unable to find his way, forcing him to seek help from Bodhisattva Lingji. In other words, the wind was the Monkey King's nemesis. But Zun Zun lacked the power of the mighty wind. His wind was mainly protective and supportive, causing no harm. Damn it, it never ends. The Monkey King seemed a little annoyed. The lightning harassment was making him anxious. So he repeated the incantation. Shocking. Shook. Grow. Suddenly, the divine monkey, which had previously only been 140 centimeters tall, suddenly expanded, reaching nearly 100 meters in height, and its body naturally increased as well. Resisting Zun Zun's lightning, he stretched his legs and stabilized himself. He was a master of heaven and earth. His swollen body was able to withstand the impact of the lightning. A knowing smile spread across the Monkey King's face as he charged forward. Zun Zun hadn't expected him to use his enormous size to resist the lightning. I didn't expect it to be another of your specialties. What a blessing. Zun Zun was deeply moved. But his hand didn't stop. The lightning energy gathered into a ball and launched it toward the Monkey King, enveloping him completely. So, victory by sheer volume. You're just trying to be cunning. The ball of lightning, upon violently colliding with the Monkey King, unleashed a burst of electricity, forming a net that attempted to completely paralyze him. However, he suddenly shrank back to his original size and easily escaped. You're joking. Such a fluid execution of magic left Zun Zun a little hopeless. Could this be the Taoist concept of the Dao following nature? But there was no time for admiration. The Monkey King continued to use the cloning technique, multiplying dozens of them at once, all charging towards Zun Zun. The wicked can't hit me, the word spirit preceded him, throwing out numerous Ruai Jingu One sticks, the golden Ruai staff. His figure disappeared, only to reappear not far away. Zun Zun's forehead was covered in sweat. The opponent's tactics were constantly changing. While imagining himself as the Monkey King was exciting, facing him was a real pain. Godslayer, what's so funny about you, huh? Hearing the Monkey King's words, Zun Zun instinctively touched his cheek and noticed the corners of his lips curling up. Seriously, I'm smiling. I think it's because I was so excited to fight my idol that I couldn't stop laughing. I agree. Godslayer, no, Zun Zun, Sun Quan, am also very happy to be fighting you. Then, let's give him a good fight. Zun Zun and the Monkey King both wore fierce grins, characteristic of battle fanatics. It was obvious that both sides knew that the battle had reached its climax and would be decided there. Van Lang, Zhu Men, Lu Kun, Wen Chang, Lian Zhen, Wu Chu, Po Jun. 7 stars of the northern heaven, please show your might, the Monkey King chanted for the first time. However, it wasn't over yet. Snakes, dragons, offer me your flesh and bones. Flames, turn iron into steel. Hammers, turn steel into swords. Crystal clear waters, quench it into blades. All of this is to enhance the divinity of my steel. The 3-pronged, double-edged sword and the Ruai Jingu staff clashed incessantly. In order to maintain his unshakable self-esteem, the Monkey King sought help from the Big Dipper. To prevent the Ruai Jingu staff from breaking, he enhanced the properties of his own steel. Now they were back at the same starting line. But it didn't work. Zun Zun knew that in combat, whether it was talent, experience, or even supernatural power, he was no match for the Monkey King. Even using the golden sword to continuously increase the power of his spirit words had its limits. As the battle intensified, he began to feel the strain. The 3 powers were still a challenge for Zun Zun. Honestly, he was in intense pain, his internal organs were moving. His labored breathing was reaching its limit. Was there a way? Perhaps it was a flash of inspiration, but suddenly, Zun Zun had an idea. Great sage, do you know how wind is formed? You know my weakness. But since you haven't used it, it means you don't have the necessary power. And you actually exposed it? How foolish. Despite the Monkey King's rebuke, Zun Zun remained unfazed and continued speaking. Wind is a movement of air on Earth, usually caused by solar radiation. Sunlight strikes the Earth's surface, raising its temperature. The warm air expands, becomes lighter, and rises. As it rises, cooler air flows horizontally. The rising air gradually cools, becomes heavier, and descends. The higher surface temperature heats the air again, causing it to rise. This movement of air is wind. What are you saying? As if impatient, the Monkey King spun around and kicked Zun Zun fiercely. But the kick didn't feel like a blow, it was blocked, as if the attack was deliberately trying to create distance. Zun Zun shook his numb arms. What I'm saying is, although I don't have the power of wind, I can create it. He raised his hands and shouted, for victory, come to me. Immortal sun, grant me a shining steed. O fleet-footed spirit steed, bring me the halo that symbolizes your lord. In the eastern sky at dawn, a sun slowly rose, and in the blink of an eye, it cleared the horizon. Of course, it wasn't a real sun. A closer look revealed a steed, blazing with white flames, galloping toward them. I was wondering what you were going to do. I am indestructible, fearing neither light nor heat. Have you forgotten? As the horse descended from the sky, the Monkey King didn't dodge it, but instead pounced on it, as if to prove his worth. With a bang, a fierce flame crashed to the earth, a scorching aura filing his face. This was the first time Zun Zun had used the power of the white horse, and he hadn't expected such destructive power. However, when the Monkey King, enlarged by the power of heaven and earth, appeared before him, anyone would have felt despair. But what came next was crucial. Yes, I don't have the power of wind and I can't affect you, great sage. But I can create wind and I can call upon the aid of nature. Zun Zun waved his hand, and a strong gust of wind arrived. It wasn't strong enough to tickle the Monkey King, perhaps enough to create a thermal current. As the hot air rapidly rose into the sky, it was quickly replaced by cold air, forming a whirlwind that, in the blink of an eye, turned into a massive tornado. Take my blow. Zun Zun waved his hands, harnessing the cold air to propel the raging tornado forward, enveloping the Monkey King, who had no time to escape. Wah! Legend has it that the great demon Waziki resembles an ape, with a narrow nose, a high forehead, a green beard, a white head, snow-white teeth, and golden eyes. Because he refused to cooperate with Dao's efforts to control the floods, a fierce battle broke out at the foot of Tongbei Mountain. Countless warriors fought one after another, but all were defeated. It wasn't until the gods were summoned to capture him that they managed to defeat him. They then tied his neck with an iron chain and placed Turtle Mountain on him. Since then, the Wai River has flowed peacefully into the East China Sea. If the monkey god Hanuman is the external manifestation of the great sage equaling heaven, then the great demon Waziki is his spiritual caller. As Zun Zun chanted, the three-pronged, double-edged sword he was holding transformed again, becoming even longer and sharper. Just as Zun Zun was about to charge and strike at the end of the great sage equaling heaven, a roar suddenly emanated from the tornado. A monkey, radiating pitch-black flames, leaped up as if smashing a spirit stone, brandishing an iron rod and smashing it down on Zun Zun's head. But it suddenly stopped in midair. Zun Zun didn't expect the Monkey King to break free like this. Panicking, he instinctively reached out, grabbing the three-pointed, double-edged sword. With a whiz, it pierced the Monkey King's heart. The Monkey King stared at the three-pointed, double-edged sword against his chest. If he had wanted to, he could. He had knocked down the Ruai Jingu Bang, risking his own death. However, he chose not to, as if accepting his defeat. Not bad, a monkey's face beamed with joy, as if praising Zun Zun's feat in defeating him, seemingly satisfied with the fight. Zun Zun opened his mouth. He had a lot to say, but only managed to utter a single word. I'm sorry, yes, I forgive you. The Monkey King's furry hand touched the corner of his eye. Then, the back of Zun Zun's hand glowed, and a ball of ochre light appeared behind the Monkey King, swallowing him whole. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Immortal Monkey. I didn't expect this battle to end like this. I don't know if it felt inconclusive or disappointing. Even Zun Zun himself felt a bit of regret. The Monkey King's momentary pause wasn't a sign of mercy. To have shown mercy would have been disrespectful to Zun Zun and underestimated his commitment to this battle. Both sides fought with all their might, but in the end, it wasn't Zun Zun's superior skill that secured a hard-fought victory. It was Wanli Guguang's strength that was unleashed. No, it was more accurate to say that he was running out of energy. The Monkey King's Bima Wen curse hadn't completely neutralized him, otherwise he wouldn't have devoured Wanli Guguang. In reality, It was the ability of exorcism and the curse that allowed him to regain his true nature as the Steel Hero. The Monkey King was a powerful and disobedient god, but Wanli Guguang was not. For a mere shrine maiden, and a young girl at that, it was remarkable that she had managed to hold out until now. But back then, it was pure luck. A second later, Zun Zun would have been seriously injured or even killed. A second earlier, the Monkey King would have fled the battlefield. So, seeing him like this, she was indeed very lucky. That's right. Xiao Wang, Zun Zun spoke anxiously, watching the yellow ball of light devouring the Monkey King. Perhaps understanding his intention, the ball of light began to wriggle, as if regurgitating its cud, and then, with a poof, it spat out an object. It was the unconscious Wanli Guguang. The Monkey King was a heroic hero of steel. Although he possessed a young girl, he did not deign to threaten her, otherwise, he would have dozens of ways to subdue Zun Zun. As expected of my idol, Zun Zun sighed. The ball of light continued to wriggle, as if digesting something, while holding Wanli Guguang on the ground in a princess-like embrace, while the blue light from its crown continued to heal her. Zun Zun observed the battlefield, reduced to devastating ruin, searching for the shadows of Luo Hao and Kusanagi Godao. It wasn't that he was afraid they wouldn't be able to defeat his second and third brothers, but rather, he simply wanted to know whether the two disobedient gods summoned by the great sage equaling heaven were subordinate gods or disobedient gods. The former would disappear with the great sage, while the latter would naturally remain as independent entities. In fact, he hoped it would be the latter. After all, he had already taken a risk, so he should at least leave some power behind, right? Faint shouts and roars came from the distance. Zun Zun already had his answer, and he celebrated his compatriots in advance. But of course, it's really tragic here. The God-slayers and the disobedient gods were undoubtedly formidable, capable of destroying large areas of buildings with the slightest effort, let alone the great sage equaling heaven. Naturally, the entire Toshogu shrine was devastated. Zun Zun gazed at the crater before him. It felt as if he was bombarded by explosive magic, and he felt a pang of guilt. The boiling molten steel vanished at some point, leaving a 300-meter diameter crater in the beautiful wetland. It was too large to be called a crop circle. If it were a bathing shrine, it wouldn't matter, but Toshogu Shrine deserved it. And it was causing trouble for quite a few people. Zun Zun, just as he was lamenting his own strength, Erika's voice called out from behind. I knew you'd win. With the Monkey King defeated, the monkeys he had summoned disappeared with him. Erika, Mariah Yuri, and Lu Yinghu no longer had to fight the horde of monkeys. Do you look alright? Zun Zun looked at Erika. Despite a slight tiredness, she didn't look hurt. Erika suddenly cried. My chest hurts, a burning sensation is raging through me. Quick, Zun Zun. Please grant me the divine protection of the young, don't be ridiculous. It hurts, she pouted and leaned forward, only to receive a headbutt from Zun Zun. Tears welled up in pain, and a resentful look in her eyes seemed to suggest that she was no gentleman at all. Speaking of the divine protection of the young, it must have come in handy just now. Yes, Erika rubbed her belly with a happy smile on her face. Since they were about to face the god of disobedience, and no one knew what would happen, Zun Zun had granted Erika the divine protection of the younger beforehand, just as he had in the underworld, strengthening her. Thanks to this, once the two immortals left the battlefield, she could take on the responsibility of stopping the monkey army. By the way, where are Manrigan Yuri and Lu Yinghu? They've gone to find their respective kings, leaving Luo Hao aside. His martial arts skills were exceptional, his strength immense, and his combat power overwhelming. Kusanagi Godao was a genuine novice. If it weren't for Haim Maiko, who informed him intimately about the god of disobedience, he would be nothing more than a fool with empty power. A soft moan echoed within Zun Zun's arms. Oh, are you awake? Where's this? In his arms, Guangman Rigachi slowly opened her eyes. She looked tired and sleepy, her eyes lost in space, as if wondering where she was. I remember Kyu Hazuka-san picking me up after school, and then, whoosh, she grabbed her forehead. The magic that had turned her into a puppet, and then the Monkey King's possession, must have involved mind control, and the headache was a temporary after effect. I'm sorry, Zun Zun apologized softly. Although he hadn't meant to, Guangman Rigachi was actually an innocent person implicated by him, and seeing her little face reminded him of the Monkey King for some reason. I'm sorry, it's okay, I forgive you. The girl's small hand gently stroked Zun Zun's cheek, then quickly pulled away as if she'd been given an electric shock. She looked down at her hands with a look of confusion and shyness, unable to understand why she had done it. Zun Zun was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. He took one of her hands and caressed her cheek. "Oh," Erica said with a hint of surprise. "Zun Zun, this is the type you like? I have a figure like this, but I'm not a favorite. And it's for reasons like this." "Erica, what's wrong? I've tried so hard." "Zun Zun, you should reward your knights. That's what a king should do." Erica acted coquettishly. She had played an important role in dividing the battlefield and preventing the monkey army from disturbing the situation, so she went on a rampage. Shishi. Suddenly, a monkey's cry echoed through the air. Erica stiffened and made as if to draw her silver rapier. Zun Zun reassured her by holding her shoulder. Several people looked up. A cocky egg hovered in the air, cracks forming on its surface. The monkey's cries emanated from it. Then, with a thud, an agile monkey emerged. It did several somersaults in the air before spinning in circles, with wings that seemed unmatched. It was amazing how it could float without wings. When the little monkey saw Zun Zun, joy shone in its eyes. It leaped towards Zun Zun, swaying. It was a cunning monkey. "Wow! What a monkey!" exclaimed Wanli Guguang. It had to be said that this little monkey was truly adorable. It had a pink-white face, shaped like a peach, with bright golden eyes set in red sockets. Its fur was a golden orange, its limbs were slender, and its tail, hanging down from Zun Zun's body, was also very long. Lively, adorable, and agile. "I remember," said Manritani Hikaru, slapping herself on the head. "Eldest brother of the Kufuzuka family said he would take me to play with the little monkeys." Was this what he meant? That's right. Seeing the expectant look in the girl's eyes, Zun Zun couldn't resist refusing. Perhaps Manritani Hikaru had a natural affinity with monkeys, as the fairy monkey didn't reject her. Instead, they played happily together on the devastated plains. "Zun Zun, this is..." "Yes, that's right," he nodded, answering Erica's question. "Xiao Guang." "Xiao Guang, sister?" "She's my sister." Moments later, Manritani Yuri came running from afar to find her sister. Seeing her safe and sound, she burst into tears of joy. On the other hand, Manritani Hikaru, the younger sister, acted like an adult, comforting her incompetent sister. "You're quite impressive, Godao, for defeating Xiaojing. Don't flatter me. Compared to you, Zun Zun, I'm still a far cry." Kusanagi Godao approached with a bewildered expression on his face, his teeth bared, and his victory had evidently cost him dearly. After all, he was a mere mortal, a newly arrived godslayer, lacking a deep understanding of mythology, hence his restraint. But with his power as a divine king, he was still able to defeat Xiaojing. He also regretted not having fought a monkey king. He had already suffered greatly against the weaker Xiaojing. If he had faced a monkey king, he might have perished long ago. As for Luo Hao, as expected of my younger brother, the monkey king returned him to mythology. "Well done." The supreme martial master maintained his composure, as if the one he had just fought was not a disobedient god, but a mere martial artist. One could only sigh at how far behind he still was. "After defeating the Monkey King, I feel incredibly refreshed. Zun Zun, King of Wa, I wish to repay you for your contributions alongside me." Luo Hao, he addressed Zun Zun mainly. After all, he was the main force this time. But Zun Zun shook his head and said, "It's not just me. This time, it's also thanks to your help. If I were to fight alone against 3 disobedient gods, I definitely wouldn't win." "Indeed," Luo Hao nodded. "Then let's finish this matter. It's time for us to return to Mount Lushan." "King of Wa, see you." Wait, are you leaving already? We haven't dealt with the consequences yet. Won't you stay and help?" Hearing that they were leaving, Kusanagi Godao asked them to stay without hesitation. Zun Zun and Luo Hao exchanged a glance. The next instant, a breeze rustled the peony petals, and they both disappeared completely. "Wait? You too?" Seeing the two flee, Kusanagi Godao, forced to stay behind to clean up the mess, couldn't help but let out a roar of frustration. Chapter 474. Zun Zun couldn't help but hum. For the next month, Zun Zun remained on Mount Lushan, not traveling anywhere with Luo Hao. The completely destroyed Tashogu shrine was already under reconstruction. "And compensation? I've already apologized. What more do you want?" "Just kidding. In fact, Erica has delegated all repair matters to the Red Copper Black Cross, which is negotiating with the official Libyan History Compilation Committee." One must sigh, Having such a capable and virtuous wife is a true blessing. But for some reason, Libin's industry always lays off healers, defenders, and support staff. What's going on in their heads? I won't dwell on it for now. Zun Zun hasn't been idle over the past month either, absorbing his battle against the Monkey King and adapting to the powers he had usurped from him. He expected nothing after being devoured by the immortal spirit, and had even prepared for his work to be in vain, only for Zun Zun to usurp a power, imitating heaven and earth. This is the Monkey King's signature ability, shared with his external incarnation. Honestly, I have mixed feelings. Actually, Zun Zun wanted the eyes of fire, the turning cloud, or the Ruai Jingu Bang. No, it should be said that the Monkey King's abilities were highly coveted, he wanted them all. However, obtaining a single power was already impressive enough. Generally, after successfully usurping a power, a God-slayer would only have one. Velaslana's was actually a power, but it was called 10 incarnations. It possessed a wide variety of abilities, powerful enough to adapt to any opponent. The only drawback was that it could only be used once per day. Zun Zun didn't say that heaven and earth were bad. On the contrary, they were incredibly good. In Journey to the West, only Sun Wukong and Erlang Shen used this extremely rare power, which allowed Zun Zun to grow to a height of 10,000 meters, greatly improving his defensive and offensive power. The downside was that it consumed an enormous amount of divine power. Even Zun Zun, a grand magician with a secondary magic source, could only maintain this power for a few minutes. Furthermore, compared to the Monkey King, who could change size at will, Zun Zun's use of this power was clearly far inferior. Furthermore, the immortal monkey possessed some surprising abilities. Like the two fire-breathing, darkness-dispelling immortals, he could control the earth and pluck monkey hair to create numerous earth clones, a characteristic similar to that of the Monkey King. He also possessed a small iron rod, though unfortunately, it was not the Ruai Jingu Bang. As for his other abilities, nothing has been revealed yet. But Zun Zun believes he must have other abilities. After all, he ate the Monkey King. And then today, after another battle with Luo Hao, while they were bathing together, Zun Zun couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Sister, I've been away for over 3 months now, and I miss my family terribly. Could you open the passage to the underworld, brother? Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. How can you be brave if you're worrying about family matters before you've even attained mastery?" Well, stop looking at me like that. Luo Hao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He seemed to realize that using such an excuse to hold Zun Zun back was a bit excessive, but the supreme martial artist was reluctant to let him go, deliberately holding him back. "You're clearly my younger brother. Yet you plan on leaving before you've completed your 3 years of filial piety. Aren't you planning on showing respect to your sister, the supreme? The form isn't what's important, it's the intention. Besides, you should know how I view you, sister. Oh, my sister and I are sworn siblings. Comrades who have made such a profound agreement are like family. This will never change as long as he lives." Zun Zun made a crucial promise. He knew why Luo Hao acted this way. It must be because he had mentioned having a biological sister, which triggered the comparison. She knew very well that sworn brothers could never compare to biological siblings, but her pride wouldn't let her give up, which led to her acting this way. Zun Zun gave her the most direct answer: he would treat her as his own sister. "I really can't do anything about you." Luo Hao also caught the hidden meaning. He caressed Zun Zun's cheek and sighed, "I've heard that younger siblings are cuter when they misbehave a little, so I'll especially allow it for you. But don't forget that you're the only one in this world who can call me sister, okay?" Zun Zun was clearly saying that although Luo Hao only had one brother, he wanted him to take care of her. But there were differences between sisters. Besides affection, there were also perspectives on one's own sister. Zun Zun felt the need to make it clear. "In fact, I consider my sister a marriage partner." "What?" Luo Hao looked visibly surprised. She hadn't expected Zun Zun to say that. Considering what Zun Zun had just said about treating her as his own sister, didn't that mean the domineering martial arts supreme, showing obvious shyness, pouted coquettishly. "Shameless. No, I'm serious," Zun Zun said seriously. He knew that many setbacks and difficulties lay ahead, but for his dream, he would never give up. "Really? I didn't expect my brother to have such ambitions. But remember, before that, you must first become the supreme of the martial world and gain everyone's respect." Luo Hao said this timidly. Just as Zun Zun was curious as to why he would link marrying his sister to the supreme of the martial world, he unexpectedly said, "Then, In order for my brother to achieve his goal as soon as possible, I must help you." He slowly stood up. The image of a peerless beauty emerging from the bathroom appeared before his eyes, her perfect figure dazzling. Luo Hao slowly approached Zun Zun and lifted his head. "Calm down, accept my blessing." "What? Shut up." But, well, the strong and domineering sister seemed to have a strange misunderstanding. Her soft lips pressed together again, and the powerful blessing flowed through them, eliciting a soft moan from Zun Zun. At this moment, the moon also disappeared into the clouds. The next day, Luo Hao had agreed to help Zun Zun open the passage that connected the underworld to other worlds. Originally, he had wanted to escort him, but the place was extremely dangerous, and without extraordinary luck, it was impossible to arrive safely. In the end, he had to give up. "Brother, remember to come back and see me often." "I will." Zun Zun nodded seriously. He didn't dare to disobey. If she forgot, Luo Hao might even traverse the dimension to find him. To prevent further disturbances, she would have to travel between the two realms. "Sister, I'll trouble you to look after the red copper and black cross. It's a small matter," Luo Hao agreed indifferently. The red copper and black cross had expanded considerably lately, and since they were diligently collecting grimoires, Zun Zun had agreed. But she still felt uneasy about leaving. Now that she had a connection with Luo Hao, she wouldn't be a target. "Master Luo Hao, I know you and Zun Zun are sad to be parting ways, but as his knight and first love, I am as well. Could you give me some time to say goodbye? You've been monopolizing Zun Zun for the past month." "It's too much." Erica couldn't contain herself. She had assumed Zun Zun only had one knight, and she was even grateful that he wasn't a harem king like Kusanagi Godao. A little flattery from a noble woman would have easily landed him in her bed. However, without a harem of maidens, knights, or guards to rival him, what was wrong with Sister Godslayer? Every time she planned a night raid, she would inexplicably be knocked unconscious and left outside the pavilion. It must have been Master Luo Hao's doing. "You lass, constantly thinking about nonsense, how will you grow? If you want to be the king's right-hand man, you must possess supreme martial prowess. Otherwise, you'll just be cheering from the sidelines." The martial arts supreme's assessment of Erica was useless. You and Lu Yingho sat at the same table. Such contemptuous remarks made the 16-year-old, a talented young woman with the rank of Grand Knight and the title of Crimson Demon, blush furiously, but she was speechless. "Your martial arts skills aren't even as good as Yinger's. Aren't you embarrassed? After Zun Zun leaves, you can stay and learn martial arts. I'll teach you personally." I couldn't ask for more. Erica wanted to refuse, but sect leader Luo Hao's martial arts were peerless, and her disciples even more outstanding. If she could learn martial arts from her, her strength would undoubtedly improve greatly. The proud girl knew that she couldn't defeat a god, but it was absolutely impossible for her to stand idly by like one Li Yuri. "Not bad," Luo Hao praised. "Brother, it will take time to break through the barrier between the underworld and the other worlds," clearly giving them room to speak. Erica didn't hold back. She pulled Zun Zun to the other side. "I long to go with you, but whether it's the red copper black cross or this place, your territory needs protection. Besides, Zun Zun, you really don't want me to go with you, do you? You don't want to upset those two childhood friends. But I won't give up. I'll study martial arts here and grow stronger until I can fight by your side, a proud lioness." That was Zun Zun's impression of Erica. The girl never cowered under the wings of the powerful, begging for protection. Instead, she constantly grew stronger, determined to fight alongside Zun Zun. Her unwavering faith came through, echoing from her soft, delicate lips. HMPH, a soft snort sounded from behind. A certain supreme martial arts master seemed to be exerting force, perhaps expressing dissatisfaction, but Erica ignored it and pressed on, determined to make up for the lost month and the ones to follow. Wait for me, I'll find you." Erica spoke these words and released Zun Zun decisively, without a second thought. With a snap. At that moment, a sound of something breaking was heard behind him. Looking back, he saw a vortex emerge in the air. This must be the passage that connected the underworld to other worlds. Zun Zun bid farewell to Luo Hao and Erica, repeatedly assured them that he would return, and then entered the passage and disappeared, leaving the two women looking after him fondly. Chapter 475 The Daughter of Darkness. This journey was far more exhausting than he had imagined. Not only did he have to fight the disobedient gods, but also the God-slayer and accept the tutelage of the martial king, becoming his sworn brother. It was truly draining, both physically and mentally. But it was worth it, for it was the foundation of his ambition and a necessary step in his self-improvement, so he had no complaints. However, a little free time would be a blessing. That said, Zun Zun simply missed his companions. Is this where I went? Zun Zun looked around. The desolate wilderness offered nothing special. He seemed to remember always returning to the same place. But he didn't see Sato Kazuma, Alice, or the others. That was right, Alice was a princess, after all, and she was on a mission to inform the kingdom about supporting Jin. How could she possibly stay there? Sato Kazuma and the others probably also escorted Alice and left. Thinking of this, Zun Zun felt melancholy. He knew Alice was far more important than him, but wasn't it a little cruel to abandon him like this? Decided. When I get back, I'll complain. Anyway, I have to leave a message, right? Teleportation. With a snap of his fingers, Zun Zun disappeared. Axel was still as noisy as ever. It was great to be home, but upon returning, Cecily happened to see him, and then a chase began. That girl was so obsessed with her that she would definitely beat her up if caught. So Zun Zun turned and ran without a second thought, and it took a lot of effort to shake him off. It was almost nighttime when he returned to the mansion. I'm back, huh? He opened the door, but there was no welcome as he had imagined. The room was quiet, as if no one was home. Did she go out? Or didn't she come back? He walked quickly to the living room. He opened the door and saw a blue figure. Aqua. Zun Zun was slightly surprised to see her, and then complained, if you're here, please give me an answer. I haven't been home for ages, and I sit alone without hearing a welcome. What are you doing? Aqua didn't reply. The idiot goddess, with her back to him, seemed to be using magic, healing someone lying on the sofa. Zun Zun didn't interrupt her. A long time passed. The glow of the healing magic faded, and Aqua sighed, wiping the sweat from her forehead. That's it. I'll cast another healing spell on her in half an hour. Hey, Zun Zun. Welcome, I'm back. What are you doing? Healing? No. Zun Zun certainly understood. After all, the idiot goddess only had healing, purification, and banqueting skills, and the latter two weren't used at home. No matter how you think about it, it must come first, right? Perhaps realizing what Zun Zun was really asking, Aqua suddenly said, actually, I'm healing someone else. Darkness's daughter, what the hell? Seeing the little girl on the sofa, same long golden hair, features almost identical to Darkness's, a miniature version of Darkness, Zun Zun was stunned. How many years had she been away? Had she finished defeating all the demon kings? Yes, while he was gone, time in the other world continued. It made no sense that time wouldn't advance in this world either. He hadn't expected Darkness to have a child, and she had grown so much, despite only being in the other world for 3 months. Congratulations, huh? Zun Zun and Aqua exchanged puzzled glances. Is that guy really a high-ranking demon? Why is he wearing a penguin costume? That's what I meant. Shameful. That's what I meant. Darkness and Sato Kazuma looked back at Earl Zerahild's castle, each with a different expression. Megumin and Yunyun also looked helpless. It's Darkness's fault. Do you really have the energy? Sorry. Blamed by Sato Kazuma, Darkness quickly apologized. The reason they had come was because of Darkness's daughter. I'm mistaken, it should be her cousin. Darkness had always looked after her like a mother ever since they were little, so her cousin always called her mom subconsciously. Back to the point. Darkness's cousin had been poisoned for some reason, and the antidote required 5 ingredients: far-fetched onion, datira root, phantasm tears, and a high-ranking demon's claw. The former ingredients were easily obtained with money, but the latter, a high-ranking demon's claw, was incredibly hard to find. However, with the help of Vanner's intelligence, they arrived at the castle of Count Celeschild, the cruel duke. But you're pinned down by a horde of goblins, you're frightened by your profession as a knight, you're powerless against modified slimes and clockwork monsters, and not even the knight himself can do anything to you. I'm sorry. Looking at the curled-up perverted knight, Sato Kazuma sighed helplessly. The demon hadn't meant to harm them. After all, demons enjoyed negative emotions, and everything they did was designed to inflict humiliation, regret, and resentment on Darkness. Even so, the perverted knight was excited and enjoyed the entire process. Darkness was pretending, but emotions couldn't be faked, and naturally, she couldn't fool the higher demon. The demon, dissatisfied with negative emotions, left in dismay, and its nails naturally failed. Okay, Okay, don't blame darkness, Megumin pleaded. Darkness was simply perverted, what else could be done? But what do we do now? Yunyun asked worriedly. If we don't get the higher demon's nails quickly, Darkness's cousin, Miss Shefina, yes, it's someone's fault. Sato Kazuma knew that blaming Darkness was useless, but he couldn't help it. Then he looked at the impenetrable castle, a sinister and mysterious smile on his lips. Ah, it seems Kazuma has an ace up his sleeve. Whenever Mr. Kazuma makes that expression, I know he's up to no good. He is a scumbag, after all. Cut it out. Constantly belittled by his peers, even the callous Sato Kazuma was almost unable to contain his anger. Besides, whose fault was it that this had happened? If Darkness felt shame and rage, why let her get involved? Then what's Kazuma going to do? Infiltrate, of course, just like in the palace. Then night fell. Although it was nighttime, the castle was brighter than when they arrived during the day, and the presence of monsters was everywhere. He felt a sense of confusion. He knew that Celestial liked having monsters, but she didn't let them roam freely in the castle. But for now, they had to avoid fighting as much as possible. Sato Kazuma used his stealth skills and enemy detection to make his way through. Combined with his exceptional luck, he finally arrived at Celestial's room. After passing through a rather sinisterly decorated corridor, at the end was a heavy, pitch-black door. Then, they flung it open and entered the room. Welcome, invaders. You must know what this place is, haha, mysterious invaders we've never seen before. As if they had already guessed Sato Kazuma's return, they were greeted by Count Celestial, who was neatly dressed and waiting in the room. Blacker than black, darker than darkness, let this be the place where my true red and gold light rests. Wait a minute. Megumin, what are you trying to do? Blow all of this up? We only need a small fingernail fragment, don't use explosive magic, no, don't stop me. Just as Megumin was about to decide the outcome with a single move, Yunyun hurriedly stopped her. Darkness, I've got him, leave it to me. Commanding the Crusader, the strongest of the squad, Sato Kazuma charged at the opponent at full speed. Seemingly unprepared for the selfless attack, Celestial, in her penguin suit, was knocked to the ground. Darkness, grab her tight. Tie her up. What? Sato Kazuma suddenly used his binding skill, binding Darkness and the penguin demon. Kazuma, what are you planning? You're binding me too, great, why are you so excited? How weird. And let me go. As the two struggled, Sato Kazuma pulled out a dagger and plunged it hard into the penguin suit. No screams were heard. Celestial mocked him, shouting, fool. I'm a demon. Ordinary daggers are no good on me, of course I know, so let's get to it. With a wicked grin, Sato Kazuma pulled a small bottle from his chest and said, this is the broth Aqua made. Here, it's a gift today. He poured Aqua's water into the hole made by the dagger. Wait, stop. What is this? My body is burning. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The penguin-clad demon screamed like a butchered pig. Earl Celestial, are you okay? Don't worry, he hasn't done anything wrong. How can we destroy him? Just like Wiz, Vanner, Walbach, and Ennis, they were all kind-hearted undead living in the village. As long as they didn't cause harm to the common people, they wouldn't take action. The important thing is to retrieve the nails quickly. Yes, this time, Zfina finally. When they opened the door of the mansion with great anticipation, what appeared was Zfina with a smile in Zun Zun's arms. Her rosy cheeks indicated that she was now in good health, and after seeing Darkness, she said in astonishment, Mom, I want Zun Zun to be my dad. Huh? Everyone, including Zun Zun himself, was stunned on the spot. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.